The story opens in a magnificent and splendid sanctuary. A pair of feet is striding down the red carpet where the groom is already waiting on the dais. The priest's voice rings out, Edith Rigelhoff. The bride's inner monologue, with such a grand setting, I know this is a perfect and heartfelt wedding for the ducal family. All right, there's nothing to worry about. But I can still see the hateful, disgusted, and contemptuous gazes in the depths of the guests' eyes, or the indecent, lustful looks. This wedding was not born of true love, no matter how many times I close my eyes and imagine that happy scenario. At this moment, the priest began to read the declaration. All things in this world are blessing you both, today under the Creator's embrace. The bride felt no joy hearing these words. She thought to herself, I'm sorry, Father, but, the priest continued, to establish a happy home. Her gaze fell, filled with contemplation. None of what the Father said will come true. Today, I will marry a man who hates me to the bone.
The priest continued his address, blessing this beautiful couple. The bride was still lost in her thoughts. Misfortunes kept happening to me, just like they came to harm me in my previous life. Hey, give me all the money you have. Brother, please don't tell me you're gambling again. The older brother angrily yelled directly at her face. You talk too much. Who do you think helped you when you were in trouble? She immediately retorted. Since when have you been using that excuse to justify yourself? Tell me, since when? Do you know how much money you've borrowed from me? You don't even have enough to pay it back. The older brother heartlessly pushed his younger sister hard while cursing, You wretched dog. Her eyes became panicked. She realized in her heart, that's right, it's the stairs. What awaited me after a miserable death was... And then the scene shifted to a royal world. She dazedly wondered, what the hell is this? Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but wonder, who is this? No way. Reincarnation, a cliché motif often seen in web novels. And the door opened with the voice of a servant. Lady Edith, have you forgotten what day it is today? She silently marveled. She called me Edith. I read a romance novel titled Escape from Possession all night last night. Innocent, pure, and beautiful like a spring goddess, the illegitimate child of Count Reza Sinclair. Because of her humble status, she was tormented by her family and had a difficult childhood. Afterwards, she gained the attention of the Duchess and Duke of Rudwick and was adopted as a true lady of the family.
And that's where she met them. When did the two brothers become rivals vying for Reza's heart? That's also why the name Possessive was given. In the story, Edith Rigelhoff's role is, simply put, stupid, greedy, a blind villainess whose eyes are clouded by love, constantly targeting Reza to cause trouble. A villainess who constantly resorts to despicable schemes, thereby highlighting Reza's virtues. Blinded by jealousy, she does everything she can to kill Reza. She grew up in a noble family, becoming spoiled and freely spending her parents' money. While she was deep in thought, the maid spoke up. I'm finished, young lady. The master is waiting for you. She turned around and replied with a friendly smile. Yes, thank you. This thank you surprised the maid a little. She thought to herself, so my mission will be to correct Edith's mistakes. I remember the plot, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Yes, much better than my previous life. If I can do well, then I can receive boundless family love without any obstacles. She excitedly opened the door and called out, Father, good morning. But immediately her expression completely fell. My imagination shattered into pieces.
When he looked at her with cold, sharp eyes instead of a warm welcome. Didn't I summon you early this morning? He set down his wineglass, speaking with a voice full of disdain. Tsk, you're slow. Why are you still standing there? Close the door. She cast her startled eyes downwards. What was this? This situation was nothing like what she'd read in novels. Suddenly, a light shone on her face, and a mysterious voice echoed in her ear. The 13th life of Edith Rigelhoff. Identification successful. Memory synchronization beginning. Immediately, she was pulled into the light. The scene shifted to Edith's life in her previous incarnation. As she watched, Edith knelt on the ground, crying and pleading. I was wrong. Please, Father, I'll never do it again. Just this once. Please forgive me this time. Please. She witnessed the scene before her, her face filled with horror as she thought, what is this? Did she grow up to become a wicked and cruel villain because of this? Before her, images of Edith being abused since childhood flashed continuously, cruelly beaten, locked in a dark room. Despite Edith's desperate pleas, I was wrong, let me out. Even her own brother despised her. Shouldn't you repay those who raised you? A glamorous exterior with luxurious gowns and dazzling jewelry, yet she was a victim of family abuse and mistreatment by servants. The most precious doll of Count Rigelhoff. At this moment, she faced Edith directly, and Edith spoke in a weary tone. Who are you? Can you do it?
The girl, bewildered and scared, she hesitantly replied, I. Just then, her father's piercing shout rang out, "Edith Reigelhoff!" followed by the angry sound of a table being slammed. "You're too distracted today." This startled Edith. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "You must not make any mistakes during your visit to the Rudwick household today." She turned pale, not daring to utter a word. He began to lay out the plan. "You remember the script, don't you? Request to bring 3 servants and a personal butler. That's the only way to proceed to the next step." Her face darkened as she reluctantly replied, "Yes, father." In her heart, she secretly resented. Why is my family like this, be it in my old life or new? Scene change. Outside the palace, Edith stood with her arms crossed, her face down in thought. Let me recall the information first. Duke Rudwick and Count Reigelhoff have been at odds since Edith was young. At that time, the prestige of both families was almost equal. Rudwick became a duke after achieving great victories in the war, and Count Reigelhoff always believed that the title of duke had been stolen from him by the Rudwick family, so he forced Edith to marry to gather more information and bring down the duke. She reassured herself, "Don't cry, it's okay, I can turn this into a good opportunity. Perhaps a tragic fate has been set for me, so I will surely find a way to survive in this harsh life." In every reincarnation novel, before the main event begins, there are always small events that serve as stepping stones to create conflict. Today, what I need to do is not act like the original Edith. The carriage stopped, and Edith's father gently helped her down. She looked up and ahead, a grand mansion appearing before her. She thought it was like a palace. The mansion looked very luxurious. I wonder if Count Reigelhoff is also impressed by it. At this moment, her brother spoke up. Well, still as grand and flashy as ever. The Count curled his lip and said, "It's just a facade. I know full well how rotten it is on the inside." The butler came out to greet them. "Welcome to Rudwick Manor. The Duke and Duchess are waiting for you inside. I will lead the way. Please come this way." The Count turned and gave a fake laugh. "Ha ha, of course. Let's go, my dear Edith." Edith smiled and replied, "Yes, father." She thought to herself, his attitude changed instantly. It's fine, no harm done. The two of them won't be here for long. The main setting of the story is Duke Rudwick's mansion. I'd best quickly find a way to survive. Count Reigelhoff, the heir, and Lady Edith Reigelhoff have arrived. Edith secretly marveled. Wow, it's truly amazing to see characters I thought only existed in my imagination.
Welcome. Thank you for coming. Is everyone hungry yet? The meal will be served soon. These are Axel Rudwick and his wife Jocelyn Rudwick. The male lead, Cliff, as expected, is very handsome and has a ladies' man appearance. Just looking at those golden eyes is enough to make me melt. That must be Reza, the female lead, right? Her beauty is truly captivating. And the person next to her must be the man I'm about to marry. Suddenly, her chest pounded like a drum. Her face flushed red. Isn't this too unfair? Why would the author suddenly make my heart pound at this point? He has a tall, straight nose and an angular jawline, giving onlookers an overwhelming beauty. Broad shoulders, a toned waist, and muscular thighs. Does such a person really exist? No, I need to get a grip. It seems no one here has a good impression of me. Exquisite dishes were placed on the table. Edith cut a piece of meat, brought it to her mouth, and secretly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is aristocratic food this delicious?" The meat melted right in her mouth. Suddenly, the Count spoke up. For a father like me to say I'm not heartbroken would of course be a lie. Edith paused, thinking to herself, "It's starting." He placed a hand on Edith's shoulder and continued, "So I want to ask if my daughter can bring a few servants with her. Because they have followed us for a very long time, they will understand Edith's thoughts and needs." The Duke and Duchess were slightly surprised to hear this. Very quickly, Madame Jocelyn replied,
"We are confident that we also have talented servants." The Count frowned and asked, "Rudwick, did the Duchess not bring any servants when she married you?" As soon as the question was asked, they exchanged glances, and the atmosphere in the room grew somber. Edith thought this was an offer they couldn't refuse, given the very reasonable explanation he had provided. "But don't worry, Your Grace," she said with a smile. "Father, I'm fine. Please disregard what my father said, Your Grace. He's just worried because I'm still young and inexperienced." Afterwards, on the way back, the Count yelled at Edith, "Are you insane? You're useless, and now you've ruined my good plan." She secretly told herself, from now on, she just needed to be herself. "Father, didn't you see the Duke's expression? Do you know how my heart was pounding when you made such a blunt request? I could see them paying attention to how you kept insisting on bringing servants for me, and that will only increase suspicion for this wedding. If they become more wary, what good are servants? But what can you do when you're alone? Think carefully, Father. Now I can manage on my own. As you said, what can I do? If I just live contentedly like this, they will also loosen their guard." The brother paid no mind to this conversation. He muttered to himself, "Her name is Reza, I think." Edith continued confidently, "Our primary goal is to make them drop their guard. Once I've gained their trust, I'll feign illness to visit you, Father, and bring one of our servants." He snorted skeptically. "Trust me, Father." From that day on, for a week, I felt like I was walking on a razor's edge. After everything was settled, today was finally the day I stood in the wedding hall. The priest's voice still boomed, and above all, the children of the Creator had decided to establish a new home. Edith felt a sudden sense of relief, knowing she no longer had to return to that house. May God bless the rings that the young couple is about to place on each other's hands. Once we exchange rings, that will put an end to the days I had to live under the name Edith Reigelhoff. Watching the two young people enter the wedding hall, she secretly thought, "How cute." Suddenly, she glanced at Killian and received a murderous frown in return. She secretly thought, Yes, Killian, I get it, so let's just get this over with." She held out her hand, and Killian quickly slipped the ring onto her finger in a perfunctory manner. He even hated touching her hand. How childish. What surprised her more was that Killian put the ring on his own finger. In her ear, the loud laughter of the original Edith echoed.
Haha, did you see that? I pulled my hand back, thinking to myself, what was I hoping for? And besides, I have no intention of changing his heart. With that thought, I bent down and patted the children's heads. Well done, both of you. Then I stood next to Killian without bothering to look at him. Killian glanced over, then quickly looked away. A new, comfortable life without fear of being beaten by my father or brother. Since I've been given a chance to live again, I'll just do whatever I like. After the wedding was complete, I sat down on the soft bed and sighed in contentment. It felt so much better after changing clothes. The dress was tight and the high heels were too high. Well, it was Edith's taste after all. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Yes, come in." "Lady Edith," I replied, turning around in surprise. "Oh, Lady Reza, is something wrong?" There's something I need to tell you." I thought to myself, indeed, this event happens after the wedding. After the ceremony, Reza came to see me and wanted to apologize for Killian's rude behavior. However, Reza's apology was not accepted. On the contrary, she rubbed salt in my wounds. Because I couldn't blame Killian, I turned my anger on Reza. "How dare you come to someone else's wedding in a white dress like this? I am already Killian's wife." Honestly, the real Edith had every right to be disappointed, but I didn't have that reason because I wasn't the real Edith. At this point, Reza said, "I want to apologize for Killian's behavior. I hope you won't dwell on it too much. Actually, Killian is only cold on the outside. He's more sensitive than anyone I know." I thought to myself, I could never hate someone as beautiful as her. Reza had lustrous golden hair, shining in the morning sun. Deep sapphire lakes lay in the depths of her eyes, unusually clear and serene. Not only did she possess breathtaking beauty, but she also had a benevolent heart. To survive as a villain in this novel, Reza was definitely the character I should befriend. "You don't need to worry, Lady Reza, I completely understand. Although this is just a marriage of convenience and it makes you uncomfortable. But don't worry, I can't hate the man who is my husband." Hearing this, Reza couldn't help but be surprised and emotionally called out, "Lady Edith." Following this path would increase my chances of survival in the Duke's mansion. I was truly mature and kind, and Reza's radiance made me feel dazzled.
"I can never compare to Lady Rise. That dress suits you very well. The silk is beautiful because of you. I'm sorry, but what do you mean?" Suddenly, the maid's voice rang out. "I've brought the towels, my lady." Rise awkwardly said, "Oh dear, I've bothered you quite a bit. I'm sorry. So now, Killian? No, I mean, you must be very tired." "Ah, thank you, Rise. I really want to pinch her cheek. Please rest. I'll see you tomorrow." After that, she let out a sigh of relief. The wedding chapter was finally over.
Now that I'm alone, I can finally relax. It's like being reborn in this warm water. If I were the Duke's daughter-in-law, would the servants always prepare a bath for me like this? This is great. Who cares about the internet? No need to go to work, no housework either. I also don't have to worry about expenses or deal with that gambling addict brother of mine anymore. I wonder how busy I'll be later with such a packed schedule. Opera performances, hunting trips, picnics, parties, and balls, huh? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "You even managed to take a bath before the groom arrived, didn't you? What a cruel bride." She exclaimed in surprise, "Killian!" Because in the original story, Killian definitely never came to the bridal chamber. "Why are you so surprised? Is anyone else allowed in this room besides the groom?" "No, it's just that I didn't expect you to come." "I'm glad you're still aware of that." "Why wouldn't I be? You didn't even touch me once throughout the ceremony. If I were still stubborn after witnessing that, then—" Killian interrupted. "So don't tell me you want us to play the role of a passionately in love couple. How ridiculous. How unfair that he can be so ridiculously handsome. I had no intention of arguing with Killian, and I didn't have any energy left to be angry either. I'm just stating what happened, that's all.
Seeing you avoid me, I thought you wouldn't come to my room tonight. So are you really planning to rest here?" Killian was astonished by her question, then angrily turned and left. Edith dejectedly muttered, "Then why did you even come, for goodness sake?" Killian strode down the mansion's hallway, when suddenly a voice called out.
Killian, did you just leave the bridal chamber? Rise, I went there, but it seems she doesn't want me in her room tonight. What do you mean? We just had a fight in the bathroom. What? But before that, I'm quite sure. Rise, you always think the best of people. What kind of people are the Rigelhoffs? Don't you see they're just a bunch of liars with a fake smile always plastered on their faces? You don't need to overthink it. Ah, so that means Lady Edith. What did she say to you? Before that, Lady Edith complimented my dress. I wonder if I'm being too simple-minded for happily accepting that compliment. Isn't she angry? Aren't you being a bit too harsh? How disappointed she would be to hear that. Killian smirked faintly. Disappointed? Look at the dress she's wearing. She doesn't even care what the hell she's wearing. Gaudy, ugly, and even brutally revealing. Too vulgar. Rise angrily retorted. How dare you call your wife vulgar? Killian, how could you say that? You're too cruel. Rise, is that what you want to say to me? Killian, Rise, my true feelings today. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted, calling out, Rise, oh, Killian's here too. It's late, what are you two still doing? Rise turned around with a bright smile. Oh, Cliff. In contrast to Rise, Killian's face was extremely dark and gloomy. The next day, Edith stretched and woke up. Well, this body still wakes up right on time after a tiring day, huh? This is the energy of a 22-year-old, no, a healthy person. I've never felt this healthy in my previous life. Good, I have to be optimistic that at least I've received a healthy body.
Now I need to find a way to become a filial daughter-in-law in this household. Killian is just a supporting character, and his mind is already consumed by the female lead. But his parents might think differently. If the Duke and Duchess of Rudwick welcomed Reza so warmly, perhaps they can also open their hearts to me, although the first meeting didn't leave a very good impression. All right, first I'll go greet them. One of the villain's survival secrets is to gain the trust of the core supporting characters. In fact, to live peacefully in this Rudwick family, the Duke and Duchesses say is more important than anyone else's, even Killian's. And my special goal is to live a comfortable life and enjoy all the delicious food, so gaining the favor of the Rudwicks is essential. No one would immediately hate their daughter-in-law, right? So I'll start with a simple conversation.
Am I thinking too much like a Korean? So this is the servant bell I often read about in novels? Cool, huh? That's right. If I had the help of a maid, becoming a docile and virtuous daughter-in-law probably wouldn't be difficult at all. The maid appeared immediately. Mistress, did you call for me? Edith politely asked. Could you help me bathe and get ready? I have to admit, even though I've been called mistress many times, it still feels strange. Yes, mistress, I will prepare warm water for you. Excuse me, but what's your name? Anna, mistress. So Anna, are all the clothes I brought like this? Revealing and gaudy? Yes, they are. If I wear these to meet them, I don't know what they'll think I am. Certainly not a daughter-in-law. I can't even imagine. Anna, would you please go to the sewing room and raise the neckline a bit? And remove all these fussy decorations? Yes, of course. She left without a single word of objection. Completely unlike the Rachel household. I should get these fixed right away too. And by the way, she suddenly paused. That's right, thinking back to the wedding night. Should I scatter rose petals on this bed? No, forget it. It would be too messy. Killian wouldn't be interested anyway. That's right. Killian is exactly like his original character, a man who vowed to remain pure for Reza. It's true that a virgin man is a good man, but it's a bit of a waste for a supporting male character like that. Besides, yesterday wasn't a dream. Why did he come here? Just to argue? Whatever it was, I was still happy to see that face twice. That chest was really... The maid then said, I'm done, mistress. But lost in thought, Edith didn't hear the maid calling, and only after a moment did she startle and reply, Huh? Oh, I finished your hair and adjusted your dress. It's done? Thank you. You're crazy, Choisuna. You told yourself not to like him. Oh well, never mind. After that, she went to greet her in-laws.
Good morning, mother and father. Did you both sleep well last night? Jocelyn smiled and said, You must have been very tired yesterday, yet you made time to come see us so early this morning. You must be very worried, aren't you? And thank you. I slept very well. Please, have a seat. Of course, I'm fine. They've also prepared a cup of tea for me. I guess they must also know that Killian didn't sleep in the bridal chamber last night. Suddenly, the Duke spoke up. Edith, I know you were raised by the Count to be a refined and elegant young lady. What are the duties of a wife in a noble family? I wonder if you can answer this. She thought it was fortunate that she still had Edith's memories. It is to be responsible for controlling finances and organizing documents. Of course, in this new household, mother and father will have their own way of doing things. So if you teach me, I will try to learn as quickly as possible. He brought the teacup to his lips and said, I see. It seems the Count has taught you a great deal. I know they can't be friendly with me yet, but to suddenly accuse me of coming here to steal internal documents. If I am not trustworthy enough, please teach me something else instead.
I will try my best. I understand. I'm glad you came prepared with knowledge. For the next 2 weeks, could you help me? If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you, Mother. Don, Viscount Rhinan Filch was tasked with teaching me everything related to the Rudwick's estate. In the novel, Rhinan Filch was described as someone who earned the Duke's trust, responsible for most documents and managing the estate whenever the Duke was away. Just like Anna, my personal maid, he wasn't a character frequently mentioned in the original work.
This makes me quite worried because there's really too little information about him. Are you having trouble walking? I have gradually accepted this place as my reality, no longer just pages in a book. The Viscount said again, I still have things to do, so I don't want to waste time. Oh yes, I apologize. I'm right behind you. She thought to herself, do all supporting characters have this kind of personality? Then the Viscount introduced, this is the jewelry gallery. All the important jewelry of the mansion is kept here, and on important occasions you will be allowed to use it. This is the armory, usually used by the Duke and the 2 young masters. All items here were crafted by famous blacksmiths. Wow, cool! And this is the heart of the mansion, the grand library. Countless rare books are collected and displayed here. Edith asked, can I come here any time, or do I need to ask for permission? If you are a member of the Rudwick family, you are free to come and go. The same applies to the Sistine Hall, where artworks are displayed. That's great! In my previous life, even if there was an art exhibition I really liked, I couldn't go because the entrance fee was too expensive. But this place has an entire art museum at home? And this is the Sistine Hall, Edith exclaimed excitedly. Wow, the room contains so many statues that look incredibly sparkling. Since the mansion is quite large, I'll conclude today's tour here for now. Thank you very much, Rhinan. It's wonderful to live in such a beautiful place.
Thank you for your captivating and expressive voice, Rhinan. I didn't realize time flew by so quickly. The Viscount, hearing this, said with a hint of surprise, I only do what I am assigned. If you agree, I will show you the rest tomorrow. Of course. Oh, on the way back, let me tell you a little about this place. This is called the Afternoon Tea Lounge. The Afternoon Tea Lounge? Yes, it's a wonderful place to admire the entire surrounding scenery. If guests visit the mansion, this place is used quite frequently, and the Duke also often enjoys his free time here. Seeing Killian gaze intently at Joyce without looking away, Edith's expression immediately darkened. The Viscount, seeing her silence, turned to her, and the sadness on Edith's face was evident. At this moment, the Viscount also paused. Young Master Cliff, young Master Killian. Edith thought this scene was truly beautiful. The Viscount asked, why are they like this? Because the newlywed groom is sitting and laughing with another woman. This is, after all, a normal reaction. She wondered, if it were Edith, what would it be like? They look very happy talking. With the desire to simply enjoy life at the Duke's mansion, I don't feel any problem at all. As you said, this place is truly beautiful. Once spring arrives and everything comes to life, this garden will be an ideal spot to admire flowers and enjoy the fresh air. I understand, but Edith interrupted. I will come here often. Shouldn't we go now, Rhinan? Didn't you say you were very busy? Yes, my lady. That evening, the Duke asked Viscount Rhinan, how was her demeanor? I followed your orders. She seems quite knowledgeable about the mansion's architecture, and she was particularly interested in the Sistine Hall.
Didn't you notice anything unusual? Not at all. On the contrary, she's completely different from the rumors. However, there was something unusual. On our way back, we passed through the Grand Hall. I witnessed the 2 young masters having tea with Lady Rise. The Duke froze upon hearing this. What? I've already told him to behave himself, yet he continues to get involved with other girls after the wedding. I clearly explained that what needs to be done now is to prevent Count Reigelhoff from colluding with Archduke Langston and keep him from making any rash moves until the end of this year. It's just a marriage certificate, isn't it? And please don't pressure him anymore. He knows this perfectly well, yet. The Viscount continued. However, the young lady didn't seem to care much. You're surprised, aren't you? I don't know what she was thinking deep down. But instead of causing a scene in anger, she just kept walking as if she hadn't seen anything at all. Is that so? Edith Reigelhoff has quite an unpredictable personality, doesn't she? Meanwhile, Anna said, I'll clear the table now if I may. Thank you, Anna. In my previous life, I didn't have much money to eat so luxuriously, so I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. Oh, Anna, you've worked hard all morning. Have you had lunch yet? Go have your lunch, then come back. I'll call if I need anything. Anna thought for a moment, then replied.
Yes, thank you, miss. Edith, seeing the maid's reaction, thought, good heavens, was the way I spoke that strange? I can't blame her. Luckily, I presented myself well in front of the Duchess and Duke, otherwise nothing could have saved me. The only task left is to settle things with Reza Sinclair, the female lead of this world. But her life before moving to the Rudwick mansion was very unhappy. Reza's siblings tormented her simply because she was an illegitimate child. They treated her like an object to vent their anger and hurl insults at. And thanks to an occasion where she tried to save the Duchess's life, Reza successfully captured the attention of the couple. The Rudwick family was furious that innocent little Reza had suffered domestic violence for such a long time, and decided to buy Reza out of the Sinclair household with an enormous sum of money. The Sinclair family quickly severed their blood ties with her, and of course missed the opportunity to become in-laws with the Duke's family, a decision they regret to this day. If I analyze the plot carefully, it's clear that she has a luckier fate than anyone else. She is completely different from me. Whether as Edith Reigelhoff or Choi Suna, I've had to go through so many ups and downs in life. At the company, despite trying my best, I was still bullied and discriminated against by my colleagues. After work, I sent a breakup message to my long-term boyfriend because he had cheated on me behind my back. As soon as I got home, I planned to read a few more novels to unwind, but who knew that would be the end of my life? How did my brother feel after I fell down the stairs and died? Father, mother, did you two cry? They must have worried more about my brother. Right, I should care about myself first. She looked out the window. It was Reza. Instead of sitting here lost in thought, shouldn't I go and befriend her? Suddenly she paused. It was Killian. He walked over and asked, "What are you reading, Reza?" "Oh, it's a book about the history of the royal family. I haven't learned these things yet. I'm afraid I'll become a laughingstock in the family just because of my limited knowledge."
All right, just do whatever makes you happy. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do everything I can to help. That's truly a line often heard from a second male lead. If it were Cliff, he would surely tell her not to worry too much and just be herself. Cliff would give Reza everything, so she would only pay attention to him, not Killian. According to the logic of romance novels, Killian would never be able to win against Cliff, even though I prefer Killian. Now I can't approach her anymore, so I guess I'll just eavesdrop.
Killian, where is Edith? Are you going alone? Don't tell me you left Edith alone all day. Reza, you don't need to care so much about that woman. She's just a temporary hostage, and then she'll be out of the mansion. Edith's expression darkened upon hearing those callous words. I knew you would say these things. Scene change. A teacup was thrown, shattering into pieces, and a girl screamed. They've lost their minds. Why her? Why her? Layla Sinclair, the youngest daughter of the Sinclair family. Another voice rang out. What is it this time, Layla? Are you sure you don't know? Edith Reigelhoff is marrying Killian Rudwick. Oh, that. Damien Sinclair, the eldest son of Marquis Sinclair. Why does it have to be Edith Reigelhoff? It seems the Duke has a hobby of collecting ordinary women, doesn't he? Are you still joking with me now? Then what's the point of me smashing that teacup? She looked at Damien suspiciously and asked, Brother, you know something, don't you? Tell me. Stop making that mysterious face. Having a hot-headed younger sister is exhausting. Let's try to think with me for a moment, little sister. How did they get married? What's the reason? And what do those two families gain by forcing their children into a marriage contract? Well, some say it's because the largest iron ore mine in the southern region is exclusively owned by Count Reigelhoff's family. In other words, he possesses a large amount of raw resources for weapon production. That's the problem. Do you understand why I'm asking you this? How am I supposed to know when you suddenly bring up weapons? Oh my dear little sister. So do you know about the current power distribution issue? As I recall, there's Grand Duke Langston, who is threatening the Emperor's throne, and a faction of nobles who were loyal retainers of His Majesty. In short, it's divided into two factions like that. Exactly. So if Duke Langston gains control of the weapons, that could be a threat to the royal family, couldn't it? The current representative of the royal faction, Duke Rudwick, had to create a bond to prevent Count Reigelhoff from colluding with Duke Langston. Huh? You call that good news? Are you kidding me?
What does this have to do with those two getting married? Yes, everyone thinks like you, but my dear Layla, the fun has only just begun. Look, does Count Reigelhoff seem constrained at all? Damien overheard Count Reigelhoff scolding his daughter. You foolish girl, you can't do anything right. Father, I'm sorry, I was wrong again. I promise I won't do it again. You'd better remember that promise. If you fail to steal Marquis Everton's construction documents again, prepare to starve for a week. So Edith Reigelhoff's wicked personality is just a rumor? Impossible. I know this is hard for you to believe, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. So now we just need to wait and see how things unfold. If this information is released at the right time, the Reigelhoff family is doomed. Scene shifts to Rudwick Manor, where Viscount Reinen and Edith are strolling, touring the estate. After this, if I leave here, I'll go back to the dining room. Ah, I remember now. It takes a whole week to tour the entire house, doesn't it? What should I do after that? The Viscount looked at her and said, You don't have to worry. Starting today, you will be assigned tasks to do. Her eyes sparkled as she asked, Really? You don't know how bored I've been just eating and sleeping. Her excitement surprised the Viscount.
My mother's study is nearby, isn't it? Just go down the stairs and it's the third room on the left, right? Thanks to you, I've remembered all the locations. Thank you, Reinen. I didn't know you were actually such a dedicated person.
The Viscount just stared blankly. I've been showing you around for a week. It's strange that you've forgotten. Oh, right, in Jocelyn's room. Hello, Lady Edith, she happily replied. Reza, oh my goodness, are we going to work together? I'm so happy. Today is my first day. I hope you'll guide me, Reza. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm qualified enough to teach you. Her face turned red again. How cute. Haha, it seems like you two are getting closer, huh? Oh, I'm sorry I didn't greet you, Mother. It's all right. Reza, could you explain to Edith again the papers you're organizing? Yes, Mother. After that, Edith and Reza sat down at the table and worked seriously. Suddenly, Jocelyn stood up and said, it's time. Is someone waiting for you, Mother? Oh, Edith, don't you know? Earlier, I contacted a royal designer. Edith was secretly surprised. Design? This scene is a chapter from the original work. In her previous life, Edith had been angry with Reza about this matter. Just then, the servant announced, Your Grace, the designer you scheduled has arrived. Oh, I see. Let's end the workday here. Both replied, Yes, Mother. I think as I get older, I'll continue to choose designs similar to the ones I already have. Edith's face went pale as she thought to herself, I remember. Suddenly, Jocelyn asked, Why don't you two choose a design for me? Edith was inwardly surprised. This was an unexpected situation. Why would she suddenly ask for her fashion opinion? No matter what, the outcome was clear. It was obvious that the Duchess would prefer the design Reza chose. Reza asked, Is this one okay? Edith glanced at Reza and thought to herself, After seeing mine, Reza's dress will be praised more. Calm down, it's fine. This is just one normal situation among countless others I'm about to face. The outcome is already too clear. Even if Reza isn't the female lead, she understands the Duchess's taste in clothing better than I do. As for me, I've only seen these dresses in the novel. I've never actually worn them. Suddenly, Reza asked, What do you think about this one, Mother? Edith couldn't help but be surprised. She had already chosen one. She said, The dress Reza chose is very beautiful. It's hard for me to find a design that compares to it. However, if you want to try something groundbreaking, please take a look at this one. Duchess Jocelyn exclaimed after seeing it. Heavens, this one.
They're all beautiful, Edith. Come on, you pick the design you like too. Oh, I don't need to. Do you alter dresses, ma'am? Yes, of course, but how would the young lady like them altered? That's great. I have a few outfits I'd like you to help me with. Saying this, Edith called Anna. She thought that another survival rule in Transmigration novels was to completely change the villainous image the author had built up. Please remove all the fussy jewelry and sew the bust area a little higher and don't make it too tight. Ho ho, your fashion sense seems to have changed a lot from before. I suppose so. Please also alter this part and this one for me. The princess and Reza looked surprised to hear that. Whew, it's finally done. Now, if I were to sell all the jewelry attached to those dresses, I wonder how much money I'd get. I'm also trying to get closer to the princess. If this continues... Suddenly, she stopped short when she saw Killian. Why was he standing outside her room? She started to ask, Why are you... Before she could finish, Killian said, Follow me, and walked past her. Reza invited her out for tea. Wait, was this part in the original story? Oh well, I'll only know if I go.
She walked behind Killian, thinking he must have been sent by Riz to pick her up. But even from behind, he was still very handsome. His shoulders were so broad and sturdy, a wide frame tapering to a slender waist. It was the first time she had seen a man this captivating. But don't worry, Riz, I'm just looking, not going to lay a hand on your man. Suddenly he turned around, making Edith inwardly exclaim, Oh my God, you scared me. Don't tell me he knows I was looking at him. Killian said coldly, I'm warning you. She thought to herself, What's the big deal about a little look? He continued, Watch your mouth and speak properly in front of Riz. Riz is like a member of my family. She's more important to me than you are, understand? Oh, I see, she asked, looking down. Why do you have to say such hurtful things to me? What's wrong with you? I'm a human too. Human? I thought you were a venomous snake. Speak properly, Killian. Do you think Riz would like you behaving like this? You're also the Duke's son, you know. I know you want to ruin my mood today and make me look worse in your eyes and everyone else's, but unfortunately, I'm not the type of person who's easily swayed. What? We'll see. Just try to hurt me and see what happens to you. With that, she strode away. A moment later, Hello, Lady Edith. Thank you for inviting me.
Then Edith awkwardly sat down at the table. Cliff spoke up. It seems you're adapting quite well to this place, Lady Edith. Do you think you're working too hard? A newlywed couple not planning to travel together? Edith secretly realized he intended for her to take Killian away, leaving him to stay with Reza. She replied, Well, I don't know, but Killian seems very busy. Cliff, aren't you about to go for the property inventory? After all, winter has just passed. Oh, right. Reza, would you like to come with me? You've wanted to see what that work is like for a long time, haven't you? Me? Killian quickly asked. Why are you putting Reza in such an awkward position? Reza, you don't need to pay attention to what he says. Oh, right. If I'm not home, Reza will have more trouble because of you, Killian added. Edith thought to herself,
That's right. With the three of them together now, they're still playing the role of close siblings. But if I just remove Cliff from this scene, Killian and Reza would immediately look like a couple. However, I can't blame Reza. Since she's the protagonist, her thoughts are bound to be different from mine. Suddenly, Cliff asked, "What do you think, Lady Edith?" "Huh? What are you asking me about?" "That I'm the only one who will be away from home. Reza, Killian, and you will be the ones staying." Wait, what ridiculous thing did he just say? Edith thought. Even though he knows very well that I'm not in Killian's good graces, who gave him the right to make a joke out of me? It's quite something that the Duke and Duchess managed to raise two such uneducated noble sons.
She picked up her teacup and said, "I don't mind much." He asked in surprise, "Why?" "That's your assigned task, so if you have to go, feel free. I have no right to comment on what you should do I?" "No, that's not what I meant. But regarding taking Miss Reese with you, honestly, you're being quite unreasonable. Long journeys are very difficult and tiring. Reese isn't even your wife, so I completely disagree. Aren't you being a bit imposing on her?" Reese put her hand to her mouth and chuckled with amusement. Edith glanced at her, scrutinizing her. Suddenly, Reese spoke seriously. "Cliff, when do you have to go for the inventory?" Edith saw her excited expression and wondered, what's with that expression? Am I mistaken? But in this matter, I'm not the one being unreasonable with her. Cliff said, "No, I was just saying that. It seems my sister-in-law thinks quite maturely." Edith looked at him and thought, and he's the ill-mannered male lead of this novel.
In the evening at the mansion, Killian was strolling on the terrace. His eyes were full of thought, wondering why she had said such a thing. "It seems my sister-in-law thinks quite maturely. Yes, I'm trying to be more amiable with everyone." Even at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Killian, surprised, turned around as Reza asked, "Why are you alone on the terrace at this hour? Did something happen?" "No, nothing. Didn't you mention that Mother bought you some new dresses today? She really enjoys dressing you up." "Oh, yes, that's right. But I feel sorry for your wife." "What is there to feel sorry for her about?" "Mother is very envious of families who have daughters. Reza, our family is very happy to have you as a sister. Mother once said that because we don't have a daughter, you two brothers were taught from a young age to behave like true gentlemen. So please buy Edith a dress. You'll make her very happy." "What do you mean? This morning Edith didn't choose any." "What? She only asked to have the dresses she brought with her when she came here as a bride altered, and she was even very enthusiastic about helping Mother and you choose clothes." Killian was secretly astonished. "Just alterations? The Edith Reigelhoff I know never wears a dress twice. I always said she liked to wear revealing clothes. Don't tell me you bought style similar to hers," he said. "What? That's not what I meant," Reza replied. Killian thought, why did she suddenly change her fashion sense like that? Or is it because she saw how beautiful Reza looked in her white dress on the wedding day and felt ashamed of her own vulgar wedding gown? It's not surprising. She must feel jealous and uncomfortable with Reza.
But if she felt ashamed, why would she brazenly wear it on the most important day of her life? Yes, a dirty thing like her makes me not want to look. Suddenly, an image of an angry Edith appeared in Killian's mind. Why? Why do you want to hurt me? Killian unusually clutched his aching head. Reza asked again, "Do you still hate Lady Edith? She's like a cunning, venomous snake. She looks calm now, but once we let our guard down, that snake will reveal its true nature." Killian then thought, so she's going to change all her clothes? That's fine. At least the reputation of the Rudwick family won't be ruined because of her anymore. Meanwhile, Anna came in. "My lady, your perfume and blush have run out. Would you like me to call a merchant to purchase more?" Edith asked, "Cosmetics?" "That's right. Cosmetics run out the more you use them, so of course I have to pay for them myself." "Money? How much money do I have?" "Since Edith doesn't have a stable source of income in this family, I usually save money to prepare for additional expenses that arise in life. I also ask them to remove the diamonds from the dress, even though I haven't paid them yet. But Edith is a noblewoman, so she has to buy luxuries like cosmetics and perfume, right? In my previous life, I saved and scrimped my whole life, so currently I don't know much about cosmetics. For me, hiding in the bathroom and applying expired lipsticks was more than enough. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have done that. I used to be someone no one cared for or loved. Perhaps that's why I always avoided meeting people around me. That's right, I'm living a different life now, so I must enjoy it to the fullest."
"I'll buy all of Ropon's high-end cosmetics." After a moment of thought, Edith replied, Then call the perfume merchant for me, Anna." "Yes, my lady." Soon after, many perfumes with different colors and scents were laid out on the table, but Edith's expression didn't look too good. She quietly wondered, "Huh? What did he say? What am I hearing?" A moment earlier, "This perfume is extracted from the finest rose petals, Miss Edith. It is always favored by ladies, with its main note being Mosley rose. Additionally, its ingredients include raspberry and ambergris, but I can create a different sample for you if you wish. Do you have any preferred scents?" How much would the scent you just described cost? Perhaps for a bottle of this size, it would be around 90,000 trang. It was precisely the price that made her face turn purple. 90,000 for one bottle of perfume? That's double her food expenses for a month in her previous life. Anna asked, "What about the other perfumes?" "The most commonly used rose is the Titania rose. When one speaks of roses, it's the variety that comes to mind first. However, its scent is quite mature for young ladies like Miss Edith.
I also have the Atlee Rose, which my lady is currently using, and I suggest you try blending the scents of Thalie Rose and high-grade Nathania Rose.
Hearing his enthusiastic introduction, Edith was reminded of the equally friendly salespeople from her previous life. "Dear customer, what would you like to buy?" He continued to speak nonstop. "I have a 200-year-old secret formula for that particular product. It smells very luxurious, even more fragrant than Atlee." Oh my God, just hearing that, I already knew how exorbitant its price must be. I think I'll just buy the old one. I don't really like changing scents," Anna asked. "My lady, how about we try combining Nathaniel and Atlee? Your old scent is still wonderful, but now that you are married, we should use a scent that exudes more elegance." "That's a good idea. I can make that scent for $130,000. Could you lower the price to $120,000? "What? Good heavens, if I do that, I'll be eating dirt, my lady." Then how about $125,000? Because I don't want outsiders to gossip that I'm already squandering money having just gotten married. Instead, I will definitely contact you when I finish this bottle. It seems the Duke is very fortunate to have found such a thrifty daughter-in-law, doesn't he? All right then, I'll accept that price. Very well, please wait a while and I will bring it to you once it's ready. Thank you. She wondered if she was even bargaining correctly in this world. Anna said, "My lady, I'll go arrange the cosmetics you've purchased." "All right, thank you, Anna. Just for some perfume, blush, and brushes, especially that $125,000 perfume bottle. It's such a waste of money, oh my God. I didn't even get to buy what I truly liked. Honestly, spending money that doesn't feel like it belongs to me is very uncomfortable. Even now with so much money, I don't dare to use it. Am I being too contradictory? But my brother took too much from me. In my previous life, I always longed to live a full and prosperous life."
With such sudden and drastic changes, I really haven't been able to adapt. No, from now on, you must enjoy these luxuries, Edith. There's no need to save. With this new identity, besides money, I will definitely experience other special things if I get the chance, because there are other joys that money absolutely cannot buy. Anna, I'm going to visit the Sistine Hall for a bit. Yes? Edith marveled as she looked at the statues. Oh, it's like stepping into an art museum. What are those expensive perfume bottles compared to these true luxuries? So diverse, distinctive, and unique. My goodness, look at the detail in this painting. How could they have painted such a beautiful masterpiece? It's like a work by Monet or Klimt in the 21st century. The colors, the perspective, everything is suspiciously perfect. I still can't believe I have the chance to admire it up close like this.
She slowly approached a rather large painting. Wow, it's magnificent. Edith sat down, leaning against the wall, admiring it with delight. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Seeing you marvel at the artworks here is quite unusual." She turned around surprised and called out, "Killian, what are you doing here? Is it strange for me to walk around my own house?" "Oh, you're right. Well, I thought no one in the Reichelhof household knew how to appreciate art. It's surprising that one person still exists. Why is he suddenly here to pick a fight with me? You're probably right. It's just that I feel overwhelmed looking at this artwork, and I wonder how a painting can contain so many emotions. It clearly depicts the tragedy and cruelty of war, while also showing the determination to end that tragedy on the face of the figure on horseback. But on that same face, I don't see any sign of joy and victory, and I think perhaps war is something that cannot bring happiness to anyone, no matter how great their victory." Killian seemed surprised to hear that. This artwork was painted in memory of my grandfather, who led the war against another kingdom, and also to honor his military achievements. Oh, so he's the model for this legendary warrior? You really didn't know? No, not at all. I've also never heard that you enjoy appreciating art.
Why are you here? As people grow older, their tastes change, don't they? Do you have any favorite artists? Unfortunately, I've only recently started to appreciate paintings, so I haven't delved deep into any artists yet. None? She thought. Of course, I don't know anyone in this world. Yes, and I don't think it concerns you or the Rudwick family, does it? Her words made Killian hunch, and suddenly Edith paused. Wait a minute. The boy here is... Killian stammered in confusion. That was when I was little. My father asked me to pose for his close friend. Edith thought, who asked you anything that you're getting so flustered? Why do I keep staring at it? It's just a look. What's the big deal? What do I mean? Nothing for him to be concerned about. It's just, why does it look so small? Killian was dumbfounded, then grumbled in explanation. Oh, of course, I only posed for my face. That body isn't mine. Edith thought, I suppose so. Isn't it as clear as day? How could a duke's young master possibly pose naked in front of a painter? Who asked you anyway? She then added aloud, Yes, I believe you. Killian gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, it's impossible to talk to you. Ha, Edith thought. Killian, having said that, angrily walked away. Yes, young master, she called out sarcastically. If I don't joke, my life will be utterly boring.
Edith pondered something, then turned back to the painting once more. But it must have been much larger than this, she thought. What's so big, old woman Edith? The next day in the garden, Edith strolled along, exclaiming, "Ah, what beautiful weather! If I could live like this forever, it would be wonderful." It had been 2 months since I possessed Edith's body, and I had never imagined that the life of a noble could be so blissful. The sun was brilliant, the breeze was cool, and the air was fresh.
How wonderful it would be if every day were like today. I've adapted faster than I thought. Having an art exhibition hall that I can visit anytime, along with countless high-end cosmetics, and a table full of delicacies that I enjoy every day. Although there are still envious glances directed at me, fortunately, Anna, my close maid and the person I meet most often, always treats me very kindly. Just as I was thinking this, she paused when she saw someone. "Oh, Reinan, it's been a long time since I last saw you," the Viscount asked. What are you doing here?" "I'm just taking a stroll. These past few days I've often come to the garden in the morning to enjoy the cool air. Thank you for last time. You were so passionate explaining this place to me. It was as wonderful as you said. Also, I often visit the museum." "I'm glad to hear that." "Have you eaten yet? The weather is really cool today, isn't it?" The Viscount merely replied, "Yes." Edith looked up expectantly. "Yes." But the Viscount said, "I have nothing to say, miss." "Ah, well, you must be very busy, so I won't bother you any longer. See you again." Viscount Reinan looked at her and thought to himself, "That's right. Everything will get better. Now I should head to the training grounds today. The place I really want to go today is—" They were sparring with swords. My husband is still as handsome as ever. I never get tired of looking at him. His broad, firm chest and clear muscles and wide shoulders. Although his personality is quite awful, I can't deny his beauty. And personally, I prefer Killian over Cliff.
Killian has a well-built physique with every muscle defined, and his skin is very taut and smooth. Cliff looks good too, but he's a bit too skinny for my taste. Wow, good thing I arrived early. Today is really fun. Suddenly, Killian flashed a radiant smile, making Edith's heart flutter a little, but his attention was on Reza, and Edith lowered her eyes sadly. "Killian, I know that look isn't for me. Living for 28 years under the name Choi Suna, I never thought I could be this embarrassed. He's just a handsome guy. What's the big deal? I can't even focus on work. No, this won't do. I need to ignore him for now and try to finish this. Today's documents are about the Rudwick family's orders for weapons and armor."
This seems important, doesn't it? The reason they gave it to me, is it because they trust me more now? Suddenly, Edith paused. "What are you doing, Edith?" "Oh, Reza, I'm organizing the documents Mom gave me." "What? What are documents?" These things here. Mom told me to compile them." Seeing Reza's bewildered expression, she secretly thought, "Wait a minute, could it be that documents don't exist in this world? Perhaps the author set the story's background hundreds of years ago. Because the advent of documents only appeared in my time, and I have to admit, papers, it would be much better if I compiled them into an Excel spreadsheet. Don't you think this is easier to read?" She thought Reza was very smart. Maybe she understood what she was doing. Reza replied, "Perhaps, honestly, if you show this to others, wouldn't it be very strange?" "What?" I thought she would be very interested to see it. Just then, the lady came over and asked, "Is something wrong, children?" Reza immediately greeted, "Oh, Mom, Edith is asking me something very confusing." "Oh, Reza is helping Edith with work. That's great." "Wait, I was explaining it to Reza. Why did it turn into—" She recalled her previous life. "Choi Suna isn't good at desk work, boss. I'm sorry, I'll redo it right away. Just like my previous life. Mom, if you don't mind, may I ask for your opinion on this document?" "Oh, documents, you say?" "Because there was a lot of information, I summarized it into a table like this. Here, I've divided it into columns with corresponding categories and only noted the main points. The quantity and listed price are written here. If you put this information here, then—" Edith paused at this point. "Wait, am I stealing Reza's spotlight? How crazy, I forgot I'm just a supporting character." Edith stammered, "But I also made this with Reza's help." "Good heavens, Edith, I really like your presentation. It's concise yet contains all the important information."
How did you come up with this idea? Huh, really? Is that so? Of course it's wonderful. From now on, I'll do things your way. Edith, could you revise the other documents in the same way for me, so that I and others can see and learn from them? Yes, Mother. Afterward, the Duchess showed it to Killian. Are you saying that Edith created all these charts by herself? Exactly. Edith is very clever. I suppose so. From a glance, I find it quite effective. We can easily extract information from it. Killian, didn't both she and you marry for political reasons? She even had to leave her family, alone in a strange place. Can't you show Edith a little sympathy? Killian frowned uncomfortably and did not respond. Suddenly the door opened, and the Viscount spoke. Excuse me. Oh, I didn't know the Duchess was here. I'll come back after everyone has finished talking.
No, you stay here, Reza. I have something to show you.
Edith, would you mind bringing me these documents in the morning? Suddenly, Killian turned to Reza. What do you think? He asked. Oh, everything my wife does is excellent. I've heard that Edith learns many things, unlike you, who had no opportunity for education at the Sinclair household. Even things she doesn't know, she can pick up much faster than you. Killian thought to himself, it's strange. Reza always helps Mother with work, as she has received guidance from both Mother and Father for the past 4 years. Yes, she's so good that I'm envious, and the fact that Reza praised her intelligence means Edith is truly very well trained. Just like the day I met her at Sistenhall, that was certainly no rumor. Afterwards, he went to see Edith. She called out in surprise. Killian, why are you here? She teased. Don't tell me it's because you miss me. I don't believe that. Are you about to tell me to say what I need to say quickly and get out of here? Yes, if I wanted you to stay longer, would you agree? You truly don't miss a single opportunity. Learn to give up. You filthy thing, she thought. Every time I see Killian, I want to tease him. You don't need to be here with me. Just don't kill me.
Anyway, I still don't understand why he came. Did Count Reigelhoff do something again? He doesn't know I was watching him during practice, does he? Otherwise, he must be unhappy about what happened yesterday with Rhys, right? And came to question me. I shouldn't have done that then. No, I need to appease him before he scolds me to death. She quickly changed the subject. The weather is nice today, isn't it? It's still early, so it's a bit chilly. Edith was about to push the door open. Killian noticed and immediately reached out to stop her. Startled, Edith asked in a trembling voice, Hey, what is it? Killian, too close, too close. Oh my, Killian spoke up, asking, My mother's fashion sense? Too luxurious and noble for a lowly person like you, isn't it? She stared blankly and replied, Huh? What the hell? For a long time, she had been known as someone who never wore the same dress twice, because that day she didn't want to order a new one. I guess it didn't suit her revealing taste, did it? I didn't buy dresses with Mother and Rhys, only because I wanted to personally change my ugly image in their eyes, and yet he can use that to humiliate me? Killian said again, If you want something, just tell me privately. I'll order it for you. She turned back angrily to reply.
Killian, you don't know anything about me. If I need clothes, I know how to call a tailor myself. Do you think I only live by relying on others? You're just looking for more reasons to hate me. Everything that is my fault. It's all my fault. I just want to be closer to everyone. Killian asked in surprise. What? Ever since this wedding, you've always blamed everything on me, only wanting to satisfy your own ego. You act as if you're the only victim. Nothing more, nothing less than a coward. Killian was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. Oh, are you aware of your position now? What right do you have to scold me and the Rudwick family like that? She immediately retorted. Who is threatening whom here? Fine then. Are you sure you're no longer associated with the Reigelhoff family? Ah, I see. To everyone here, I'm just someone with the surname Reigelhoff. She lowered her face gloomily and replied, Killian, you truly don't understand anything about me. Not even a little. He frowned and turned his face away. I heard you helped my mother a lot. Don't do anything to cause them further suspicion. That's the best advice I can give you. After Killian left, Edith slumped to the ground and mumbled, It's always like this. Yes, I'm not capable or strong enough to stay here. I'll find a way to escape this place. As Killian went outside, he pondered, What am I doing?
Perhaps it's the overpowering scent of roses filling the room. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. You really don't know anything about me, Killian, not a single thing. And I'm sure I didn't say anything out of line. From the beginning, I only saw her as Count Reigelhoff's daughter. What the hell is she talking about, not knowing anything? Everything I said was common knowledge. Why has my head been throbbing like a hammer lately? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Killian, good morning, Reza said, flashing a radiant smile, but it immediately faded. Killian, what's wrong with your face? Killian thought, noticing a delicate scent of lily of the valley, fresh and pure like wildflowers in Mao. Reza touched his forehead and said, You don't have a fever, do you? Ha, of course not. It's nothing, Reza. The overpowering scent of roses is disgusting. It's probably because I met that woman this morning that my head is hurting so much. Killian, why are you talking about Edith? Killian interrupted, asking, Have you eaten yet, Reza? He clenched his fist and thought, She's just a spy planted by Count Reigelhoff, so I don't need to think too much about it. Just then, Anna walked in. Did you call for me, miss? Anna, why don't we go out and play together? In my previous life, whenever I felt sad, I would drink a large Americano and then go for a walk, Anna replied. I will help you prepare after I inform the princess. Yes, thank you. Being stuck in a large mansion like this only makes me feel more suffocated. Come to think of it, after becoming Edith, I rarely go out. What if it makes me feel better? Where are you planning to go? Well, that's actually the question I wanted to ask Anna. To be honest, I've never been to the city center by myself. Where would be fun to go?
I suppose that would depend on what you want to do. If you're looking to buy clothes, accessories, or go out to eat and other things, Belmary Street is the suitable place. As for cultural establishments like exhibitions, opera houses, as well as banks and other service shops, they are concentrated on Dasu Street. One of the most popular types of confectionery in the capital, Paradots, is also sold on Dasu Street, such as strawberry cakes and other famous items, which are very difficult to buy and always sell out. You know a lot, don't you? In that case, could you suggest a jewelry store for me? I want to do a little shopping. Well, if it's jewelry, Kinley is a very old brand here. Dasha's recently opened, or Ruth Pecon, but it's quite far from the city center. I would like to recommend these 3 places. Edith thought to herself, Anna, let me think. She's like an encyclopedia.
The author used her as a character to convey and explain everything in the story. Suddenly, Anna called out, "Milady?" "Ah, yes, then let's go to Dasa and have a look. I want to sell some jewelry I removed from old tresses." "Yes, milady, the carriage is already waiting outside." "All right." After selling the jewelry, the shop owner said, "Thank you and see you again." Edith held the money in her hand and calculated mentally. Let's see, 4,900,000, 5,000,000, 5,100,000. I can't believe it sold for so much. Diamonds, though the smallest, are the most valuable. Didn't you say there's a bank near my? "Ah, yes, milady. All the largest banks are around here." "Well, we're finally done. I was quite worried because I didn't know how banks operated in this era, but fortunately I was able to open an account successfully without much trouble. Anyway, this world is still a society where the concept of identity doesn't exist, so there won't be any problems. Having some personal savings makes me feel more secure, because in the Duke's mansion, I never know when they might kick me out." Edith turned to Anna and said, "You did very well, Anna. I just asked you to come for a walk, but I actually have a bit of business to attend to. Now, let's go eat something delicious."
You must know many restaurants, right? Then the two of them sat down at a table in some restaurant. She thought to herself, I have a small sum of money saved. So are commoners not allowed to ride carriages, Anna? Then what kind of transportation can I use if I want to travel? Suddenly, she thought about going on a trip sometime, so she decided to ask her first to be sure. Generally, you can rent a carriage. When I get paid at the end of the month, I usually visit my family by train. Oh, can I? Regarding train tickets, they are quite expensive. Usually it's very cramped and bumpy because many people travel on it. You can imagine it as a carriage with many more cars. The nearest train station here is located south of the capital. It's 3,000 coins for an economy class car and can go up to 7,000 for business class cars, depending on their interior. And there are often insects on the train, so you have to be very careful. Edith thought to herself, I still have many questions, but she didn't know if Anna, the maid of the Rudwick household, would report every detail of their trip to them. If not, then today was quite satisfying for her. Anna asked, "Do you need anything else?" "No. Thanks to you accompanying me, I was able to do everything easily. Thank you, Anna, for helping me feel much better." "Thank you very much. After this, I'll have to investigate it myself," she thought, and then she returned to the mansion. "All right, let's see. How do I distinguish old beans from new beans?" she pondered. But even if I study these things, I'm not sure I'll be able to survive outside. It's already taken me several days to read this book." Suddenly, she paused. "Ah, Anna, what are you doing here?" "The lady is looking for you, miss. The lady said the jeweler has arrived." "The jeweler?" Edith wondered. Could it be, what day is today? It's the day Edith was humiliated in the original story. Ipad, the jeweler, who was frequently called to Duke Rudwick's mansion. This was also Edith's first official conflict in this married life. And as usual, everyone gathered around Reza.
But ironically, the female lead, Reza, noticed Edith sitting alone across from her. Wait, doesn't it suit Edith perfectly? Reza suggested a necklace to Edith, but Edith chuckled faintly and asked, "Why did you choose this design for me? Is it because you don't like it, so you're pushing it onto me? Don't tell me Reza looks down on me that much." Reza awkwardly replied, "That's not true. I just wanted to... But all the other designs are so beautiful. Please get me everything, except for that ugly necklace." Immediately, the male lead, Cliff, quickly stepped in and bought Reza on the jewelry the jeweler had brought, leaving only the necklace Reza had chosen for Edith. At this moment, the Duchess asked Reza, "This blue color really suits Reza's eyes, doesn't it?" "Yes, mother, it would be perfect with a light-colored dress. What about this pearl necklace?" Hearing this, Edith thought to herself, "The Duchess invited me here, but..." The Duchess then smiled and said, "Reza doesn't have this one yet. How about I get you the cream-colored one, and this diamond necklace too?" Normally, I would join them and offer suggestions for Reza. Reza exclaimed, "Good heavens, diamonds? Everyone bought Reza so many last time." Edith frowned, continuing her train of thought. "But the truth is, today I absolutely didn't want to come here because I hate running into Killian." He said, "Just take it, Reza. Everyone thinks it suits you." Edith was always the one left behind like this. "Look at these dazzling gemstones. How much could all of this be worth?" Reza said, "Wait a moment. Edith, did she notice I've been silent all this time? Edith, I think this necklace is very beautiful." Edith looked at the necklace, her eyes lighting up.
This is incredibly sparkly. Wow, it's beautiful. Is that a ruby?
You certainly have a good eye, my lady. That is our finest ruby. Besides the ruby, the necklace is also made of gold and crafted by our most skilled artisans. The Duchess told you to try it on, Edith. May I? But just as Edith reached out to take it, Killian stopped her. She turned to him in bewilderment, calling out, "Killian!" He took the necklace and said, "Turn around." Edith couldn't help but be surprised. Impossible. Why was he acting this way so suddenly? Then she realized, oh, because the Duchess was sitting there. He couldn't possibly displease his mother, could he? She immediately played along. "How do I look, Killian?" Killian looked a little embarrassed, then turned his face away and replied, "It's all right."
Really? Killian told me to pay for this bracelet? Yes, sir. Oh, Killian, this is the first gift you've given your wife. You truly are a wonderful husband, aren't you? As for the rest, they're for your Reza. Cliff, you can't take everything like that. Edith still needs to choose something else. No, it's all right, Mother. I don't need anything else. Reza asked in surprise. All for me? Edith replied, "This bracelet is enough." All right, then. Actually, I'm wondering how much all this jewelry would sell for if I could own it. But I don't think I can sell this particular one. That evening, Edith opened the letter. What is this? If they treated me badly in the past, why are they inviting me back now? I wonder how absolutely loyal I've been to that family since childhood. He was also the one who made me spread bad rumors about Reza. Wait, all of this was written by Count Reincarnation? Hello, Edith. Have you adapted to that place yet? Don't let your happiness make you forget your mission. I hear you were helping the Duchess and had the opportunity to access the Rudwick family's documents. Among them, if there are any documents related to arms dealing, steal them and bring them to me. If not, you can write a summary and send it to me. I await your response. How did Count Reincarnation find out I was responsible for organizing the documents? Surely there's another spy here besides me. She placed the paper on the table and hesitated. How should I reply? Dear Father, Duke Rudwick, whom I interact with daily, has been very cautious lately, more than I imagined. If you wish to overthrow the throne, you must certainly prepare very thoroughly. Besides, logically speaking, Duke Rudwick did nothing wrong from the start. The military domain is solely controlled by His Imperial Majesty. But why do you hate the Rudwick family so much? And there is absolutely no reason for Grand Duke Langston to have the right to usurp His Imperial Majesty's throne. Therefore, I hope you will reconsider and abandon your intention to rebel. Instead, I think it would be better if you allied with the Rudwick family and developed your own territory. Sincerely, Edith. Finally, I've managed to voice my innermost thoughts. Although I walked into the tiger's den alone, at least it satisfied me. I'm sure Count Reincarnation will never give up his ambitions, but that's not something this Edith Reincarnation should concern herself with. I thought everything was over, but it didn't take long for the plot to take an unexpected turn. At this moment, Duke Rudwick's face darkened. Do you only care about your father's and the Reincarnation family's interests? I ask you again, Edith, did you disclose my documents to outsiders? No, Your Grace. Do you dare swear on all of Count Reincarnation's honor? I swear on my father's honor, as well as my own honor and life. Are those still worth so much to you, after what you've done? What are you talking about? He handed the document to Reincarnation. Yes, Your Grace. Reincarnation immediately went and handed it back to Edith. No, isn't this the document you entrusted to me? Correct. Reincarnation compiled it and gave this to you. And it is a fake document. Coincidentally, your father learned of the items contained within those papers and was thoroughly tricked by me. My father? Forgive me, but I'm not clear about what you're saying, Your Grace.
I know there are other reasons why you gave me this fake document, but whatever they are, I still followed your instructions exactly and didn't leak anything. You're still very calm in this situation, aren't you? So how did information that only you knew reach Reincarnation's ears? Information only I knew? Do you mean only I knew about this stack of papers? What about Zernon, who compiled the document, as well as the others in his office? And the Duchess, Lady Rhys, also saw it. Are you trying to blame the Rudwick family? Edith Reincarnation, exactly like in the original story. Edith was never considered part of the Rudwick family. Even after marriage, you were the one who forced me to marry that bastard. She asked again, so what's Lady Rhys's name? Rhys Rudwick? The Duke angrily threatened. Watch your words. I'll repeat it one more time. The Duchess was there when I held this stack of documents, and Lady Rhys also knew. I never expected that when this happened, I would be the first to be accused. If you didn't trust me from the start, you shouldn't have faked it, and you shouldn't have entrusted me with the paperwork. Yes, I could have blackmailed Count Reincarnation into taking me home after stealing the document. Everyone was astonished to hear her say that. She thought to herself, it's so tiring, especially since I clearly did nothing. How did it end up in the Count's hands? I'm a little disappointed to see Reincarnation, whom I thought I could trust, deceive me, but honestly, I don't think Reincarnation is the culprit, and certainly not Rhys. So is there a Reincarnation spy in this mansion after all? But if there's someone capable enough to swap such important documents, then he'd have no reason to bring me here as a commodity, what with this arranged marriage. In the original story, that was clearly Edith's scheme. As soon as Edith got hold of the documents, she quickly copied them and gave them to Count Reincarnation. And the information on them was completely false, so the Rudwick family suffered no damage.
Edith was later exposed and placed under house arrest. She was officially no longer considered a daughter-in-law of the Rudwick family. From yesterday until now, no matter how I've acted, the main event hasn't changed. I, who was assigned the role of Edith, isn't that a sign that I can't reverse the tide of the original story? No matter what I do, I'll sink deeper and deeper into sin, until I die at the hands of my husband, Killian. Suddenly, Killian turned to look at Edith with a surprised gaze.
Her tears fell involuntarily due to her resentment, and she told herself, "Come on, don't cry here. Haven't I already told you? I swear on my own life, if you are certain that I did those things, then just behead me right now." Killian exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Cliff quickly said, "Father, don't you think we should gather more information? And of course, you need to make sure the suspects don't escape. All right, Edith will be confined during this time. If you are truly innocent, then you'd better pray that I find out the truth." She thought she would still be put on trial, just like in the original novel. The Duke said, "You will be under Reinan's supervision." Killian immediately said, "Let me do it," and instantly pulled Edith's hand, leading her away. "Killian, wait, follow me." Seeing Killian's action surprised everyone. The Duke let out an exclamation. "Well?" Outside, Killian yelled, "Are you crazy?" Edith calmly replied, "I wish I were crazy right now. Do you know what you just said? And do you know what Duke Axel Rudwick's name on the battlefield is? He's the Ruthless Executioner. Wow, what a wonderful nickname, isn't it? You just asked my father to behead you, knowing full well that he's someone who wouldn't hesitate to do it, even if it means beheading his own allies? So what do you want to say now? I said if I'm guilty, then execute me, didn't I? That's right, criminals must pay the price for their actions. However, the truth will soon come to light, so what's the point? They don't believe me, and you don't believe me either. No matter how innocent I am, they'll still find a way to blame me. What? Isn't that right? Suppose you were the one who gave me those fake documents, and you were also the one who leaked them to the Rigelhoff Count's family. Of course, you would also be my accomplice, perhaps even more guilty than me, because I merely arranged the documents. But then what? I'm the only one being convicted and criticized by the Duke in every way imaginable.
Killian was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists, looking at her and speaking in a firm voice. "I will not show favoritism to anyone in this investigation. I promise to conduct it with all my honor. I promise to be as fair as possible. I will not let you suffer any disadvantage. You just need to stay here, and I will keep you informed of everything happening outside. I'm not forcing you to do something you don't want to do. Besides, I don't want you to participate in the investigation. If Reza and I happen to be accomplices, would you want to expose her?" Her question left Killian standing there, bewildered and speechless. The next day in the capital, Reza stepped down from a carriage. "You've arrived, Reza." The person waving was the princess. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Reza," said Princess Catalina Iberia, the Emperor's sister, 4 years his junior, and His Highness's only living relative. The most brutal and troublesome princess in history, like a wild animal in the heart of the capital, she had the right to do anything she pleased. The Thier of all, she was the only woman in the empire who dared to cut her hair. Never wearing dresses, the princess only wore military uniforms on normal days, as well as at any other major event. The empire's obsession, whom even the emperor couldn't control. Viscounts Brandon and Cliff accompanied Reza. Reza bowed. "May I have an audience with the princess?" "Don't call me that," the princess said. "Just call me by my name. It's been a month since we last met. Don't tell me the love between us has grown cold, Reza." Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" Reza stammered. The princess was only friendly when she was with Reza. "Because," Cliff suddenly interjected, "Catalina, don't bother her. You're making Reza uncomfortable. Because Reza has completely stolen Catalina's heart," the princess declared. "Oh, it's just pleasantries," Cliff stated bluntly. "I know for sure you're not joking, right?" After that, they went inside. "Speaking of which, isn't Killian coming?" someone asked. "Did something happen?" "Killian is married," came the reply, "so he can't come with me and leave Edith." "Ah, so that's the truth," another voice remarked. "What truth? It's hard to call those two husband and wife. Isn't it just an invisible chain for the Rigelhoff family?" "So you came to tell the Emperor that, Langston and Rigelhoff, all those damn people?" "Yes, everything is still under control. In fact, she's dumber than I thought."
She has quite an alluring figure. I don't clearly remember what she's like, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't really care much about politics. At this moment, someone came to report, "His Imperial Majesty is waiting for you." Cliff then said, "As a member of the royal family, how can one not care about politics? His Majesty will surely be very surprised to hear what the princess said." "Why do you always want to bicker with me every time you come? What a scary person." I do pay attention, but the Empire situation until now, suddenly the princess put her arm around Reza's shoulder and continued, "It's still stable, I suppose. I'm going to hang out with Reza for a bit. You go deal with those troublesome matters with my brother. Oh, and I also send my congratulations to Killian." All right, Reza, I'll take you to see the horse I just bought." Cliff watched the two of them and remarked, "How interesting." Recalling earlier, "Hey, did you escort your wife to the right place?" Killian replied, "Don't say another word, I have a headache. With my mood this bad, can I really go to the palace with you?" "What? Why are you suddenly going there?" "Why not? Things aren't clear yet, and you already want to report to the Emperor? I forgot to tell him that Father is still investigating, but just answer me. I'll go with Reinen then. Is this the first time I've seen Killian react like this after what Father did to her? The scene shifts to a hospital somewhere when Suna was little. She groaned in pain. It hurts so much. Suddenly someone asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" Suna turned around and realized, "Oh, it's the girl in the bed next to me. I'm sorry, did I wake you up?" "No, I cry a lot too, just like you. Are you afraid to die?" "Even though I'm very scared, I wish I could just die right now."
Why did my parents tell me I was sick? What, otherwise I would really die? My brother was my bone marrow donor, but he honestly didn't want to. Her brother refused, saying, "No, it will hurt me too much." At that time, Suna's father advised, "It'll only hurt a little, son." But the brother heartlessly said, "Mom, you just need to let her die. So if I die, things won't go the way I won't, will they? I'm still very jealous of you. At least you have someone who's a match for your bone marrow. As for me, I want to celebrate my 20th birthday, grow my hair long again and tie it up, apply a little more lipstick and powder, and walk among a sea of people. I want to see how the world truly operates." Suna turned to look at her sister beside her, who was thin and whose arms were covered in bandages. That was just a dream. When I felt bad, she was always the one who patiently comforted me. If she had that chance, she thought she would do anything she liked. By this point, Edith, pale and still, had already shed tears. She said she was afraid of dying. But why did she walk into the operating room and leave without a word of goodbye? That's why I can't easily give up my life like that. Yes, as long as I'm still breathing, I'll do everything I can. A person's life will become easier if their outlook on life is positive.
My punishment was to be put on probation, but to me it felt like a break, a place where I could enjoy some rare peace. Of course, that is, except when Killian suddenly showed up for dinner. She asked, "What are you doing here today?" No warning, just walking in and saying, "Let's eat." "Killian, why aren't you answering me?" He has no time to respond to such trivial questions. I understand. Okay, fine. You must be very busy. She looked at Killian, thinking to herself that she still couldn't deny that even though his personality was awful, Killian was truly incredibly handsome, and he also had a great body. Could a marriage based on looks last for 3 years? Yes, she remembered reading an online post about it in her previous life.
Even though I've been married for 15 years, whenever I get angry, seeing my husband's face always calms me down a bit. After all, being handsome is still much better. I can't believe I'm now stuck in this very situation. I'm so sorry I doubted you back then, an anonymous online author. I need to focus on finishing my meal first. Eating so deliciously like this, I'll gain weight in no time. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "The taste is amazing." Killian spoke up, saying, "I am currently conducting a comprehensive investigation into the information related to the document leak. As you said, Reza will be no exception." I said in surprise, "Reza isn't allowed to participate in any investigation process, so don't worry, just eat heartily and enjoy your meal." "Of course, why not? I'm innocent, and this soup is also very delicious. I didn't leak any documents, so why shouldn't I be allowed to enjoy it?" What a shame. The soup is all gone, but there's still bread. Killian let out a sound. "Huh? What's this?" I told them to prepare an extra portion in case the food ran out. "Well, can I eat this? Do you want me to share half with you?" "I finished my meal. Thank you for the food." "You're welcome." After finishing her meal, she went to bed, thinking to herself, "Now that he's gone, this place feels strangely empty. What should I do now? There are no web novels to read either. I used to love folding origami, but it doesn't exist in this world. Anna, what are women's usual hobbies?" "Hobbies? Usually embroidery, and active women enjoy horse riding." "Wait a minute. Embroidery is a basic skill a lady needs to know, but I can't even hold a needle at this age. As for painting, it's even worse. In my previous life, my teacher asked, 'Wow, are you drawing an elephant?' 'No, it's a dog.' And horse riding? Just seeing a horse makes me scared."
She forced a smile and asked, "Any other hobbies?" Let me think. Recently, the trend of sewing clothes for wooden dolls seems to be very popular. Because it's beneficial for improving sewing skills, parents often encourage their daughters to do it. Like playing with Barbie dolls? When I was little, I wasn't allowed to play with dolls because we didn't have enough money. She asked Anna, "Where can one buy wooden dolls?" Usually they are handmade, but nowadays people can easily buy them at any store that sells them. Do you know how much they cost? Around 50,000 sous can get you a good quality one. You seem quite knowledgeable about these things, so I'll give you 200,000 sous. Could you please go buy me a wooden doll and the necessary tools to sew clothes for it? You can keep the change. My job is to follow and serve the young lady. You don't need to do that. Do you hate everything about me? Anna flinched. What? No, that's not what I meant. Calm down. I didn't mean to startle you. I knew from the beginning that Anna was assigned by the Rudwick family to monitor and report my daily activities. But despite that, like Reinen, they are among the few people who treat me very well, even though I know they gain nothing from doing so. Honestly, I'm not using that money to deliberately bribe you or anything. I just need you to treat me normally, as always, with all sincerity. Don't you want to accept it? Anna replied, looking down.
Thank you, lady. After that, Edith sat down to sew diligently. I thought I did well, but looking at the finished product I just sewed, I was utterly disappointed. This isn't very good, is it? How many times have I messed up now? Of course, the materials Anna brought me weren't shoddy. Anna, are you there? Could you get me... Wait, why is there so much? I've already bought a pair of dolls as well. The rest are needles, thread, and fabric. I also asked them to suggest some clothing designs and sketch them out for you, lady. So if you need anything else, please let me know. This is enough. Thank you very much. This time it looks better, although the stitching is still quite clumsy. It's quite an elegant hobby. I can do this. Isn't my goal now to spend money and enjoy life? More precisely, a goal I once considered a luxury has now become a reality. Compared to my previous life, I never thought I'd have the chance to live so comfortably, because I was always chasing after what they call the daily grind. Perhaps that's why, currently, I feel like I am truly myself in this body, in a strange world. It's finished. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? Although there are still many loose threads inside the dress, it looks fine from the outside. Now, you two give each other a kiss. What should I do next? Finally, I've learned how to embroider. Scene change to Marquis Sinclair's mansion. Ha 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 ha, what a surprise, Layla asked. What did she do to be placed under house arrest right after getting married? Damien replied. I heard she stole internal documents from the ducal household.
Unbelievable. Well, they must be in a hurry. I think Count Reincarnation is planning to overthrow the Duke this year. First, he's using Edith as a data source. Whether the Duke treats her well or not, she's forced to complete the task her father assigned her as soon as possible. Wait, if that's the case, how did the Count get secret information about the Duke? Lila, think about it. Would the Duke really give her such an important document? I don't think so at all. So those documents are fake. And they're trying to trap her. Exactly, Damien thought to himself. There's another piece of information they mentioned, that Killian has been taking care of Edith lately, which I find quite strange, but... Brother, so after this, should we tell the Duke that Edith is indeed a spy? We must seize this opportunity to eliminate her. No, Edith will destroy herself, so don't worry. Rather, that girl Reza is the problem. Since Killian is already married, the likelihood of Reza and Cliff becoming husband and wife has greatly increased. Are you crazy? No, not that bastard, right? She'll become the Duchess of House Rudwick? So now we need to find a solution. At this rate, when Reza completely controls Cliff,
The arranged marriage between Edith and Killian will come to an end. So what about exploiting Edith Reincarnation? What do you mean? If Killian already unilaterally hates Reincarnation, I think she also hates Reza very much. If we get a hold of both those women, won't the animosity between them become more intense, and we will eliminate both of them at once? Back with Edith at this moment, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang and a shout. Edith! She flinched, causing the needle to prick her hand. Good heavens, Killian, why did you come in without knocking? They just found a document written in your handwriting.
My father will send for you. How do you intend to explain yourself? Edith blew on her fingers and replied, Explain? Well, I'll say I'm very grateful to him for constantly blaming me for something I didn't do. Are you crazy? Do you think I'm joking? Or does Duke Rudwick look so ridiculous in your eyes? She casually replied, Yes, I still have a lot to do. In the original novel, although Edith was indeed the culprit, the Duke did not punish her at all. What the hell are you thinking? Why do I find him cute when he makes that expression? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. I apologize for interrupting. The Duke wishes to speak with Miss Edith. She looked at Rhinan, thinking to herself, Does he think I'm the culprit? Come on, Killian. Shouldn't you be gloating now that the evidence incriminating me has been found? Let's go, Rhinan. This is the document recording all the weapon items that Count Reincarnation received, in your handwriting. Well, quite a masterful copy, Edith. In any case, the Count's side has suffered a lot of damage, and it's your father's fault, so honestly, I won't punish you. Your Grace, I don't care whether my head rolls or not. Didn't I tell you it concerns my honor? Please compare the two versions directly. Compared to the documents I personally created, these suspected pieces of evidence are very crudely made. This is merely a copy made by someone with little understanding of my table creation method. You could have intentionally made it worse. Why? If I wanted to do that, I would have faked a different handwriting style from the very beginning. She turned to Rhinan and said, If you look closely, the handwriting seems slightly different. Could you go to my room and get my diary to compare it with? Only when ordered by the Duke did Rhinan agree. Go get it. Yes, Your Grace. Edith added, You can ask Anna about it. Then Rhinan turned and left. Edith pondered to herself. The table was drawn very carelessly, but a quick look revealed that the person who drew it wasn't completely ignorant of this method. It's not impossible that Duchess Rhys or someone I taught imitated my style to write this document, but why would Duke Rudwick want to investigate so deeply?
There's an easier way to conclude who the culprit is, but why do I, Edith, have to return to the original plot despite not having done anything?
At this moment, the Duke was intently comparing documents. As your Grace can see, there's a subtle difference. Please look at the character Chu Kui in the diary I wrote. It's completely different from this evidence. Therefore, this document was certainly written by someone else. Your Grace needs to catch that scurrying rat. The Duke stroked his chin, deep in thought, when Reza arrived. Your Grace, I'm here. Killian asked in surprise, why is Reza here? The Duke said, I called her at just the right time. Reza, come here. Reza, it's been 4 years since you helped Jocelyn organize the documents for Rudwick Manor.
Last time you mentioned Edith taught you how to organize information using tables, right? That's right. The Duchess is also very pleased, because it's quite an effective method. Does anyone else know about it? For this, I think we should ask the Duchess if she teaches it to her subordinates. But I'm sure Cliff and Killian also know. Besides them, I don't think anyone else does. I don't really understand this method much myself. So in conclusion, only Edith and the Rudwick family know how to create tables? Yes, perhaps so. But why are you asking me that? May I know the reason? Edith thought to herself, she doesn't understand? Clearly, I explained it to her in great detail that time. That's not your concern, the Duke said. Thank you, Reza. Thanks to you, everything has become clear. After that, Reza opened the door and left. The Duke looked at Edith and said, How strange, Edith. She asked, Is that your clarity? Overwhelmed with disappointment, she still denied it to the very end. Clearly, this is a completely different table from the ones I usually draw. The handwriting isn't mine either. I've proven it to you with all the ability I have, and yet it's still not as trustworthy as Reza's words. In the original story, I don't clearly remember how Reza accused me, but if I were a fair person, I would definitely present more concrete evidence. It's just that I have a feeling this incident was very well orchestrated by someone. Although I don't have anything clear to prove it, neither does Reza. Wait a minute, my diary. She turned to look at Killian. Good heavens, I can't believe you're brazenly reading someone else's diary. It's truly impossible to be gentle with you at all. No, I was just... Suddenly, the Duke called out, Edith?
You're right, I don't have clear evidence to accuse you. I will temporarily suspend the investigation into this matter and lift your restriction order. Stepping outside, Killian said, I still can't trust you. I knew it. It has always been this way and always will be. But it's not for no reason that we suspected you. You're from the Reincarnation family, after all. Do you remember how many times I've told you I'm no longer associated with them? I still think something is amiss. How can I believe you're not involved in your father's schemes? What? At that moment, many scenes suddenly flashed through my mind. Of course, Edith was someone willing to seduce other men to steal information. In the original story, she ruined countless parties hosted by the Rudwick family, causing numerous marriages of other noble families to fall apart. That also explains why... Suddenly, Killian said, I'll take you back to your room. A moment later, they arrived. She entered the room and closed the door. So much had happened, although somehow I felt relieved. As expected, I was still not as important as Reza. Suddenly, Reza's voice rang out from outside.
Killian, why are you here? Can I know what just happened? Edith is suspected of stealing internal documents from the Rudwick family. Do you mean the documents on the Duke's desk? But Edith would never do that. I also wish I could believe her, but there's no credible evidence, and it's a bit confusing for me. Oh my goodness, I clearly didn't need to eavesdrop to know what Killian was thinking. Reza then said, what I said led to Edith being accused, didn't it? But I was just explaining to the Duke what I knew. Killian replied, don't do that anymore. What? Reza asked. Killian continued, but anyway, my family has decided to overlook it, so don't talk to me about this issue anymore. I don't want you involved, okay? With that, Killian quickly ran off. At this moment, he recalled entries from Edith's diary. This morning, I hid behind a tree and watched Killian. His face and physique truly shone. Thinking back, I feel so fluttered. I clearly like Killian more than Cliff. But that's not all. When Reza walked by, Killian saw her and smiled at her. I thought I had gone blind. I don't understand why he never smiles at me like that. Killian gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, what good would it do if I smiled at her?
Killian ran to find his brother. Cliff, I need to clarify this. He looked at Killian, smiled, and said, oh, why does my little brother look so angry? Is my dear little brother still having a headache? Stop talking and follow me. The next morning, Edith stood in front of the Duchess's room. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Come in. I've been waiting for you, Edith. I heard something big happened yesterday. Because of that, you must be in great emotional pain right now, aren't you? Your Grace, I never stole any documents. I know you'll never believe me, but I'll accept being grounded again if you force me to. I will risk my life to prove it. I truly will. Suddenly, the Duchess took her hand and said, I believe you. I know it's very difficult for you, but I believe in you, Edith. I've seen how much effort you've put in to help me. I've seen how hard you've tried to change people's prejudices about you. How could I not sympathize? I've been through this myself. No matter who committed this unforgivable act, I, as your mother, know very well that it certainly wasn't you, my dear. Hearing her words, Edith was deeply moved and burst into sobs. She replied amidst her sobs,
Yes, Mother. The truth is, in the Reincarnation family. At this point, our mind suddenly became dizzy. With pain like shards piercing her, she silently cried out, "Why?" Outside the training ground, someone announced, "Sir Cliff, Sir Killian, Lady Edith has fainted." "What? What did you say?" "I heard she suddenly collapsed while talking to the Duchess in her office." At that moment, the lady, Killian snorted, quickly put on his coat and left. Inside the room, the doctor said it seemed the lady had fainted from exhaustion. "Has Lady Edith shown any signs of mental fatigue or lack of vitality recently?" "There's nothing serious, Your Grace. We just need to wait for her to wake up. Currently, the lady needs to rest to recover." Killian sat watching Edith, lost in thought.
Even when standing before her father, she remained resilient and fiercely refuted everything at all costs. But how much must Edith have cried for her eyes to be so swollen? Edith Riegelhoff, who always held her head high with pride, cried until she fainted? Then Anna led the doctor away, inviting her to go this way. Killian spoke up, asking the Duchess, "What did you and she talk about?" "I know you won't believe her, but she insisted to me that she never revealed that document. She also told you that before, so I said, I always trust her." "What?" the Duchess repeated. "I said I always trust Edith." As soon as I finished speaking, she burst into tears. Feeling like no one trusted her, she said, "Thank you, Mother. That's what Edith told me." Killian recalled Edith's words from before. "I can't trust you. I know full well. It's always been like this and always will be." His face darkened. "I feel myself." "Edith," the Duchess asked in alarm. "Killian, what's wrong with you?" "Oh my goodness. Anna, come here." Killian propped himself up and stood. "Oh, it's nothing. I've just had a bit of a headache lately. I'm going to rest." As Killian turned to leave, he ran into Reza. "Killian, I came because I heard Edith fainted." "Killian, why is your face so pale?" Killian thought to himself, "My dear Reza, her hand carried the faint scent of lily of the valley. Why hasn't this headache gone away yet?" Suddenly, Killian grabbed Reza's hand. Startled, she looked at him and called out, "Killian, I'm fine. Rise, I'm sorry, but I need to rest for a bit." At this moment, a light suddenly flashed across Edith's face, and she opened her eyes, her expression darkening. Choi Sunya stood dumbfounded, wondering, where am I? Everything was pitch black. Had she died again? No, I had only just cried a little, when suddenly a system panel appeared. Edith Riegelhoff could only break the rules when she met 3 conditions. She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? 3 levels? Conditions? What are those, and what do they mean?" But her questions received no reply. Suddenly, the system panel pulled her in with a powerful force. She only managed to cry out, "Wait, you have to tell me what the conditions are." Outside, Edith also jolted awake. "Good heavens!" Anna quickly called out, "Milady, you're awake!" Edith looked at her trembling hands and murmured, "What was that?" "Milady, you've been in a coma for 2 days." 2 days? Was it because that day I tried to tell the princess about it? Edith, full of doubt, spoke to Anna once more. "Anna, the truth is, the Riegelhoff family..." At this point, Edith cried out in pain. "Ah! I'm sorry, my throat is a bit sore. Could you bring me a glass of water?" "Yes, milady." "Oh, and perhaps..." "No, never mind." When I first woke up in Edith's body, I thought that even though I was playing the role of the villainess, I would still have a happy love story of my own. I tried to behave kindly and properly.
Unlike the typical novel trope, I wished to build a small family with my husband and become close friends with the original female lead. I thought I would win his heart, but I didn't. After my dreams were shattered, I decided to have a new life. I resolved to give up on winning Killian's love and live a peaceful life as a nominal daughter-in-law of the ducal family. However, contrary to my wishes, the flow of the original story continued steadily, and no matter how hard I tried to change it, the outcome I received was still the same as in the original work.
It was as if some power had intervened and held that flow fixed. Edith Riegelhoff could only break the rules once she met 3 conditions. From the very beginning, I was the only one deluding myself. I could not and would never change the outcome, because Edith and we are not the main characters in this story. Edith Riegelhoff was a villainess, merely a supporting character, with not much screen time in the novel. Just a supporting character, with a predetermined fate of being executed by her own husband. For Edith, it was now only a matter of time. What was the next event? Ah yes, that's right, that's it. Let's go. The novel stated, Edith, who had just been questioned about daring to leak internal documents, that night she entered Killian's bedroom to try and seduce him and secretly placed a kiss on his lips while he slept, a feigned love. Ever since their forced marriage, he had never stopped resenting her, because Killian always clearly showed his disgust whenever she was near. I knew, and I always regretted this. He lay sleeping peacefully, like a slumbering god. My favorite character in this novel was actually sleeping in front of me, and he was also the man I had fallen in love with. So after tonight, he would surely despise me even more. That's fine, that way I wouldn't be bothered by him anymore. And then she leaned down and gently kissed Killian's forehead. Now when Killian woke up, I would be met with a look of contempt. Suddenly Killian grabbed her hand. Don't pretend to be surprised like that. This isn't the time for acting. Are you that desperate for affection? No, I just... Still trying to play your role to the end? Killian pulled her forcefully onto the bed. Then tonight, the venomous snake of the Reincarnation family must try to satisfy me. Perhaps I'll change my mind about you. Wait, just a moment, Killian. If it were me, would you accept? Killian froze. She wasn't Reza. He had sworn to always dedicate his heart to Reza, and now he was getting entangled with this woman. Even though this was just an arranged marriage, from the very beginning I truly didn't expect anything from my husband. Killian lifted her chin. That's not what I was referring to. You provoked me first. Who was it that snuck into my room in the middle of the night?
Killian gently kissed her lips. The room held only the two of them when he uttered words of contempt. My wife must be quite lustful every time she sneaks a peek at it, mustn't she? He took her hand and pressed it against his firm chest. Take advantage of this opportunity to touch it with your own hands. Edith suddenly remembered. That's right, my diary. It's not what you think. I didn't. Her hand trembled as it lightly stroked that firm skin. Satisfied now? She stammered. What? Oh, well, yes. Killian unexpectedly leaned down and kissed Edith's neck. He thought to himself, Edith Reincarnation can be this cute sometimes? Clearly, she's deliberately trying to drive me crazy. The next morning, Edith thought to herself, I did it.
Killian told the servant, once the bath is ready, you may leave. I want to be alone today. Yes, young master. Killian turned to Edith and asked, Are you all right? Then immediately picked her up. I can walk, don't trouble yourself. Edith said, If the water's too hot, just tell me. That's fine, she thought. The first night I met you, you seemed to be dozing off in the bathtub, didn't you? It seems you really enjoy taking baths. I guess so. Seriously, regarding yesterday's events, even if it was an unintended incident caused by Killian's anger, I thought he would immediately regret it the moment he saw my face this morning. Not only his first kiss, but also the chastity he had always preserved for Reza was taken by me in a moment when both of us were tempted by desire. No, from the start, Killian showed no signs of being charmed by me at all. Was he pitying me? Or perhaps, at this moment, Killian realized that Reza's affections had completely shifted towards Cliff, and he saw me as a substitute. Suddenly, Killian said, It's been a long time since I felt this way, so I apologize for being quite rough and exhausting you.
You'd best rest for the next few days. Instead of the cold gaze he had on our wedding night, his eyes and voice were now so gentle that I couldn't have imagined it even in my dreams. I don't know if I can try to win his affection again. Killian, who had held me so continuously and called my name so tenderly. Indeed, after that she went back to her room and repeatedly pressed her hands against her face. Noticing Anna's gaze, she chuckled and said, Oh, it's nothing, Anna. I need to sober up and think this through. After last night I had a dream. The first condition to break the barrier has been met. With each condition fulfilled, the author's power will be diminished. The first condition was met. Does it have anything to do with the 3 conditions I saw when I fainted the other day? Oh well, even if I ask, no one will answer me. What exactly is the first condition? Suddenly a sound rang out. Ding. Edith asked in surprise, What's that sound? Lines of text appeared from the system. First exceptional condition. Successfully completed what the original Edith could not. Edith's eyes immediately widened in shock. This system clearly knows that I transmigrated into this novel, and it is the duty of people like me to never follow in the footsteps of the original character. Acting contrary to the original, isn't that very difficult? She hypothesized. There are some strange things about this. Because I met the first condition, the system said the author's power has been reduced. Power, the ability to increase or decrease someone's authority over something. In other words, it means there is an entity holding power in this world. Edith wondered to herself, is it God? Or the first person born here? Thinking this, Edith shook her head, muttering inwardly, It's too vague. I can't conclude anything with this meager information. This novel was finished ages ago, so what's the benefit of the author's power being reduced? If power is being reduced, then in what aspect am I affected and by how much? Since the first day I transmigrated, what factor has affected me the most?
The chapters, my personality, or the flow of the plot, or perhaps all of these factors. Where is the one truly in control, after all? She wondered to herself, but fortunately, she also realized something quite important. I came to the realization that I could go in a different direction than the original. It's still too early to give up on this life, isn't it? Sunlight streamed into the room, and Edith thought, I don't know how Killian will behave in the next chapter. First, I need to check. Edith immediately went to find Jocelyn, knocking on the door of her study. Mother, it's me, Edith. Jocelyn was greatly surprised by her appearance. She rushed over and clasped Edith's hands anxiously. Oh, Edith, are you feeling better now? Outwardly, Edith smiled politely and replied, I'm fine now, Mother. I'm sorry for making you worry. But in her head, she thought,
Actually, I'm still quite troubled by one thing. Duchess and Duke Rudwick recently visited the Imperial Palace. Perhaps it was to discuss the next move of Duke Langston and the Vigelhop family. I'd best not mention this matter.
Jocelyn sighed. The Duke is also very worried about you. I think he was a bit too harsh on you this time. Please understand. After all, my husband has long been accustomed to fighting on the battlefield, so his tone can be a bit rough. Edith thought, but he questioned Reza very gently. Then she said, a serious case like this involving the Rudwick family, it's impossible not to be angry, Mother. I understand that very well, so you don't need to worry too much. Jocelyn let out a sigh. Thank you for overlooking it. Then the two of them sat down at the table. Jocelyn asked her curiously, so what do you plan to do in the future? You don't have to help me organize documents anymore, if you don't want to. Edith pursed her lips and thought to herself, of course, if I continue to do this, there will certainly be whispers and gossip about me. A daughter-in-law who is no longer trusted by her husband's family, yet still brazenly touches confidential documents. Actually, I don't care much, because I don't like doing nothing at all. After considering it back and forth, she smiled and said, if you're comfortable with it, Mother, I would like to continue assisting the Rudwick family in some way. However, given the current situation, it's possible that the person who framed me might do something similar again. Could you assign a trustworthy person to supervise me? As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Jocelyn's expression. Ah, you don't look too well, Mother. In that case, Jocelyn shook her head. No, I understand you want to work in a place safe enough to avoid further misunderstandings. To be honest, I've been thinking about this too.
Coincidentally, Rhiannon Filch was in need of an assistant. Edith was a little surprised. If it was Rhiannon, apart from the Rudwick family, he was the only one who knew about the document theft. The papers she received were also prepared by him. Along with Anna, Rhiannon was one of the few people who treated her without any prejudice. She didn't think she should think ill of him. Suddenly, Jocelyn asked, You've interacted with Rhiannon many times, haven't you? What's your opinion of him? Yes, very good, Mother. She wondered, what was Rhinannon's expression the last time I saw him? Suddenly, she stared blankly at the man in front of her. Rhiannon sat quietly, with a thick stack of documents on the table. You're here. Edith secretly glanced at him and thought, yes, a perpetually emotionless person. Would he want to work with me? Then she walked over and smiled awkwardly at him. Starting today, I'll be assisting Rhiannon. Rhiannon said nothing and slowly stood up. What can I do for you? Rhiannon brought a box full of messy papers in front of her. First, I want you to sort these receipts by year. Edith obediently took them, picking one up to examine. Receipts? But why are they like this? Rhiannon, though angry, calmly explained. This is the mess my former assistant left behind. He claimed I disrespected him, so he threw these receipts onto the floor and quit. Her face stunned. Edith's voice couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He dared to do that with important documents belonging to the Rudwick family? Rhiannon shrugged. And surprisingly, he wasn't punished at all. Finishing his sentence, Rhiannon suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared intently at her, much to Edith's bewilderment.
He frankly admitted, Don't expect me to be kind to you. You'll regret working with me in no time. Edith didn't respond, but silently encouraged herself. Let's get to work, Edith. A moment later, Rhiannon was busy writing in ledgers. On the other side, Edith was also not idle. She examined the paper in her hand, but didn't forget to glance around the room. Why is it so quiet around here? Occasionally, there was only the scratching sound of a quill pen on paper, or the rustle whenever Rhiannon turned a new page. The gentle afternoon sunlight illuminated the room, creating a truly peaceful and serene feeling. Rhiannon suddenly stood up, startling her. He stood before her desk and said, We'll stop here for today. Good heavens, is it that late already? She thought. Wait a moment so I can mark the things I've sorted. A few minutes later, Edith handed the box of papers back to him. Thank you for your help. He nodded, looking satisfied, and said, You've also done very well, miss. She thought, Rhiannon, I actually don't ask you to treat me kindly. She herself had been thinking about what happened before. In her previous life, she had always been shunned and ostracized by her superiors and colleagues. They paid no attention to someone like her. She was considered a woman with no social skills, simply because her work ability was rated very low.
I only have two requests for Rhiannon, transparency and fairness. And for me, Rhiannon has always had both of those, hasn't he? Saying that, she winked and smiled at him. Then Rhiannon took the box of papers from her hand. Edith turned and left, waving goodbye. I hope we can work together very well in the future. As soon as she left the room, she saw her maid. Have you been waiting long for me, Anna? Anna respectfully shook her head and replied, Not at all, miss. Inside the room, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Rhinannon's cold face. He turned to look in the direction Edith had just left. Then Rhiannon unexpectedly appeared in a luxurious room. His voice rang out. The young master called for me. Cliff smirked as he looked at him, his face full of curiosity. I apologize for inviting you here, knowing you are very busy. It's just that I heard you will be supervising Edith's work starting today. Killian and Reza simultaneously turned their eyes towards Rhiannon. Rhinannon's face was calm as he listened to Cliff ask, How do you find her performance? Hearing this, Killian secretly wondered, Is she being supervised?
After that incident, she still wants to help her parents, even though I understand she made the request first, but wait, why am I calling her she like that? More importantly, why am I thinking about her? Killian immediately cursed himself silently. My brain is really something. Rhinan replied seriously. Miss Edith handled the documents I gave her very well, and I also made sure the documents weren't leaked. More accurately, Miss Edith helped me a great deal today.
Cliff shook his head. I understand, but what I mean is, how do you find her demeanor? Is she suspicious? Rhinan honestly replied, she's only worked half a day, so I can't draw any precise conclusions yet. My work environment is quite boring, but surprisingly, she did an excellent job without any complaints. Very focused, as if she was born to do that job. Quick-witted, intelligent, and very understanding, but above all, she's very patient. Even Killian was surprised by Rhinan's assessment. According to Killian, Cliff wasn't very trusting. Oh, she must have tried very hard for you to like her, huh? Rhinan calmly shook his head in disagreement. No, that's just my assessment of her after one workday. Cliff shrugged. All right then, I'll invite you over sometimes. Just don't let your guard down around her. In the mansion's hallway, Killian left in a troubled mood, recalling the earlier conversation. When Rhinan left, Reza couldn't hide her admiration and exclaimed, Oh, this is the first time I've seen Rhinan praise anyone. To win Rhinan's favor after just one day, Edith must be quite good. Hearing this, Killian paused. Cliff said, Reza, do you mean Rhinan likes Edith? Reza angrily yelled, Cliff, you two are saying such unpleasant things.
Cliff said again, Not again, is it? Rhinan is still single anyway. If the two of them liked each other, Count Roger Hop couldn't do anything about it. Sounds interesting, he said, his eyes deliberately glancing at Killian. However, we would suffer a great loss if we lost someone like Rhinan. But Killian, you don't care about her, do you? Killian gave a forced smile and replied, Probably that's what you think. Rise couldn't even sway the unyielding Rhinan. How could Edith? Cliff's self-questioning and self-answering annoyed Rise, who stopped him. Hey, Cliff, let's drop that topic. Killian walked silently down the corridor. Then suddenly he unexpectedly turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Killian told himself, that couldn't possibly happen, could it? His soldier unexpectedly approached and announced, Young master, the carriage is ready. Killian nodded. I'll be right out. You go ahead. Suddenly, Killian compared her and Rise. Clearly, Edith and Rise possessed two different kinds of beauty. He wondered to himself, she's a mature and charming woman. I wonder what she's doing now. With that thought, he immediately knocked on Edith's bedroom door. But he waited, and she didn't come to open the door. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling him. Oh, the door's open. A sweet scent wafted into his nostrils, instantly making him freeze on the spot. It was the scent of roses. As if enchanted, he strode into the room. He then looked around and called out loudly, Is anyone here? Suddenly, he noticed a pair of dolls cuddling together. Killian was stunned. What is this? He stared at the two dolls as if he couldn't believe his eyes.
How could this be? Suddenly, Edith lunged forward, pushing the pair of dolls away from his sight. She burst into laughter to hide her embarrassment. Why are you here? I was just sewing clothes for them because I had nothing else to do. It's so embarrassing that you saw them. Wait, why did you enter my room without my permission? To Killian's bewilderment, she ordered Anna, put them away quickly. After that, the room became quiet again. The two sat silently opposite each other. How have you been lately? Edith broke the gloomy silence, but Killian was thinking, I'm sitting on her bed. He composed himself a little before asking her, Are you doing well these days? She scratched her head. Edith racked her brain for a topic of conversation, then chuckled and said casually, Oh, thanks to my stepmother. I'm her assistant now. She thought about her busy work and felt like crying tears of frustration. Sir Rhinan, you know, right? She thought. Of course he must know. He's the Duke's closest confidant, after all. Killian said, Yes, the Filch family has always been vassals of the Duke. Initially, Viscount Filch worked for my father. After my father handed over authority to us, his son, Viscount Rhinan, replaced him and worked at the mansion. Rhinan and I grew up together since childhood. Rhinan would sit leaning against a tree reading, while Killian and Cliff enthusiastically practiced sword fighting. At that time, Killian was constantly defeated by his older brother.
Killian turned away and said, You should focus on practicing more. Killian then turned to Rhinan and asked, Aren't you going to practice your sword? All day long you just sit and read, don't you get bored? If you'd like, I'll spar with you. He's like my friend, Edith thought to herself. So that's the kind of person Rhinan is. Clearly Rhinan is a minor character I've never encountered in the novel, yet he plays such an important role with my husband. So this world has more characters than in the novel? It seems to have more depth. But ever since that day, Killian hadn't come to see her. So why did he suddenly appear and say these things to her? It seems you're wondering why I'm here, aren't you? I'm about to go inspect the Ryzen region, Edith thought to herself. Ryzen. Ryzen is a northern region very far from the capital, taking several days to reach by horse. It is one of Duke Rudwick's estates. This territory was given to Killian, the second son, who could not inherit the title of Duke of the Rudwick family. Suddenly, Killian asked, "I'll be away from home for a while. Would you like to come with me?" Edith, bewildered by Killian's question, replied, "Me? Go with you to Risen?" Afterwards, Killian went outside and recalled Edith's words. "Ha, what a joke. Even if they're just empty words. Thank you. Travel safely." Killian thought to himself, "I must be crazy." "Young master, the Duke is waiting outside." "I know. I'm coming." At this moment, Edith was tidying up her documents. "That's enough for today." Suddenly, she asked in surprise, "Why are you looking at me like that, Reinen?" "It's nothing. More importantly, the Duchess said to come see her after you finish work today." "Oh, thank you. I'll go now." As soon as Edith left, Reinen stood up and approached Edith's desk.
Picking up an open document, one couldn't help but be surprised. Had she already arranged it so meticulously in such a short time? The lady smiled and said, "Next month is Countess Armenia's charity fair, so starting tomorrow, we will host embroidery gatherings at our house. Would you like to attend?" Edith thought, so the charity fair plotline was about to begin. When the fair was held for fundraising, the items elegant métis displayed were primarily embroidery works. Embroidery was considered one of the feminine virtues in the context of this novel. This was an excellent opportunity to showcase one's brilliant talent, so before the fair, noble girls would seek out embroidery gatherings regardless of age.
Considering Duke Rudwick's family's position among the Imperial faction's noble houses, it was only natural for the Duchess to host an embroidery gathering. At this, Reza shyly spoke up, "But my skills aren't very good. I'm afraid I'll just cause unnecessary trouble." The Duchess replied, "What trouble? Why are you worrying so needlessly?" Edith continued to ponder. The problem was that she absolutely lacked the skill to participate in such an event. Earlier, she had asked Anna, "Is this really that difficult?" She secretly urged herself to refuse quickly, then spoke, "Thank you for the invitation, Mother, but I mean—" Before she could finish, Reza interjected, "If Edith joins too, then perhaps I'll have the courage." The Duchess immediately brightened. "That's right. There's no need to feel pressured, Edith." Edith helplessly thought to herself, "All right, even if I do better than the protagonist, I'll just face more difficulties. In that case, I'll just participate." Afterward, Reza held a piece of fabric in her hand, and Edith secretly thought, "And she said she was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble." Everyone gathered around Reza. "Did you make this yourself? It's so beautifully woven. You even know how to use a loom? How skilled!" Edith secretly wondered, but did Reza do that in the original story? Suddenly, Reza called out, "Ah, Edith, what are you planning to do?"
I'm thinking about whether to make a handkerchief. I think I'm the only one who doesn't know how to embroider." Then Edith sat intently looking at the drawing, hesitating over the color choices. When she considered using this color for the body, Reza suggested, "How about this color instead? If the body is pink and the wings are yellow, it would surely be very cute." "So you came here because you pitied me for being alone? What should I say?" The lady walked over and exclaimed, "Oh my, this drawing is similar to what my granddaughter made last year. If it's completed, it will surely be beautiful." "That's right. I also remember that handkerchief. How old is Lady Lalissa this year?" "She's 16. She's become a young lady so quickly." "So she made that handkerchief when she was 14, didn't she? She was just a little girl then, and now time has passed so quickly." Edith was at a loss for words. Are they now treating this as a drawing that children usually make? How childish. She said, "Thank you for the advice, Reza, but I'm making this while thinking of Killian. Killian's eyes truly have a beautiful color. Isn't it because his eyes resemble the Duke's? Oh dear, you really are. I'm so embarrassed, so please don't tell Killian, Mother. Newlywed life is truly wonderful. Ho ho." The scene shifts to the Risen region. How is it, Killian? Although it's a bit far from the capital, the Duke said it's very rare to find a territory with such great development potential. Actually, a 10-day journey by carriage isn't that far. If traveling by horse, it would take less than a week.
Killian thought to himself, "This is indeed a much better territory than I imagined. If it were given to me, it would no longer be under the Duke's ownership, and I'm concerned about what would become of it. The castle was also in decent condition, as it has been managed by the same person for a long time. The interior decoration is rough, lacking luxury items, but if I return to the capital, I'll have to find a skilled furniture maker first. That's right, since she comes from Reigelhof, a place with nothing but money, she probably won't be able to tolerate an old castle. Since she was born and raised in the capital, that might not be the only issue." After thinking, Killian asked, "College colder does it get in winter?" "A bit colder than the capital. The issue is the snowfall, which is heavier than what the air temperature suggests. However, there have never been any avalanches or isolated territories." "That's fine then." The Duke looked at Killian and said, "You seem very pleased." "Yes, it's quite good. There are many young people, so it would be very good to develop industries other than agriculture. If a road were built across the Filiac Mountains, it could become a hub for merchants traveling throughout the empire. That's what I mean. Are you satisfied with this?" Killian hesitated. Me? What if I'm not satisfied? Should I ask for more territories? Or a higher title? Or should I ask father for my brother's position? The Duke, stunned, called out, Killian. Killian continued, should I ask father to make me the heir and become the next Duke? What is the reason you're only asking me that question now, even though I've done everything according to your will? What is this? Marriage? What do you mean by that? Your Grace, the first and last thing I desired, you have cruelly trampled upon. What a foolish thought. I am very satisfied. You don't need to worry about me. If you have granted me the title, I will come down here and start managing the territory immediately. If you intend to turn this place into a commercial center, perhaps the territory's security needs to be strengthened first. If people from other regions are marginalized, crime will also increase. Yes, Your Grace.
The scene shifts to the charity fair, where someone shouts loudly, "Submit items for the charity fair on this side." Reza comments that it's truly a large scale, with so many diverse items visible. That's right, it seems like there's a smell of baked goods over there, isn't there? Edith, look over there, it seems our work is over there. Edith secretly thinks with exasperation, "What do you mean it'll be fine, Anna, you gentle liar?" Oh dear, it seems someone has already claimed this one. It even has a ribbon tied to it. It's already sold? Today's charity fair seems to be very competitive, doesn't it? Edith shrilly thinks, "That's right, and our male lead is just looking for an opportunity to claim her work. Let's see, maybe I should make way for him? Reese, let's go look at other items over there." Ah yes, let's do that. Well, feel free to claim Reese's work, Cliff.
I'm certainly not ashamed to see my handkerchief among masterpieces. Edith asked Reza, which pastry do you like? I'll buy it for you. Suddenly, chatter erupted behind the two of them. It's been a long time since I came to the capital, but truly I can't adapt to recent high society. Oh my goodness, what era is this where an illegitimate child can disrupt a charity fair? Oh my goodness, even so, you should be careful with your words. Now that illegitimate child is living as a guest of Duke Rudwick's household. She is loved dearly by everyone within and outside the ducal household. Edith thought to herself, whether in her previous life or here, there were always shameless people everywhere. Deliberately speaking in front of everyone for all to hear, they continued to whisper. If it's Duke and Duchess Rudwick, then they are truly noble people. Aren't they just raising her like a pet? Suddenly, Edith spoke up. It's true, I can't adapt to high society lately, Reza. These words startled Reza, and Edith continued. I mean those country bumpkins from the countryside who are disrupting the fair without any tact. I don't know how far they've come from the countryside, and I don't even recognize their faces. If you can't even recognize Countess Bryn, shouldn't you reevaluate your education and understanding, Miss Edith Jory Hope?
He just changed my surname. You better check your own understanding before blaming others. Just look at how you're picking a fight with someone who's minding their own business. It shows your basic manners. The Countess frowned and said, though I heard rumors that the ducal family recently acquired an unloved daughter-in-law, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Now that I look again, that illegitimate child seems even better. At least it seems to know its place. To be in a position where one must be mindful of a woman's reputation and still be worse than that illegitimate child? What does that even mean? If this matter were to reach young Master Cliff's ears now, who knows what would happen to the Bryn earldom? She sneered. Lord Killian is truly pathetic. Edith thought to herself, go ahead and gloat. Suddenly, Reza tugged at Edith's sleeve and mumbled, I'm truly sorry, Edith. Are they acquaintances of yours? Yes, that's Countess Sinclair's friend, and because of me, even Edith has to hear such harsh words. Don't mind it, Reza. I don't feel inferior to them at all, so I just speak my mind. Thinking back, at this point the original story had already passed its 4th volume. Suddenly, everyone surrounded Reza. Oh my, Lady Reza gets more beautiful every time we meet, doesn't she? I also just saw your work at the fair.
How can she be so charming? This was when Reza's reputation became polarized. Edith sat alone, feeling so bored. Reza happily chatted with everyone. My abilities are still very lacking. What shortcomings? It seemed even the new Duchess already considered Lady Reza her daughter-in-law. It appeared they didn't even see the real daughter-in-law, which was me. As for me, even if I'm scorned, it's fine. Suddenly, Reza exclaimed, Killian, you're back? I just got back. Edith wondered, if I greet him, will he snub me? But if I don't greet him, rumors will start again. Suddenly, Killian frowned, looking at her, and she quickly approached. Oh no, you're back. I almost said I missed him. Seeing Killian look without responding, she asked, why are you looking at me like that? Yes, I'm back. Nothing happened while I was gone, did it? What do you mean nothing happened? I was just a little bored. Why? Is it because I wasn't here? Ha, really? Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Actually, I've been very busy with embroidery, despite my many shortcomings. Killian said, it seems so. What was that? Wait a moment. Please excuse me while I fix my makeup and come back. I drank iced tea earlier because I was so bored. I'll be right back. As she walked away, she thought, if it just ended like this, it would have been a perfect day.
Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the door. He quickly grabbed Edith's hand. Startled, she cried out, Who is it? Who else could it be? Have you already forgotten my voice, Edith? She gasped in surprise. Shane Reincarnation? Oh my, I forgot the Reincarnation family could also be here. Shane asked, what exactly is going on with you? Are you being monitored by the Rudwick family? I thought you were crazy when I received your letter asking me to abandon my plan to attack the Rudwick family, and right after that, you sent documents related to weapons, but those documents were fake. They gave you fake documents to probe you, didn't they? Is it because you're being monitored that you deliberately sent that fake letter? That's why I say, if you're going to use your brain, you should use it properly. Why would you? Edith cut him off. It seems you're misunderstanding something. The warning I wrote in the letter was real. Documents related to weapons? When did I send those? Exactly who did you receive them from? That... Edith pulled her hand away from him. I didn't send that. Meanwhile, Killian was secretly growing impatient. It's really late. She said she'd be right back, but it's been a while. He glanced over at Reza, who was still happily chatting with everyone. Was Edith hurt because they only wanted to impress Reza? But just a moment ago, he recalled Edith defending Reza. He thought, I mean, those country folk from the rural areas are disrupting the fair without any tact. It was as if she didn't care at all about other people's attitudes.
Phew, even if she says that, she's still living a life scorned by her husband. I heard this was a forced marriage by Count Reincarnation. Lord Killian is truly pitiful, isn't he? Killian used his hand to knock over the glass of water on the table, then stood up and left. Oh my, Lord Killian is here too? Oh my goodness, he's grown up to be so handsome. Duchess Rudwick also. Killian turned back and excused himself, saying, my hands are sticky. Seeing the table was soaked, they replied, ah, yes. Killian then looked for the restroom, wondering, is the restroom in this direction? Suddenly he stopped short when he saw Edith and Shane Reincarnation. He couldn't clearly hear what they were saying. He only caught fragments. In our family. That's right, but it's not necessarily like that. After saying that, Edith gloomily walked past Shane. Edith closed her eyes, her frustration evident. Killian silently wondered, what were they talking about? When she came out, she also met Killian. Why were you gone for so long? Ah, because the mansion is so beautiful. I kept admiring the scenery. Sure enough, she wouldn't tell the truth. But then she asked, don't tell me you deliberately came looking for me? What's wrong? Did that alone make you stirred? Of course, the fact that someone cared about my disappearance moved me so much.
Killian was stunned. Why did she have that expression? Suddenly, she heard an announcement. All donated items were sold out at high prices at this year's fair. Oh, it seems it's already over. Sold out? If so, someone must have bought my handkerchief, right? The announcement rang out again. We will convey everyone's warm hearts to each orphanage. Who bought it, I wonder? I was worried it would be left over until the end, but it's truly fortunate. Hearing that, Killian fell silent in thought. Then the Duchess said, listen, Killian, let's see. Do you know what color the bird Edith embroidered on the handkerchief is? That's why it's the color of your eyes. Killian asked in surprise. Huh? The child said she was thinking of you while embroidering the handkerchief, and she even told me not to tell you. How truly adorable. Killian clutched the handkerchief in her pocket and thought, that's just a trick to show off in front of Mother, because if an item from the Rudwick household were left over until the very end, it would be very embarrassing, so that's right, that's why I bought this handkerchief. After that, when Edith returned to the mansion, she heard a desperate scream. Milady! Edith asked in bewilderment. What on earth is this? Seeing him furiously angry when I said the letter was real, I knew this wouldn't be the end, but the maid cried desperately, continuously calling, Milady! She spoke up asking, now, what happened so suddenly without warning? Shane looked apologetic. I am terribly sorry for causing such a commotion, but ever since Edith was married here, the Count's family has been unable to stop worrying about her. Sophia, Edith's personal maid, has been very concerned about her. We heard she's under pressure at the Duke's residence, unable to even attend her friends' tea parties. Edith thought to herself, I refused all invitations because I was afraid of causing trouble, yet he interpreted it that.
She immediately retorted, pressure? What pressure? What are you talking about? Outwardly, he feigned concern. My poor little sister. But inwardly, he cursed. You foolish idiot. Just because you said you're at Rudwick's house, you think I have no way to tighten your leash? Edith was extremely worried when Killian suddenly said, if that's the case, then leave that maid here and go. I'll have her be Edith, personal maid. Edith turned to look at him and called, Killian. He then added, if it's someone who has been by her side since childhood, the Count will be less worried, won't he? Killian, why suddenly? No, if it's like this. She screamed, that's not it. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and faint. The maid quickly rushed over to support her. Milady, what's wrong? What's happening? Then she whispered into her ear, long time no see. Please help me out from now on, milady.
Then the maid led Edith into the room. Killian stood there watching them, then turned and left. Anna, please prepare a uniform and a room for that maid. Yes, Duchess. When I heard Sir Shane talk about the young lady, I thought it was impossible, but it seems the young lady has truly lived very peacefully lately, hasn't she? Edith thought to herself, is this also due to the flow of the original story? Thinking back, all the incidents that will happen later are entirely caused by Sophia, from leaking information, espionage, to poisoning. Sophia asked, I heard that the documents related to weapons were not sent by the young lady. That's right, I didn't send any information. If so, then the ducal house must have imitated the young lady's handwriting and sent it. Let's put that issue aside for now. More importantly, she stepped forward and grabbed Edith's collar. I need to correct the habits of this foolish dog who dared to forget her master just because she was let out for a while. When I heard Sir Shane talk about the young lady, I thought it was impossible. But Edith was pushed to the ground and thought, it hurts more than I thought. I haven't cracked a rib, have I? She put her hand on her stomach. She only chose places that wouldn't be seen to hit. She crossed her arms and said, I didn't expect you to be so determined to betray the family. Why is this betrayal? My advice is sincere. Why is everyone so sure that Grand Duke Langston's side will win? Although my duties as a steward don't involve dealing with political details, the Emperor's power has now been consolidated, and Duke Rudwick has strength no less than that of the Grand Duke. Just look at Duke Rudwick, who gained the title of Duke from a count with overwhelming military power. Grand Duke's side objectively has no chance of winning. That's right, soon the Emperor and the House of Duke Rudwick will collapse. How can she be so confident in defeating the protagonist? Edith curled her lips into a faint smile. What if Grand Duke Langston becomes Emperor? Have you ever heard about hunting dogs after the hunt? The title of Duke or whatever. It's all just father's hope. I've seen how far you've let your arrogant mouth run wild. It seems you've made some mistake, young lady. You just need to be a beautiful doll following your master's orders. If a slut like you becomes useless, we'll just kill you and then accuse the Rudwick family.
The next day, in the study with Reinhard, Edith sat gritting her teeth, enduring the pain. Oh, I just want to be done with this. Sophia, you have stolen my freedom ever since you stepped into the ducal mansion. Not only did she supervise and assault me, but she also started to starve me. If you want to eat, you must prove your usefulness. With her body covered in bruises, Edith said, Are you treating humans like animals? If it were an animal, it would have learned to obey after a beating like this, but it seems the young lady is even worse than an animal. To hear my father's dog say such a thing is truly laughable. She slammed the table with a bang, then advanced and grabbed Edith's hair. What has truly happened lately? You weren't this foolish, were you? You kept talking back, word for word, without waiting for me to finish eating. Or were you hit on the head somewhere? Even so, wow. In neither my previous life nor this one did I ever think I would have enough courage to face such violence. But then I think of the original Edith, who had always endured such punishment since childhood and didn't even have the thought of resisting.
Batchiok stood up, secretly determined that she absolutely would not surrender. Just then, Reinhard spoke up and asked, It seems the cake is very much to your liking today, isn't it? She quickly looked down at the plate of cake. What, you mean, huh? I've eaten the whole plate? Oh, yes, that's right. It's especially delicious today. Won't you have some too? Even though there's only one left, you can just finish it. I don't really like sweets, actually. To be honest, you really do look the part, the type who intentionally seeks out bitter and unappetizing food to eat. But why does he look so handsome today? She hesitated. Well, it would be a pity to waste the last one, so Reinhard said, Or should I have the servant bring more? No need, she thought regretfully a moment later. If only I had asked for more cake then. Reinhard picked up his suitcase and left. Well then, see you next week. Who would have known then that he would be away on a business trip for a whole week? I don't want to rest. When will Reinhard come back? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow?
Is there really no other way for me but to continue enduring like this? Ever since I was placed under house arrest, I've developed the habit of eating alone, and Anna usually brings my food up to my room, so no one would find it strange. Not even Killian, who hasn't eaten in the dining hall for a long time. Why suddenly? She recalled Killian's words. If it's someone who has been by her side since childhood, the Count would be less worried, wouldn't he? I can't believe he trusted Sene's words and made me. I must be so hungry that I'm thinking all sorts of things. I need to get some fresh air before Sophia comes to torment me. Meanwhile, Sophia thought to herself, I personally trained her for years. How could she change so much in such a short time? Even a single slap would make her tremble like a leaf, but the important thing is that she can control herself right away. Even after being beaten like that, she still opened her eyes wide and uttered arrogant words, so shattering that arrogant facade would be a new pleasure. Suddenly, she heard a voice. Edith, what's wrong? That voice was, If you're not busy, would you like to have tea with us? Ah, Sophia realized it was Reza Sinclair. Before going to the Duke's mansion, Sene said, Wait, Sophia. Ah, young master. Before you go to the Duke's mansion, could I ask a small favor of you privately? Of course, young master. I'll do anything you ask. In that case, Reza Sinclair, how does she live at the Duke's mansion? Yes, what does she like?
Find out if there's anything special about her and send me a private letter. Don't tell my father about this, understood? Back to the present, Sophia gritted her teeth and thought, I don't dare to covet the position of the young master's wife. It's enough for me just to be by the young master's side and assist him. But do you think I'll just stand by and let that illegitimate child, whose mother was a maid, charm the young master with that innocent face? A moment later, Edith returned with a haggard face. Because I hadn't eaten anything, my mind was gradually becoming hazy. Even if I went out to eat something, Sophia would surely force me to throw it up. I went out for a walk and even stared longingly at other people's cakes.
Killian will surely look at me with contempt, won't he? She covered her face, so ashamed. Suddenly she froze when she saw Sophia walk in. She looked at the cake on the tray. Was that the peach cake from earlier? Sophia spoke up. It was sent by Little Versailles. If I just let you starve like this, someone will surely get suspicious, so eat it before I change my mind. Okay. Looking at her dark expression, Edith thought to herself, full of doubt.
From the delicious peach cake to the hot black tea, it was surprising that Sophia had prepared such a meal for her, but she didn't know what to make of it. Anyway, she had to survive first. Thinking this, she brought it to her mouth to taste, but immediately stopped. A mouthful of blood spurted out. This is... Edith collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. She thought. Could this be Edith's poisoning act? But I didn't put any poison in it, did I? Sophia pretended to scream. My lady, she exclaimed, then flashed a wicked smile. Please, my lady, try to stay conscious. Edith secretly realized. Damn it! If that's the case, Sophia quickly blamed Reza. No, I didn't do anything. I just thought Edith seemed to like that dish, so I... Yes, my lady truly loves it. When she heard that Lady Reza had sent that cake, my lady was so happy. This was indeed the perfect scene, just like in the original story. This was the scene where Edith directly put a stomachache-inducing poison into the cake sent by Reza, attempting to frame Reza as the culprit. Edith turned to call out to Sophia, but then stopped short. Killian is here too? My lady, are you awake? Oh, my poor lady, please don't force yourself to speak. She means for me to shut up, doesn't she? Stop making noise, Sophia. I apologize, Reza, for making you hear such rude words because of me. I just have a little indigestion. Do you mean I've been poisoned to the point of vomiting blood? If so, then perhaps I've suddenly developed an allergy to peaches. Cliff said, that's truly ridiculous. Search this entire room. Sophia pretended to panic. What are you doing, sir? Edith, on the other hand, remained very calm.
Thinking Sophia was the one who poisoned it, what would they find even if they searched her room? But very quickly, a servant found something on the table. Young master, I found a suspicious item. Edith looked at the bottle of medicine, feeling utterly helpless. This novel really plays it this way. Even the packaging screamed, I am poison. Without even bothering to hide it, Cliff picked up the bottle and said, how interesting. Edith tried to explain, that's not mine. Then what? Did someone else enter your room and hide this in your closet? Edith frowned, thinking to herself, if it was so easily discovered, was it due to Sophia's carelessness? Or was it... Suddenly, Rye spoke loudly, stop it, Cliff. Edith is a patient. Hearing this, Sophia gnashed her teeth in anger. Edith looked at them, speechless. Is this the inevitable outcome of this story's plot? Cliff said, I'll investigate this and we'll meet again later. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you'll explain yourself then. After Cliff left, Sophia sneered, searching the room immediately. Isn't he crazy? Edith scoffed. You keep pretending to be smart, but you can't do anything worthwhile, can you? Sophia threatened, if you dare to be insolent to me again, I'll kill you. However, no matter which side it was, it seemed to be of no help to her. Meanwhile, Killian stood leaning against the wall outside, listening to the doctor and Cliff talk. Is that so? Yes, it's not a strong poison, but it can cause abdominal pain, and if the stomach is weak, it could lead to bleeding. I see, thank you. After Cliff left, Killian entered and said, excuse me, she seems to be in a lot of pain. Is there any medicine to help relieve it? I've included painkillers in the prescription, but it's difficult to expect significant effectiveness for your wife. What do you mean, doctor? You just said it wasn't a strong poison. The doctor explained that because she had been starving for several days, even a relatively mild poison could be fatal.
Killian asked in surprise, starving, that woman? But he couldn't believe his ears, as Edith had previously loved food very much. The doctor replied, it's true that many young ladies are starving themselves to lose weight, especially in aristocratic circles. There are many such cases. Killian immediately retorted, no, then there must be a need to lose weight. On the contrary, she's so thin that she looks critically ill. He suddenly paused. Wait a minute. Even though she knows her body's condition, she still staged this act herself and directly swallowed poison? I can't believe she would act like that to attract attention. Truly a venomous and pathetic woman. Is it to attract attention? Is that it? It makes sense. Before marriage, no matter what her reputation was, she was a woman who received a lot of attention in high society. But someone who was once like that became old news in an instant. That's right. She didn't set a trap for Reza. She just wanted to get attention. She truly is a terrifying woman, isn't she? At this moment, Killian sat by Edith's bed and spoke. I can do nothing but watch you suffer. In her daze, she thought to herself, I think I hear Killian's voice.
He continued, "So why did you drink poison?" Edith replied, "Indeed, it seems to be just as I thought. Are you awake?" Edith turned her face away, not answering him.
Edith, what on earth? She cut him off. Killian, please come back. I thought I had abandoned all expectations, but in this situation, I find myself heartbroken. In the end, Reza was the one who saved my life. I believe Edith has her reasons. But Reza, you saw it too, didn't you? There was poison in her room, the same kind of poison that woman ingested. But if she did that to frame me, why would she say she had indigestion right after waking up? I truly don't understand why everyone thinks Edith wants to harm me. Do you all know that Edith is the same age as me? Do you know how much I looked forward to hearing that Edith was coming here? I still believe we can become friends. How could I not be moved when I heard such a story? I apologize for doubting you, my angelic heroine. Then when the lady entered, Edith asked, "Mother, what does Reza like? I want to give Reza a gift." "Oh my, that's a wonderful idea. Reza loves reading and embroidery. Choosing a book might be a bit difficult. How about something related to embroidery?" "Yes, thank you, Mother." I expressed my gratitude to Reza with a high-quality silk gift, and when my body had recovered to some extent, finally today, about a week later, Edith in her room was moved to tears. How long has it been since I've been able to go to work? Behind her was Sophia's gloomy face, sending shivers down Edith's spine. But suddenly, a shout rang out from outside, "Edith Rudwick!" Immediately, the door burst open. "What on earth have you done?"
This time, you're going to say it wasn't your doing again, aren't you? No, you have to explain first before I can answer, right? What exactly happened? Reza is unconscious. She was poisoned after embroidering with the silk thread you gave her. No way, what happened? As soon as the artisan merchant wrapped the gift, I immediately brought it to Reza. During that time, no one could have touched it. Actually, at this point in the original story, there was also a poisoning incident involving Reza. That was the chapter where Edith applied the poison prepared by Sophia to the embroidery needle and gave it to Reza. I thought I could prevent that by changing the gift and keeping it out of Sophia's reach. Could it be that even though I tried so hard, the flow of the original story would still change a normal thread into a poisoned one? Killian angrily grabbed her shoulder and questioned, "So aren't I asking you? What exactly did you do?" "No, it's impossible. Killian, right now you probably can't help but suspect me, but please try to think calmly. No, even if the power of the original story is that strong," she argued. "Anyway, because of the peach cake incident, everyone is currently paying attention to me. Do you think I would do something so foolish?" She realized that she couldn't change anything from the very beginning. "It seems you think I don't want to trust you, huh? But how many times has this been already?"
Can't you let me not suspect you? That's right. I don't want to be suspected either. You just need to assign more servants to supervise me. Sophia, however, immediately objected. Young lady, what supervision? I am completely innocent, so it's fine, Sophia. If not supervision, then just consider it adding more servants. It won't do if it's this stifling. Killian pondered for a moment, then said, All right, in that case, I will call Anna now. A while later, Anna would therefore return as Edith's servant.
Well, if that's the case, Edith now thought it was fortunate that Killian had immediately taken his approach. If I had moved even a little, Sophia wouldn't have been able to lay a hand on my body. Did you think I'd let you boss me around forever? Now that part has been resolved, but how do you explain the poisoning incident? Have you investigated that artisan merchant yet? He's probably been caught by now, but I heard he's a reputable merchant, so there's no reason he would risk his business to do something like that, right? You have a point. After I gave the gift, could anyone have accessed that threat? No, not many people can easily enter and exit Reza's room. Only Reza's close servants, Cliff, myself, and Mother. Killian, you might think this is an excuse, but I can't shake the thought that someone is using me as a scapegoat to harm Reese without being detected. If Reese dies or is seriously injured and I am punished for it, who would be the one to kill two birds with one stone? Killian impatiently told her to continue. For example, Count Sinclair's family. There are rumors circulating that Reese's half-siblings have repeatedly tried to harm her. I don't know what kind of rumors are circulating anymore. Even so, you're not denying it, are you? Honestly, among the many servants in this mansion, you can't be sure that there isn't a spy from Count Sinclair's family mixed in, can you? Although it also sounds like there could be spies from the Riegelhoff family. The Rudwick family is the same. Don't think I don't know about it. It's a blow to my pride. To be honest, at first, I suspected whether the ducal family was blaming me to disgrace the Riegelhoff family. How could our family do something so despicable?
I swear on my honor that nothing of the sort happened. What, you've only just been slightly suspected and you already feel wronged, haven't you? And I, on the other hand, have staked my entire life, yet no one believes me. Hearing that, Killian stopped short. Edith continued. Well, I don't intend to criticize. Don't worry, I don't think that anymore. Upon careful thought, I don't think it's worth the effort I've put in. You're being unexpectedly objective about yourself, aren't you? Hey, that's not the right word for the situation. Although this is a fairly reasonable speculation,
I don't know if father and my brother will accept it, Edith thought to herself. Even so, he's not pretending to believe me this time, is he? Regarding the peach cake incident, he feigned disbelief. I get it. By the way, since I'm being honest, I'll say it. I don't want to be declared innocent by those people. Because I don't want to be suspected by Reza. Though it's not just Reza, there's no need to be that honest. Reza, who is still cared for by the people of the ducal household, supported me to the extent of going against the decisions of the ducal household members.
If the thank you gift I sent was meant to poison her, she would be very disappointed. Killian asked in surprise. Don't you hate Reza? Why? Because everyone only praises Reza and doesn't care about you. Edith secretly gave a faint smile. Aha, she said, stepping closer and speaking seriously. Killian, don't misunderstand. I am Edith Rudwick. Do you think I would be jealous of another girl just because of her reputation? I never thought I'd get to say lines like these in my life. Suddenly, Killian wrapped his arm around her neck. Ah, what is it? Why are you suddenly holding my hair? Unexpectedly, Killian kissed her on the lips. She was slightly surprised but returned the kiss. She silently wondered. Why? It was a deep and passionate kiss. Finally, they broke apart, and she, blushing, called out, Killian. His face was also flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, she replied, flustered. No, it's fine. What was that? Why did you do that? You're making people misunderstand. A few days later. Is that the end of it? Just a few days of regret? Anna replied. Yes, that's right. Because it's such a common poison that its origin is difficult to trace. There doesn't seem to be enough information to draw a conclusion at this time. She thought to herself, how strange. I thought if it were Reza, she would believe what I said. But with Reza in such a dangerous bedridden state, how could Cliff possibly let it go so easily? Scene change. Princess Catalina slammed her hand on the table and shouted, It ends with just a few days of repentance? No, even if he's busy with Langston, isn't that too much?
Cliff replied, I'm also very surprised. Father didn't say anything, but I didn't expect Killian to do that. Since then, I haven't been in contact with Reese. I thought she was still living well. Anyway, this won't do. I have to take matters into my own hands. Even the trustworthy Duchess didn't say anything. If my brother hadn't told me not to leave the Imperial Palace temporarily, I would have visited her already. Damn, Langston. Cliff thoughtfully recalled what happened earlier. Killian had said, Anyway, I don't think Edith did this. If you consider the period when Reese's room was vacant, there are many variables. Even if that were true, why that particular object? If it was simply breaking into the room, was it necessary to touch that item? And to apply poison to an object Reese would touch? Just because it concerns Reese, have you suddenly become an idiot? You've jumped to conclusions too quickly. You said Edith avoided the eyes of the supervisors to buy poison and apply it. Are the Wick family supervisors really that incompetent? The Duke said, Killian, what you're saying makes sense. Cliff immediately called out, Father. The Duke stood up and said, Stop. Since the cake incident, that servant's luggage has been thoroughly checked. It's hard to say that Edith or that servant quickly obtained new poison. This matter will be kept secret until new information emerges. Thinking of this, Cliff sneered. Killian, how about this? Soon, Father will visit the Imperial Palace, and then Edith will be in the carriage with the Duke, looking pale.
What on earth is going on? Clearly, in the original work, Edith didn't even have the chance to go to the Imperial Palace, let alone ride in a private carriage with the Duke. A few hours ago, Edith, have you been resting well lately? Your complexion looks better now, doesn't it? Thanks to your concern, Mother, I've fully recovered. To be precise, it's thanks to Anna, whom Killian uses to monitor me. Anna, it's been a while. Why don't you join me for a meal? Really, lady? If so, that's wonderful. Rhinan keeps asking about your condition. Are you going to continue helping him? Of course, Mother. In that case, please go to Rhinan's office again starting this afternoon. But before that, you must go to the Imperial Palace, because Her Royal Highness the Princess is looking for you. So, for some reason, the Duchess is seeing this very positively, but His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and Her Royal Highness the Princess have always been very special to our family. They also cared for Reza very warmly, so perhaps they are curious about you. Thinking of the Duchess's words, she wanted to cry but couldn't. No matter how you look at it, that's probably not the case, Mother. Princess Catalina disregards basic etiquette as well as imperial court rules and only acts according to her mood. She is an eccentric who refuses to wear dresses and only maintains short hair. Although she's like a wild horse, she only becomes gentle when she's with Reza. She is the only character in this work who is truly free and unbound by discipline. Actually, when I read the novel, I really liked that point. But that's right, Catalina has no prejudices and has a relaxed personality, so who knows, she might switch to my side. Initially, when she first met Reza, Catalina's first love was Cliff. Although she was very jealous of Reza for capturing Cliff's heart, she was eventually drawn to Reza's warmth and cherished Reza even more than Cliff.
She kept thinking, and the Duke also watched her in silence, neither of them saying a word to each other. Afterwards, Edith also arrived at the Imperial Palace, unable to shake off her anxiety. Although I had anticipated that she didn't have good intentions, why was the atmosphere like this? Mother, what exactly are her intentions? Before she accepted the greeting, I couldn't open my mouth. At this moment, the princess glanced over and asked, You are the daughter of House Reigelhoff, aren't you? I am Edith Reigelhoff, Your Royal Highness. Let's assume so. Oh, please forgive me for not offering tea, as there are many rumors saying that you enjoy using poison. Edith was startled and inwardly exclaimed, "Ah, so Cliff used this method." She calmly replied, "I have never used poison, but it is true that my past behavior was not wise, so even if your Royal Highness has heard rumors and misunderstood me, I have nothing to say." "It seems you know, don't you?" "How could I not know?" "I heard that the marriage was also an unreasonable demand from Reincarnation, wasn't it? Only Killian suffered because of that cowardly scheme. That was a decision made by my maternal family, but I truly have no face left." "Do you truly think that? What about your future loyalty? Won't it be just like those who aim for my position in my brothers? And a specialist in flowery words. Yes, Edith Reincarnation, the most brilliant flower of high society. Don't you find my appearance utterly laughable?" "How could that be, Your Royal Highness? I deeply respect the princess." In the latter half of the original work, after Grand Duke Langston's rebellion ended, there was a scene where Reza and Catalina strolled together through the streets of Rivermary.
Catalina wore a wig to conceal her identity and went to a clothing store with Reza, where she tried on a dress for the first time. With Reza's help, she organized a tea party at the Royal Palace. She matured, taking on her royal duties and leading the upper class. But I like the princess who, no matter what others say, always follows the path she believes is right and protects her own freedom. Thinking this, Edith replied, "Therefore, as the princess said, I will not let myself be swayed by the vulgar words of the nobility. I only hope that Her Royal Highness the Princess will look upon me with the wise judgment that Your Highness herself provides." The princess listened in silence, and just like that, the conversation ended. I surely didn't cause any major trouble, did I? I need to fix this weakness of mine for beautiful people. All right, stop thinking about it. Hurry to Reinan's office. As she was walking, someone suddenly pulled her arm. Edith turned around startled and fearfully called out, "Sophia." The woman's face darkened as she threatened, "I'll give you one last chance. Steal the detailed tax information of the Duke's main territories.
If you dare betray the master again, I will kill you with my own hands. Seeing the young lady poison that bitch's thread, I thought you would have come to your senses by now. Who knew you would use that as an excuse to escape from me?" Edith thought, sure enough, the thread incident wasn't Sophia's doing. "If you want to die by my hand so badly, then I must grant your wish, because the master has already given me permission." With that, she shoved Edith away. "This is truly your last chance, do you understand?" Edith, panting, asked, "What if you were discovered as the culprit?" "I will definitely kill you as if it were the Rudwick family's doing. You don't need to worry about us." "So what if I reveal what you've done?" "Ha! If you could do that, you would have done it already. Do you think I don't know why you can't do that?" Edith muttered to herself, "What the hell do you know, if not for the limitations of the original story? Your being abandoned here is only a matter of time. Sophia believed that if Killian Rudwick knew you were a card discarded by the Count, he would be happier than anyone and abandon you. The truth that I have turned my back on until now. If I weren't limited, could I tell that truth? Could I risk being abandoned by him and return to Reza's side?" Sophia sat down, a smirk playing on her lips. "And the master will make useless things truly useless. I don't even need to explain how terrible that life will be. If you can steal the documents, I will speak well of you to the master. Even a fool like you can probably figure this out, right? Should I make a prediction? No matter what you do, Count Reinhardt's house will certainly be destroyed."
Edith's words made her stop short, even my brother, whom she loved dearly. Later in the office, Reinan turned to look when he saw the door open. Edith apologized sheepishly. "Excuse me, I'm so sorry, Reinan. I'm very late, aren't I? Getting dressed took longer than I thought." Reinan must have heard the rumors about the embroiderer, perhaps Reinan also, but he unexpectedly said, "It's fine, we can start working now. The amount that's piled up recently is a lot, so it will take some time. You don't need to rush, just take your time." Edith was a little surprised. "Thank you, Reinan. I'll start right away. I worried for nothing." The familiar scent of paper, the slightly chilly air, and apart from the sound of the quill and the rustling of documents, there was only silence. How long had it been since she felt such peace? There were no sharp gazes trying to find fault with her attitude in every task, no need to try and grasp someone's mood. She approached Reinan and handed him a stack of documents. "First, I've organized this much." Edith thought this was the safest space she had ever experienced in her life. At this, Reinan said, "I had thought about it before, but your ability to concentrate is excellent, and your hands are nimble." She froze, bewildered. Reinan was praising her. Then she replied shyly, "Oh no, it's just a simple task. If everyone worked with the same mindset as you, miss, I wouldn't have had to dismiss so many people. I always feel greatly helped by you. Even though you say this is a simple task, the documents you've organized, miss."
It was truly neat and meticulous, down to every small detail. Edith asked, "Is there anything else you need my help with?" Before she could finish her sentence, a drop of water fell onto the document. Reinan exclaimed in surprise, "Milady,
He looked up to see Edith's face awash with tears. "Oh, I'm sorry, looking so unsightly like this. Wait, She suddenly stopped as Reinen held her hand. "You shouldn't suppress your emotions, as if you're being chased." He took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped her tears. "If you keep forcing yourself to cut them off, your emotions will eventually explode." After saying that, Reinen lowered his face and thought to himself, wondering who was talking to whom anymore. There was no urgency with the documents, so she slowly calmed down. Everything that happened was witnessed by Killian, who stood discreetly outside the door. Indeed, thinking it through, there had to be a way, because someone like Reinen, who had almost no important role in the original work, seemed less affected by its narrative flow. Suddenly, she encountered some servants and greeted them. "Hello, everyone, you've all worked hard." They immediately looked frightened upon seeing her. Edith still cheerfully and warmly said, "Have a good day." She thought she would try to get to know these unnamed minor characters, but the two of them quickly turned and left, only replying, "Thank you, milady." Even so, the servants in the mansion wouldn't be able to change their circumstances.
I'll be happier than anyone and cast you aside. Unlike hopeless protagonists, supporting characters might just become the perfect helpers for me. Killian must have visited Reza today too, right? I was just thinking that when Killian came to question her, asking why she hadn't come to see him after her schedule had ended. "Killian, what are you talking about? Me? Isn't that your usual method? If not, then perhaps I disappointed you last time." Edith wondered, what on earth is going on? "I don't understand what you're saying anymore. Did I say I would come to your room? Isn't that your usual method? When you want to assert your innocence and feel insecure, you use your body to seduce me? How did it come to this?" Right, from Killian's perspective, he might indeed see it that way. A woman who uses her seductive body to cover up her own lies. Killian then said, "It's even a very effective method, isn't it? Because I'm a fool." "Killian, are you perhaps drunk?" First, to point out something important, I am always innocent, and that night I had no intention of seducing you either. Seriously speaking, haven't you misunderstood? A misunderstanding? You walked into your husband's room in the middle of the night wearing pajamas and even kissed me, and you call that a misunderstanding? No, the pajamas were just what I had on hand. If you're going to say that much, then perhaps I disappointed you last time.
You tried to seduce me but weren't satisfied, so this time you're planning to move on to another prey? What are you talking about now? I don't have any other prey. Is this man really drunk? What do you mean, where else? You are quite the hot topic among young men. Even if I don't want to hear it, they always bring up how seductive you are. Killian recalled people gossiping. They say young Master Chiron was toyed by Edith Rigelhoff. The rumors are spreading everywhere, but I also understand. If it were me, it would be hard to refuse such a beautiful and alluring woman. Then he asked, "How many men have you met?" According to Count Rigelhoff's instructions, I have never crossed the line. So the rumors have spread like that? Killian continued. So seducing men isn't difficult for you at all. You can manipulate them in the palm of your hand, making them lose their reason and rush in. Suddenly, Killian's eyes widened in surprise. Edith Rudwick.
What was this? Killian Rudwick knew nothing about a person named Edith. The woman was far from the fool Killian had imagined, and not as cunning as others claimed. Furthermore, she possessed profound knowledge of art, and could be as easily delighted as a simpleton by a meal prepared by the ducal chef. Conversely, in a crisis, she would become calm and collected, dealing with all disrespectful behavior with an arrogant demeanor. Even when she herself was at a disadvantage, she would merely observe to find a logical way out. Her words echoed in Killian's mind. "I cannot shake the feeling that someone is using me as a sacrifice to harm Reza without suspicion." Ultimately, she even managed to change her father's mind with reasoning no one else could have conceived. Indeed, if one thought that way, everything made sense. The strange thing, conversely, was it was us who always pushed Edith away whenever something happened. Since when did the Rudwick ducal house conduct such lax investigations? Clearly, she was an arrogant person with high self-esteem, so she would always pretend not to be hurt, yet she never showed weakness in front of Killian Rudwick, nor did she ever ask for help. I thought she would confide her difficulties in me and ask for my help, but she'd rather confide in Reinen than me? After we spent a night together, it's come to this? So she wasn't truly satisfied then? Used me up and then abandoned me? The more I thought about it, the less I could understand.
It's easy to acknowledge the voice in my head. Edith is the bad one. Reinen was just being polite, but Edith took advantage of it like a cunning fox. It seems Edith wants to seduce Reinen. How many men are weak-willed before a woman's gaze? So Edith is the bad one only. But the thoughts constantly whispering in my head couldn't hide the fact that Killian Rudwick knew nothing about Edith. This wasn't an injury that could happen from a fall. Judging by the color, it didn't seem to be just a day or two old. She ended up like this, and yet the servants didn't report anything. Who did it? If it was done by someone from the Rudwick family, she wouldn't be this silent. So, the next morning, seeing Edith sitting in a daze, Anna asked, "Miss, couldn't you sleep?" No. On the contrary, I slept too well, which is the problem. She recalled last night.
I apologize for losing my reason. It's okay. To be honest, I didn't hate it either.
I also have the duty of a wife, so you may continue if you wish. I'm not so heartless as to expect someone to embrace me when I'm covered in bruises. Ah, that's right. So I saw Killian off and went to sleep with regret. The next morning, she opened her eyes and woke up, then touched her shoulder and asked in surprise, "What is this? What's sticky?" "This is ointment." The only people who knew about the bruises on her body were Sophia and Killian. So that meant while she was sleeping, Killian had come and applied ointment to the bruised area. She was so deeply asleep that she missed it. Oh my God, can you believe it? As she thought this, she was jolted awake by a voice. "Excuse me, Killian." "Huh? What's going on so early in the morning?" "Since it's urgent, please bear with us. This way, lead her in." "Yes, young master." While Edith was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, Sophia was dragged in. "No way. I am a maid sent by the Count to protect the young lady. What exactly do you intend to do to the young lady that you are arresting me?" Killian said, "That's truly ridiculous. A maid who fails to fulfill her duties like you. Even if you were by Edith's side, you wouldn't be of any help. I have supported the young lady since she was little, and am the closest person to her." "Since she was little?" "Of course. Since I was little, I was trained to assist the young lady." "A maid who understands her duties so well? Yet you not only failed to report the bruises on your mistress's body, but you didn't even treat them. On the contrary, the only person who could have inflicted those wounds without being detected, no matter how one thinks about it, is you." She turned pale and asked, "What do you mean, sir?" Edith thought in surprise, "He just looked at me yesterday and figured all of this out?" She tried to justify herself, "Because the young lady didn't tell me about the minor injuries."
Killian immediately interrupted, grinding his teeth as he asked, "Minor wounds? Then I'll give you a beating of similar measure." Anna immediately fell silent, her brows furrowed, revealing a fierce expression. "Edith and I are clearly husband and wife. Do you think that just because a spot can be covered by clothes, I wouldn't notice the wounds on her body? That makes me very uncomfortable. How exactly were you treated at Rigelhof that they would ask to send you here so casually?" Edith secretly exclaimed, "It's only morning, and the news has already reached the Rigelhof household?" Suddenly, Killian turned to her and said, "Edith, I will not listen to your opinion about dismissing this maid." She blushed, touched. "Is Killian concerned about me?" "Take care of Edith for me, Anna. I must take this precious maid to the Rigelhof carriage." Edith was astonished again. The Count even sent a carriage? Isn't that just making a big show of it? When only the two of them were left in the room, Anna asked, "Would you mind if I asked to examine your body?" "Oh, all right." As soon as her dress was pulled down, Anna gasped, her voice trembling as she called out, "Milady?" "Yes? What's wrong, Anna? Why? Even when everything has come to light, you still refuse to say a word?" Edith secretly thought, "Anna looks... I've said too much. I will apply the medicine for you, milady." "Is she worried about me?" "Thank you, Anna. This isn't so bad, is it?" The scene shifted to outer space, and a system panel appeared with a notification. By the end of today, if the second exception condition is not established, a penalty will be incurred. A mysterious person said, "Honestly, what's the rush?" I know. He pressed his hand against the system panel. "It's very, very strange, isn't it? I've never been this nervous every time the first condition was broken. Now that I think about it, there's been a strange feeling from the very beginning. Almost all other Ediths behaved similarly, which was to act like a true noble lady. First, they avoided the path of becoming a villainess and resolved to live virtuously. However, upon entering the Duke's mansion, they would immediately fall for Killian or Cliff.
However, Edith tries to seduce the male leads despite consistently being ignored, and they even want to alter the original plot. But when confronted with a document leak, Ediths always panic and begin to sink into deep despair, rather than calmly proving their innocence one step at a time. What's more, she also involves side characters who have no influence in the plot. It was as if she knew the author's power couldn't affect them, and they weren't bound by the original plot's flow. But that was only truly useful if she found the right character. Otherwise, it would be pointless. Just when I thought she had given up, she suddenly fulfilled the first exceptional condition in a very strange way. But no matter how the conditions were broken, the author's power would still be diminished, and it would only affect supporting characters. But why? The protagonist, Killian, thought, slamming his hand down, but quickly regained his composure. No. It's still fine now, isn't it? This is actually an opportunity, a stepping stone to elevate the female lead, a spice to make the main course more perfect. I didn't expect that spice jar to try and defy me. Very amusing, very interesting. Do whatever you want, Edith the 13th, and let's see when the remaining conditions will be broken. The second exceptional condition had been established. At this point, Cliff frowned and said, "You let her go like that, Killian? What the hell are you thinking? She could be a suspect involved in Rizzy's poisoning. You should have arrested her and investigated thoroughly."
Investigating without concrete evidence, isn't that the same as accusing a Reigelhoff household servant? But didn't you say they sent a carriage to pick her up? You thought that by taking this opportunity to get rid of someone you disliked from the start, you'd avoid trouble.
Cliff thought to himself, bewildered. Wait, wasn't it he who allowed her to stay at Rudwick Manor? This was also something father had permitted. Reza agreed to this matter too. Cliff turned to look at Reza. Reza, why me? I really don't want to think about it anymore. Whether the one who poisoned me was Sinclair or anyone else living in this manor, it doesn't change the fact that someone hates me so much. I think I would only be more hurt if I found the culprit. Killian thought to himself. Fortunately, Reza had cleared things up for father. If outsiders discovered that Edith was not the elegant young lady Count Reigelhoff cherished, then the marriage of convenience between the two families would surely be jeopardized. That must be why Edith always had to keep silent. But no matter what, did that intelligent woman really have to endure such a beating? Suddenly, Killian realized something. He remembered Edith saying fearfully before, "All right, I don't want to be suspected either. Send more servants to me." No, she really isn't easy to bully, is she? On the contrary, she's taking advantage of me. Suddenly, Reza called Killian. "What are you thinking about?" And a mysterious voice echoed in Killian's head. "Killian, is it you? Have you been ignoring the sick Reza just because you're thinking about Edith?" Cliff said, "Killian, my brother." Reza was about to say something, but Reza quickly interjected. "Don't be like that, Cliff." Killian stood stunned, then lowered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, my mind is a bit muddled right now." "It's all right, Killian. I'm even happier to see you like this. Edith, I was going to ask you to take good care of her. Ever since I woke up, I've been thinking about it constantly. How difficult it must have been for Edith after drinking the poison. I always had Brother Cliff and you by my side, but Edith was sick and alone in her room, so I hope Killian will make Edith happy again." This couldn't help but surprise Cliff. Reza continued, "Like drinking tea, going for walks together and chatting, just like you did with me. Isn't Killian a very warm-hearted person?" In Edith's room, she tapped her hand on the table, deep in thought. "Killian has clearly realized my situation now, that I was beaten by the maid." Even Reigelhoff sent a carriage to demand Sophia's safe return. A moment's thought would make it obvious. However, instead of discarding me when he discovered I had no value as a hostage, Killian returned Sophia to the Count's house. Given that no one mentioned it, it's clear he didn't tell the Duke. It seems I've touched the second male lead's empathy, haven't I? Honestly, I didn't think the possibility of being kicked out was that high. Compared to Sophia, my character has a more important role. There are still many things I need to do later, so there's no way the original story would kick me out so soon. What I'm worried about is that there are still some plot points that Sophia needs to carry out, so I don't know how those parts will be distorted and blamed on me. Therefore, at times like these, I must be even more clear-headed. Although I don't know the extent of Killian's empathy, if I want to maintain it until the end of the original story, I must show him my harmlessness. However, right now, it seems he only thinks I'm a girl who wants to seduce him with her body whenever I'm at a disadvantage. I absolutely must change that perception. The next day. "If you have time, would you like to have tea with me?" "Of course, Killian. Thank you for asking me." Killian thought, flustered. Was that too abrupt? And the day after that. "It seems you always eat alone in your room. How about we have dinner together in the dining hall today? The Duke still finds me inconvenient, and I don't want to bother him even during mealtime. Thank you for your concern." That's right. Reza has been ill until now, so father isn't in a good mood. Edith also couldn't possibly feel comfortable with father.
I was wrong. It's certainly better with just the two of us. And the next day, in the afternoon, the weather was so nice that I decided to take a short walk in the garden. "Would you like to come with me?" Edith smiled and replied, "No, it's still sunny, so I'll stay in my room." "I see. Thank you for asking." Killian closed the door, his face darkening. Is she just uncomfortable with me? Did I do something wrong? It's not simply because of Reza's request. Although I've always thought of her as a venomous woman, she is, after all, completely different from what the rumors say. And I even put her in a difficult situation by taking matters into my own hands based on what I saw. I came to the conclusion that I can only make a proper judgment by spending time with her directly.
But I didn't think it would be this difficult. The exception is that she also has very innocent signs. It's simply that the schedule doesn't suit me, so why am I overthinking like this? That's right, if I had burst in at the right mealtime like then. At this moment, Edith asked, "What?" Reza replied, "No, of course you can do that, but..." Edith quickly waved her hand. "No way, that's not it. Any sadness I feel isn't even a finger's worth."
Arranged marriages are common, but dealing with an enemy family is a different matter. Reza stammered, I don't want Killian to spend time with me just out of obligation. I absolutely cannot say that Killian is testing me. No, that's not it, Edith. What is it then? He comes every day and makes various suggestions to me. He's been making all sorts of suggestions, like, if you're worried about excess fat, how about increasing your exercise? Do you know how to ride a horse? Would you like to learn from me? He's even barged into Reinan's office and supervised me since yesterday, but none of it has worked, Reza said. So Edith, please open your heart to Killian a little. Then I heard you have no plans tonight, Killian said. Edith hesitated. Well, she thought about the life of nobles and novels. After all, besides helping Reinan, it was all about entertainment and dining.
So, let's go to the opera tonight, Killian suggested. Killian, Edith replied, I'm really fine. Don't be like that. Why don't you go to Reza for a bit? Reza has recovered a lot too. Hearing that, Killian excitedly asked, Reza, are you serious? Of course, Reza replied. I don't mind at all. Absolutely, completely, not even a little bit, your closeness. Killian's face darkened. You, he said, making Edith flinch. What exactly do you think I am? What I think of you? Well, you're my husband. Ah, no, I can't say that. If this is part of a test, I shouldn't say it. She immediately corrected her previous statement. Well, a husband, on paper only. Yes, we are just a couple in name, married for political reasons. This is just a nightmarish duty assigned to me, a member of the ducal family, and also the shackles that crushed my last hope for the person I truly loved. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, Edith Rigglehoff is jealous of your noble love. She is a devil, a snake. Don't misunderstand me, Killian. I am Edith Rudwick. Do you think I'd be jealous of another woman just because of those reputations? Yes, she has no reason to be jealous, does she? He asked, gritting his teeth. Do you really not want to spend time with me? Women never fall for someone they don't like, so the one clinging and jealous here is me, Killian. Or is it because you already have another man?
Rhinan, isn't it? Why suddenly mention Rhinan? Do you think this is also a test? No, I don't think so. Killian, wait a minute. His expression looks as if he's hurt. What you mean by married on paper is, I just need to fulfill my duty as a stud for you, right? She cried out in confusion. What? All right, I apologize for being rude. No, the day before yesterday, Killian unexpectedly took her lips and kissed her. I can't be like this. He'll misunderstand me as a promiscuous girl again. Just then, the system announced, the second exceptional condition has been met. The author's power has been reduced. She seemed to realize something. Ah, I get it. I know what's happening now. Each time I sleep with Killian, one condition will be broken. The system panel showed, second exceptional condition, refusing Killian Redwick's invitation 10 times. Huh, isn't that right? This condition seems a bit unreasonable. Just as I predicted, this thing is playing games with me. It knows what my feelings for Killian are and has exploited that. If I hadn't been clear-headed then, this condition would only be broken in the next lifetime. It's also thanks to him that I was able to talk to the god of this world again. How silly, isn't it? Outside, the author angrily shouted, No way! How could it be so fast?
How could she refuse someone she likes 10 times? Once we have feelings for someone, we tend to follow all the requests without hesitation or second thoughts. In other words, it's natural to blindly obey every command given by the person we love. But how? I don't want Killian to spend time with me out of obligation. Why would she say that? Why, was I wrong in my assumption? In fact, she doesn't like Killian. If the second condition is broken, although I've never experienced it, it would mean that my power no longer strongly influences the main characters. And what would happen if the third condition is also broken? The author's power would completely disappear, as well as weakening the original storyline. The story would continue to unfold entirely dependent on the character's actions. Even after the novel ends, everything would continue to develop along the timeline, and lovely Reza would gradually age, then lie down in the final grave of her life. He looked at the system notification panel. Please set the third exception condition. His hands trembled unusually. He was afraid, unsure of his decision. The system screen continuously displayed, invalid condition, invalid condition. He bowed his head and thought, yes, if I can't kill her myself, then how about this? The third exception condition has been set.
Turning back to Edith, Killian asked, Are my breasts really that beautiful? Oh no, it's just that they look a bit appealing. What's so appealing about them when you yourself could have muscles if you trained? I find your body even more attractive, actually. How can you be so soft and smooth like this? I'm a little worried my body is about to fall apart because you hugged me so suddenly. Killian kissed her forehead. It made her ponder. That's why I always... Suddenly he called out, Edith, about you not seeing me as a stud. Is that true? Of course not. Why would he ask me that? If it were pity, that wouldn't be right. He would never go this far just for such a silly reason. Now that I clearly understand the power of the original flow, I'm even more certain that it can't be love. In this case, it can only be carnal desire, or
just loneliness. I understand Killian's feelings very well. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't surpass his older brother. His brother was also the male lead who had everything, even the heir to the ducal title. All of their parents' expectations and attention were placed on his brother. Even the girl Killian loved only looked towards Cliff. In such a cruel world, perhaps Killian realized the way Edith looked at him. Edith Rudwick? No, it was the feeling of loneliness when no one cared or paid attention. The one who understood that feeling best was none other than me, Choi Suna. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. She gently touched his face and called out, Killian, what do I have to do for you to trust me?
The next day, Edith linked arms with Killian and went to a splendid place, sparkling with lights. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. How can you hear the performance clearly in such a large hall? You look like it's your first time here. It really is my first time. What do you mean by that? You've never been to the capital's largest theater? She lowered her face and muttered, Now I've become ignorant again. Which play is being performed today, I wonder, as I tried to recall Edith's memories. What does an ignorant girl like you know? Don't bother with entertainment and such. Just do what you're told. Edith's upbringing showed no signs of her being exposed to opera, painting, or literature, because the Count, Edith's father, thought it wasn't good for her to know too much. The name of today's tragedy was Odellite. Odellite, the daughter of a viscount, went into the forest to pick wild berries. The opera officially began when she discovered a young man named Razlo who was severely injured. Out of compassion, Odellite reached out to help him. Razlo claimed he had lost his memory and lived with Odellite until his wounds fully healed.
But the truth was, Razlo was a prince from a neighboring country who had fled his kingdom because he didn't want to participate in the war for the throne. As the plot continued, the two quickly fell in love. The Viscount, wanting his daughter to marry, decided after some consideration to marry Odellite off to Hubert, a wealthy baron from a neighboring land. Razlo pleaded with Odellite to abandon everything and run away with him. Even though Baron Hubert knew Odellite was in love with another man, he was still determined to tempt her with money. At this moment, Edith wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief. The play continued. Oh heavens, what am I to do? Please tell me, should I choose between family or love? Oh, forgive me, Razlo. Oh, Razlo, my love, Razlo, my heart is sworn to you alone, but our fate must be severed here. Edith didn't know why the more she watched, the more uncontrollably her tears flowed. After that, the play ended, and people gradually dispersed and went home. Killian asked, Are you all right? Of course, I'm more than all right. I'm delighted.
How could I say no after realizing how wonderful watching an opera is? Killian pondered for a moment before asking, If you were Odellite, who do you think you would choose? It would be Hubert, and I certainly wouldn't commit suicide. Are you serious? You'd choose the one with more money? Think about it, Killian. Razlo isn't all that good either. Even though he knew Odellite's situation, he still chose to hide his identity and called it a test of love. But if it's true love, what does money matter? Is it just about money? Odellite's marriage was what determined the fate of her family. Killian, you yourself understand this struggle well. Although the play steered us to think that Hubert was a bad guy, in reality, he was someone who truly loved Odellite. He gave Odellite what she needed and patiently waited for her to change her mind. However, I know it makes this opera more moving, but I still don't understand the ending. After seeing Razlo marry the princess, why would Odellite despair and commit suicide? Such a foolish and utterly illogical thing to do. If this opera weren't a tragedy, then perhaps Hubert and Odellite would have lived happily together like a normal couple. Killian asked. Why? Everyone reaches that moment eventually.
A heart that seems as if it could never change its beat for someone else will change. Wounds that seemed as if they would never heal will gradually recover in silence. People are stronger creatures than we imagine. That voice rang in Killian's head. Oh, she's deceiving you with sweet words again. Killian silently countered. No, she is truly strong. She never falls, kneels, or breaks for anything. A person more resilient than anyone else. Why are you looking at me like that, Killian? Edith, if you're not tired yet, why don't we stroll through the streets together? After that, the two slowly walked along the bustling street. Edith secretly thought that he must have gone out with someone like this before. It felt a bit awkward. Suddenly a child cried out, Buy flowers, please, buy flowers. Edith immediately told Killian, Wait a moment. She walked over and asked, How much for all of these? All of them? Edith replied kindly, Yes. Unexpectedly, Killian offered some money. Is this enough? Edith called his name in surprise, and the little flower girl exclaimed, Wow, then looked at them with immense gratitude.
Thank you, sir, truly thank you. He handed the bouquet to Edith and said, In this empire, you're probably the only wife whose husband stays by her side and personally goes to buy flowers. This is the first time I've received one. You must be receiving a wilted bouquet like this for the first time. If it were morning, it would probably be fresher. No, it's perfect. What I mean is, this is the first time I've ever received flowers. Hearing that, Killian looked at her with surprise. In my previous life, my parents weren't the type to spend money on a bouquet of flowers that couldn't even be eaten. As for boyfriends, it goes without saying that there were plenty of people sending bouquets to flirt with Edith, but Shane would openly show his annoyance. Again? Just leave them there. Yes, young master. Since those bouquets never reached Edith's hands, this was the first time she had received flowers, both in her previous life and the present. She thought this wouldn't evoke any special feelings.
She said the gentle fragrance was truly lovely, and Killian continued to gaze at her intently. "Shall we go visit other places then?" "Okay," she said with a radiant smile, suggesting they try this way. She then took his hand and ran off, his face bewildered as he watched her figure, unable to take his eyes off her. Her eyes were drawn to the lollipops, and as she closed her eyes to enjoy its sweetness, a clown suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, speaking as fast as the wind, it appeared behind her, startling her with surprise. Suddenly, Killian reached out his hand and demanded, "Stop and let go of my wife." She blushed and grabbed Killian's hand. She murmured to herself, "My wife." In truth, this entire space was created for the female lead. The beautiful streets, squares, and various attractions were all content specifically prepared for the events of the female and male leads. She never expected that she and Killian would be enjoying it all together.
Is it because I've met the conditions for Stage 2? She recalled that the exceptional conditions for Stage 2 had been met earlier. She asked Killian, "Go to the opera with me? Are you serious?" "Oh no, you said it was a favor, right?" Killian replied, "That's right. I want to know more about you." If Killian's mood changed because I met the conditions for Stage 2, then if I meet the conditions for Stage 3, will both Killian and I be free from the original story? To love normally, sometimes sad, sometimes happy, just like free people. Even someone whose name isn't in the original story can go find their own happiness. That evening at the Duke's mansion, Killian walked and pondered. No matter how much he thought, he still couldn't understand. He thought she was interested in art, which was why he suggested the opera, but he was still worried she would be bored. He had thought she had been to the opera many times with various men. But even in his dreams, he never expected her to cry like a child when seeing Odile for the first time. Who could have imagined that Edith Ridgelhoff had never received a single bouquet of flowers? "Today I was so happy, Killian. It was truly a full day. For the first time. Thank you so much." Was he happy because he heard it was her first time? Was he becoming strange too? Suddenly, he was startled by a call. He turned around and replied, "Reese, it's quite late, isn't it? What's wrong? Is something the matter?" "No, it's late, so you must be tired." Thinking back, he had been so preoccupied with Edith lately that he hadn't paid attention to Rhys. "It's all right, tell me." Rhys hesitated. That thing, Edith. Someone reportedly saw her applying poison to the embroidery thread." "What?" "It was the maid who worked in the mansion. Today she suddenly left her luggage and disappeared, so Cliff spent the entire day looking for that maid." "No, why now, all of a sudden? Why didn't you tell me sooner? How did Cliff know about that?" I don't know either."
Cliff said he would know what to do himself, and I think Killian must know too. Rye sadly asked, "Killian, that's not true, is it? Edith wouldn't possibly do that, would she? Could it be—" Just then, a voice flashed through Killian's mind. "What? That, of course, is definitely that wicked woman's trick." Killian turned back in surprise and asked, "What was that just now? There was clearly a strange voice just now." "Rye, did you just—" Rye asked blankly. "Huh?" Killian immediately said it was nothing. "Anyway, don't worry. Edith wouldn't possibly be like that. When thinking logically, that's how it is. Even if Edith received an assassination order from Count Reichelhoff, she would have no reason to bypass important figures in the Rudwick family to target the weak Rise. Although there's also the simple reason of jealousy towards Rise. Edith isn't jealous of Rise at all. Instead of longing for his affection, she seemed uncomfortable when he showed concern. After thinking for a while, Killian said he thought that perhaps the servant had been instigated by someone. That means the real culprit is someone who can easily access people within the ducal family. He thinks they should also investigate other servants who might have heard something. No need. I don't want to blow this out of proportion. Don't worry, Rise. It's late and cold, so remember to dress warmer when you go out."
But if Cliff intends to handle matters related to Edith by himself again, could you meet me privately like this time to let me know? Don't let Cliff know, otherwise he'll keep it a secret even from you. "I will, thank you, Reza. It's late, so I'll head back to my room now." Reza hesitated and called out, Killian? "What is it, Reza?" "Oh, it's nothing. Good night, Killian." 3 days after our opera date, today I bought Peridot's strawberry shortcake. I requested it as dessert, so I hope it's to your liking. Killian has been having meals with me every single day. I've already resolved some of his questions during our date, so what exactly is he plotting? Killian, didn't you say you had something to do today?" "Ah, I'm late with my greeting. I'm home, my lady." Edith secretly thought, "That face should be illegal." "I'm not joking, Killian. Why are you suddenly like this?" "How am I? Today marks the 3rd consecutive day we've had lunch and dinner together. We're husband and wife. What's the big deal?" "Ah," Killian secretly thought. "Right, so you've noticed it yourself too."
"I was rude, but I meant what I said that night. Although it's late and I know I've made many mistakes, Edith, if you're okay with it, from now on, I want to get to know you. Although you are still the most suspicious person in the past cases, I'm also gradually leaning towards the idea that you are not the culprit." Edith thought in surprise. Is this the effect of meeting the conditions for a second stage exception? Truth. He continued.
More than anything, I hope you are not the culprit." She replied emotionally, "Thank you, Killian." Her sincerity surprised him a little. "This isn't something you need to thank me for, but something I need to apologize for. So if you don't mind, I want to extend the time I get to spend with you." "What? There's more?" He reached out his hand towards hers. "If you want to get to know someone, don't you necessarily have to spend time together? I don't want to miss anything, from what you like to what you dislike." She realized to herself, "Ah, that's right. The theme of this novel is the obsessive men's battle for the female lead." He lifted her hand. "Or even the smallest habits. Do you find it inconvenient?" She thought to herself, "It's just getting to know someone. There's no need to be so obsessive." So the observation period began, after which they both had a meal. Suddenly she exclaimed excitedly, "This is ridiculously delicious." Killian asked blankly, "Where on earth did you learn that expression?" Edith pondered. Since I couldn't help but notice Killian's judgment, I found it very inconvenient.
Next, the two of them looked at the painting together and evaluated it. Killian commented on this part, taking into account the author's background. Edith replied, "But if you look at it from an emotional perspective." Their conversation continued like that. She thought to herself again, "But I feel more comfortable and natural than I expected." Next, they both went for a walk to admire the scenery. Killian teased, "Are you still walking around and watching others train in the mornings these days?" Edith excitedly pointed forward. "The roses over there are blooming so beautifully." Her train of thought continued, as if a dividing wall had been destroyed. After that, she said, "We should bring something to wear anyway."
"It's still late summer, Killian, and I did that because I was afraid you'd be bothered if you caught a cold. Even if I catch a cold, I won't show it, so don't worry." "Don't say such absurd things. If you hide your illness one more time, I won't let it go, so remember that." "But you said you were afraid of being bothered." "I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable?" She replied, flustered. "No, that—" Suddenly Reza approached. "Oh, look at you two. It's so lovely, just like a real married couple," she quickly explained. "It's a misunderstanding, Reza." But then she remembered she was having tea with Reza. To hear Reza say those words, his mood must have been... Suddenly Killian smiled and replied, "Is that so?" Edith couldn't help but be surprised. "He's not uncomfortable? Today I've prepared Martinez's strawberry black tea. I wonder if it suits Edith's taste? Just smelling it, I already like it. The scent of strawberries." Killian looked at her affectionately and asked, "And the strawberry tart from last time? Do you like strawberries?" She thought shyly, "He's just going to keep going like this, huh? Fresh strawberries are a bit sour, so I only like them cooked, sweet, or just their scent. Your perfume isn't strawberry, it's rose, isn't it? For a personal fragrance, I prefer floral scents over food scents." "That's right, it's not bad at all." Edith suddenly paused. "Wait, could it be that he's trying to make Reza jealous? So much drama. I should play along with him, shouldn't I?" She replied. "Not bad? So you don't like it either?" Killian hesitated, flustered. At that moment, Cliff spoke up. "Killian, I know your relationship with my sister-in-law has been very good lately, but Reza has been waiting to talk to you for a while now. Don't you think you're being a bit much, my brother?" Reza complained. "If you interrupt like that, what am I supposed to do, Cliff?" "It's okay, Reza. I'm sorry. What's wrong?" Edith thought. "This is a bit strange. Throughout the original story, Cliff always hindered the second male lead, Killian. So why now?" Reza smiled and said, "It's nothing special. I just received a call from the shop we visited last time, saying the shoes are ready." Reza continued, while Cliff's expression turned gloomy. "I remember Killian invited me to go with him before. Although it wasn't for buying anything big, there was a shop nearby that Killian liked."
Edith, on the other hand, was lost in thought, pondering something else. Suddenly, Killian asked, "Edith, are you all right? I called you again." Edith, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought about something else. Did you call me? It must be because of the cold weather that you're not feeling well, right? I'm fine, really. Anyone looking at me would think I'm very frail. Wouldn't it be easy to get sick if that were the case?" Reza looked at them gloomily and said, "It's nothing. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. I can go with Cliff." Edith thought, "What? What conversation did I miss?" Killian said, "It's fine. I still have time for that. There are many shops on La Belle Mary Street, so if we go with Edith, all three of us can have a good time." Edith thought, "Wait, where are Reza, Killian, and I going?" Cliff interrupted, "I'm sorry, but that's a bit difficult, because I, father, and your wife have to go to the Imperial Palace. It's hard to go out." Edith secretly felt it was indeed strange. Not only did he not stop Killian and Reza from going on a private date, but he even facilitated it. Cliff then said, "I'm very sorry, but Reza and I have to go to a store just for the two of us." After that, she went with Killian, wondering in her head, what did I miss? These were the shoes that Killian and Reza had ordered together, but that was a plot point before Cliff solidified his position as the male lead. So a jealous Cliff should have gotten rid of the shoes related to Killian, right? And the fact that he called me to the Imperial Palace is also suspicious.
On second thought, Killian was also strange. She glanced over and asked, "Killian, why earlier?" Suddenly she stopped. "Wait a minute."
Why is he... Damien saw the two of them and spoke up. Long time no see, young Master Killian and Miss Edith Rigelhoff. Why would Damien Sinclair appear at this moment? Killian told her to return to her room first, then approached him and said coldly, "She is Edith Rudwick." "Ah, I apologize for my mistake." Later at the dinner table, Killian revealed that Count Sinclair was planning to seize the distribution rights for iron ore in the south. Ah, if those are the distribution rights for iron ore in the south, then Count Rigelhoff currently holds them. The decisive reason for Edith Rigelhoff's political marriage to Duke Rudwick. If that reason were to disappear, then her own position would also. Killian said, "If he has already spoken directly with Father, then the secret negotiations are probably complete. I hope you'll understand that I must leave early today." After saying that, he left, but then suddenly turned back, approached Edith and whispered, "Also, it's not that it's merely acceptable. I actually really like the scent you usually wear." Edith was a little bewildered by this. While she had been working since morning, Anna suddenly looked at Edith and asked, "Don't you love young Master Killian, miss?" She was stunned and thought to herself, "I just came to the cafe to rest, and now I'm getting such an intrusive question."
I'm sorry, I've certainly overstepped my bounds. It's okay, I was the one who pressed you to say it. I just didn't realize Anna had such thoughts. Why are you curious about that? Well, because I heard the young master went out with Lady Reza. No matter what the reason, La Belle Marie Street is famous as a dating spot. Recently, it seems their relationship has improved a lot, so I thought I could say something about your unconscious promise to get along with Lady Reza like sisters. So she was worried about me. Anna, whose expression never changed no matter what happened, a person of the ducal house, had become her person first, to the extent of prioritizing her safety over Killian's judgment. She looked at the maid and said, "Thank you, Anna, but I'm fine. As long as things continue as they are now, I have nothing more to wish for. This morning, I sold all 3 dresses and most of the jewels. Did you sell a dress you've never worn, lady? I don't want to wear a dress that could damage the ducal house's dignity." Damage dignity. This revealing is nothing, she thought to herself. That's right, it clearly suits Edith very well.
A magnificent and exquisite design that suited Edith perfectly, carefully chosen by Count Rigelhoff so she could stand out anywhere. A dress with such a groundbreaking design is rarely worn by anyone, so it's unlikely to fetch a high price. That's fine, it's to be expected. So how much could it sell for? Emerald necklace, diamond earrings. I took out the jewelry box I brought with me when I got married and sold almost all the valuable pieces so I could flee at any moment while observing this atmosphere. But it didn't fetch as much money as I thought. No matter how affectionate he acts, and no matter how much I immerse myself in that warmth, I cannot rely on him. I must not rely on anyone. Memories of my past life flooded back. Damn it, there's no money in the house, and the child has a strange illness. Even so, isn't that your sibling? I don't like it. Let it die. Oh, all right, just finish this and Mom will buy you a laptop. I mustn't cry. I mustn't cry. If help is like incurring a debt, and complaining about pain will only lead to being scolded for demanding attention. Is that true? Is that true, Mom? Yes, yes, I can only trust myself.
Seeing her lost in thought, Anna hesitated and spoke up. "Lady, Anna had lived as a servant of the noble family for over 10 years. The virtues an exemplary noble servant needed to possess were very clear. When the superiors spoke, one would not listen. When something happened to the superiors, one would not see. Work in silence like a shadow so that the superiors would not be aware of one's existence, as if having no mind to think, nor a heart to feel emotions. One's existence was merely to be the master's hands and feet. You will become Edith Rigelhoff's personal maid. Always stay by her side. Observe and report anything suspicious to me." "Yes, sir. Even if she does something cruel to you, you must report it." After meeting her, it was indeed true to the rumors. She had caused many disgraceful incidents, not to mention her relationship with her political marriage husband. But Anna was not the kind of servant who felt pity for her master. Ignoring the gossip of the other servants, isn't Lady Edith truly wicked? Even returning kindness with malice should have its limits. Only the gentle Lady Reza is struggling. I hope she recovers quickly. Anna still remembered the first time Reza was brought to the Duke's mansion. Even seeing her in rags yet flashing a brilliant smile, Anna felt no particular emotion. Anna had started working as a servant at the age of 12. So young and already struggling, how pitiful. Anna knew what misfortune looked like. Reza was not unhappy at all. Anna did not pity Reza. But she was different. Since we're already at the dining hall, of course we should sit together. Otherwise, are you telling me to eat alone? When dealing with subordinates, there was no distance. Oh dear, I didn't mean to startle you like that. She always asked for opinions and listened to the answers.
It's truly dreadful, isn't it? What do you think? Anna, you always treat your servants like human beings. Anna, it's been a while. Why don't you sit down and eat with me? Oh, really, my lady? Anna replied, as if it were the most natural thing. At this, Anna, flustered, said, I hope my lady finds happiness." Edith was surprised, thinking Anna had no affection for her mistress, then smiled brightly and replied, "That's all I need, Anna." But when had she become an ordinary person instead of a mistress? Afterward, the two walked and chatted. The strawberry shortcake just now. She hadn't finished her sentence when a voice called out, "Edith, I heard you sold all your dresses and jewelry. What's going on?" "All of it? I merely disposed of useless items." A married lady suddenly selling her belongings. Don't you know what others will think? She suddenly realized, was this an act that would disgrace the Rudwick family? Thinking back, there had been many instances where small actions were interpreted in unexpected ways. For example, refusing a party invitation was understood as being due to pressure from the Rudwick family. Even if she tried to keep a low profile to avoid attention, Edith Rigglehoff, the flower of high society and the Duke's daughter-in-law, could not help but stand out in every single thing she did.
She lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. Because besides the money I brought with me when I got married, I don't have enough cash. What do you do that the money I give you monthly isn't enough? Do you know how much it costs to maintain the Duke's dignity?" Edith asked, bewildered. "Money? Given to me monthly?" An hour later, the carriage rattled down the road. Edith sat in the carriage, secretly worried that she was almost late for the palace. She recalled Killian angrily asking earlier, "Why didn't you tell me you weren't getting monthly money?" "No, I didn't even know that existed." "Wait, aren't you supposed to go out with Reza now? I also need to prepare for the palace. Is that important now?" "So it's not important." Killian pulled her along hastily. "Killian, slow down." Suddenly he stopped. "Why don't you say anything? You're always like this, even if your household servants do something to you, even if you're exhausted from drinking poison on an empty stomach. Do you really think I can't protect you?" He gently touched her face. Edith gloomily recalled Sophia's words. Her abandonment by this place was only a temporary matter. If he knew she was a card abandoned by the Count's family, Killian Rudwick would be happier than anyone to discard her. She took his hand. "Of course, there are things that cannot be said, Killian. I still can't just rely on the words that come out of your mouth. You have to accept that. I will buy back all the items you sold." "No need. Those are truly items I no longer need. If they were items that had to be brought to the Duke's mansion, they couldn't possibly be useless. Why did you do that?" He sighed, exasperated by her talk of regretting the money. "Just tell Ranong and the monthly allowance documents can be processed. Please forgive me." "No, that's not it."
"Once you return from the palace, you can check immediately," she thought to herself. "All right, I've already given the money, so I shouldn't bring it up again." What was more important now was for her to look at Killian, who was sitting opposite her, and tell herself that she needed to grasp his thoughts. Outside, the carriage continued to clatter along, but the atmosphere inside was strangely quiet. Suddenly, Killian looked up at her and spoke. "If you keep looking at me with such a suspicious gaze, even I would feel a bit tense." "Oh, I apologize. It's just a bit awkward." She wondered if she was being too obvious with her discomfort. It's true, we are family, but we've lived too far apart. Even so, it seemed her relationship with Killian had improved lately. It had only been a few days. What would happen later was still unknown. That's right, that interest would quickly fade.
Hearing that, Edith's face went pale with dismay. Cliff continued, "If you consider the time he spent with Reza, then any comparison is truly meaningless." She thought to herself, is he trying to pick a fight with me? However, I hope Killian's attention continues to be directed towards you. It seems you and I both desire the same thing, don't we? What are you talking about? You don't need to pretend you don't know. This isn't a complicated matter. You want Killian, I want Reza. It's best not to take our eyes off them. Wait a minute, it seems there's some misunderstanding. Although I am Killian's wife, I don't want to have him unwillingly. You say that very well, but let's see. If Killian reverts to his previous attitude, would you still be able to say that? Aren't humans like venomous snakes? Edith was bewildered by his words. What are you trying to say? Killian likes to go yachting on the lake. When the weather gets warmer, he starts looking for yachts. And Mother used to say that if you saw sails on the lake, it meant summer had begun. Ever since Reza arrived, he often went with her, but he hasn't gone once since the marriage. Also, he's very interested in art, for example, fine art pieces.
No matter what you do, praising him a lot will probably be effective, because he always feels inferior for constantly lagging behind me. Her reaction is quite interesting, Edith mused. Is their relationship so strained that they can say such things without consequence? Although they are fiercely competing for the female lead's heart, they are still biological brothers, so I think even if they aren't close, they would still have some brotherly affection for each other. Anyway, if you make good use of what I've told you, neither Killian nor you will suffer any loss. He stepped down and offered his hand. Please, just think about it once. Edith placed her hand on Cliff's to alight from the carriage. Oh, by the way, do you know a maid named Sabina? Sabina, who is that? Brown hair, freckles, and a bit thin. Never mind. If you don't know her, there's nothing to be done. But if you do know her, all the better. It was a pleasure talking to you. I hope you have a productive time with the princess. Wait, what do you mean? Just then a maid approached. Excuse me, Lady Edith, I will lead you to where the princess is. Edith turned and replied,
Yes, let's go now. Meanwhile, the princess was stroking a horse. Seeing Edith approach, she turned and said, Finally, you're ready, aren't you? Edith respectfully replied, Edith Rudwick pays her respects to your Royal Highness the Princess. Edith thought that upon entering the palace, she was suddenly asked to change, so she complied, though she didn't understand why. The princess looked Edith up and down and said, I heard you have no experience riding horses, but you're wearing quite comfortable pants, aren't you? Edith broke out in a sweat. That's because I wore them every day in my previous life. It was truly a situation where her body was comfortable, but her mind was not. The princess opened the stable door. All right, follow me. I will teach you directly. Look straight ahead with dignity. Straighten your back. Shoulders straight too. Use your knees to support yourself strongly. The horse's strength follows its rider.
A fearful attitude is a sure path to disaster. Edith wondered if the princess was taking revenge because she had acted arrogantly last time. So, as your highness said, I only hope that your highness will judge me based on your own judgment, and not be swayed by the gossip of the nobility. Was she getting back at me now for lecturing her back then? Edith imagined the princess gloomily saying, Try it once, you won't even be able to cry out. Kill me. Suddenly, the princess frowned and said, This is Killian's request. Edith asked in surprise, Killian. At first, I also wondered if I had misheard, but given Killian's personality, there's no way he would joke about such matters.
I've been wondering what you wanted to ask me that you didn't want the Duke and my brother to know. It turns out you want me to teach Edith Reigelhoff how to ride? Are you kidding me? She's a Rudwick now, no longer a Reigelhoff. And that's exactly right. But as you know, the territory we're moving to isn't as bustling as the capital. Even as the Lord's wife, relying solely on a carriage might cause some difficulties when it snows. I had originally thought of teaching her myself, but she doesn't seem comfortable learning with me. Before that, Killian said, If you're afraid of gaining weight, why don't you exercise more? Do you know how to ride a horse? Not really. So do you want me to teach you? But Edith flatly refused. Never. So the only person I can trust is you. I completely don't understand why you're doing this. Even if I don't care about politics, Reigelhoff is always a name that comes up whenever the Duke and my brother meet. Wasn't this a forced marriage because both sides needed some agreements? Once the current unstable situation is resolved, you should just get rid of that nominal wife. Get rid of her? Nominal wife? Did my father say that? Or Cliff? Killian gloomily said. If it wasn't them, then are these just absurd rumors circulating in society? I'm very disappointed, Catalina. I thought that as a princess, you would never believe such rumors. What? You sound exactly like that woman. How is that any different from judging others? Just a month ago, she was still a Reigelgerf. Are you trying to refute the Reigelhoff family's despicable actions? Or do you want to prove to others that she has nothing to do with Reigelhoff? I know it's a bit hard to believe, but the goals the Reigelhoff family is pursuing and Edith's are completely different. I still can't explain it in detail, therefore I won't force the princess to believe my words unconditionally. But if Edith has said something similar to what I just said, then Catalina, shouldn't you evaluate Edith yourself and decide what you should do next? Edith's face flushed as she listened to the princess recount the words.
Yes, damn it, you and Killian were right. Seeing you abruptly summoned by me and made to mount a horse, I realized how ridiculous this society is for groundlessly calling you a venomous snake or the villainess of the century or whatever. The princess then turned to her. I apologize. I thought you were so cowardly that you'd push Killian into a difficult situation. I also heard that Reza struggled greatly because of you. To dare utter such venomous words to someone I hadn't even thoroughly gotten to know, I truly treated you poorly. You who respect me more than anyone else. I shouldn't have done that. It's shameful. Will you accept my apology? Well, Killian said you're a soft-hearted person, unlike your outward appearance. It seems that's true. Edith said nothing, but tears spontaneously streamed down her face. The scene shifts to a bustling place. Look, Killian, that's the store I wanted to go to last time, but it's closed now. Didn't you want to pick up your shoes today? Although we started a bit later than planned, we still have time to go during the shoe store's opening hours. Earlier, Edith urged, Killian, you'll be late. What's a little delay? Reinen, check this out for a moment. At this moment, Killian asked Reza, Why didn't you say so earlier? Is there something special you wanted to buy? No, not really. The shoes just look very beautiful.
Killian picked up the shoe and asked Reza, Do you want to sit down? Killian slowly sat down. You know, Reza, they say beautiful shoes will take you to good places. As he spoke, he put the shoes on her, his actions leaving Reza bewildered. Well, it's done. They suit you perfectly. Killian recalled. She was once the brightest person I had ever seen in my life, a kind, warm, and incredibly lovely girl. I thought, if she only looked at me and smiled at me, then perhaps I wouldn't wish for anything more. It was the first time I felt that way, so I mistook what we had for love. I almost believed it was the love of my life. But then Edith appeared. She said there was a concept called time. Hearts that seemed like they would never change would gradually change, and wounds that seemed like they would never close would unconsciously heal before we even realized it.
If only Edith hadn't appeared, filling my mind with her image. Why are you looking at me like that? Killian, at this thought, stood up and asked, I heard your craftsmanship is excellent.
How long would it take to complete 4 pairs of winter shoes? For that quantity, I'm afraid it would take at least 2 months. Would you like to place an order today? Oh no, I need to check my wife's shoe size first. Even so, 2 months feels a bit rushed. Reza asked in surprise, what's the rush? Killian, where are you going? You're about to be ennobled, and you'll have to move to your new territory very soon. Will Edith go with you too? Killian asked in astonishment, why do you ask that? Reza remained silent, not answering. Killian also looked thoughtfully at Reza. No, it's just that I find it too sudden. Edith is one of my few friends. That's true, Reza really doesn't have many friends her age. When she was little, because of Count Sinclair, she didn't get to meet many people. And even after she was brought to the Duke's household, because she was always under the protection of the Duke's family, she had very few opportunities to meet people her age. After that, the two of them left the shop. We look forward to seeing you again. Please travel safely. Thinking back, Dosma Street, which I once walked with Edith, had a very different atmosphere from this place. A street with vendors selling cheap candy, a girl selling wildflowers, and a clown performing all day but only earning a few pennies.
She didn't seem to mind being in the same place as commoners, but nothing of what she bought then remained. While lost in thought, Killian suddenly looked down at Reza's hand, which was holding onto his arm. He called out, Reze, why so sudden? Oh, it's just that because you said you're leaving soon, I felt strange. Are you that sad? Look, there's a shop over there that's still open. Shall we go look around a bit more? Yes, all right. Let's tie your hair like this and put this hair clip on. How is it? Very cute, isn't it? Not everyone suits this hair clip, you know. Reze exclaimed, Oh, Killian, look at this. He watched Reza smile radiantly with her new hair clip. Killian praised, It's beautiful. Please pay for everything we've looked at so far, and just send the bill to the Duke of Rudwick's residence. Reza called out in surprise, Killian, it's fine, I don't go out often. If we're done looking here, let's visit another shop. Another shop? There was a very prominent place outside just now. A moment later, Killian opened the door and entered the shop. Reza looked around and asked, Killian, this place feels a bit different, doesn't it? Yes, I intend to buy a gift for Edith here. Reza asked in surprise, Edith? Then she awkwardly added, But Edith, doesn't she prefer more extravagant and flashy things? I thought so too, but I found out otherwise after looking into it. She naturally suited extravagant and flashy things so well that I didn't realize. Her current preferences seem to lean towards elegant and expressive designs rather than oversized jewelry. When I saw her wearing that necklace with the small red ruby. As he said this, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Is this pin a garnet stone? It wouldn't be bad for a subtle touch. Reza just looked at Killian sadly, saying nothing. This would probably suit her too, but it's a bit too flashy, isn't it? Shop owner, do you have this ribbon in a different color? That evening, as Cliff was walking down the hallway, he heard Edith exclaim, Oh my goodness, did you choose all of these? If they don't suit your taste, you can exchange them for something else. No, I'm very pleased with all of them. I never expected you to have such an eye for choosing things like this. It's truly a surprise.
Killian said that ever since I was little, I've been trained to have a good eye for choosing things. Could you turn around for a moment? Edith immediately turned around. Killian began to tie a ribbon into her hair. After he finished tying it, Edith turned to him smiling and asked, How is it? Killian stood stunned for a moment, then awkwardly said, It suits you perfectly, doesn't it? If I were to choose, I couldn't pick out something this beautiful. If I had known you like this, I would have bought more. No, that's not what I meant. It's just... Cliff listened in intently, then smiled faintly, and afterwards went to Rise's room. Oh dear, I heard you came back early because you weren't feeling well. It seems Killian tried very hard to win you over today, didn't he? Rise replied gloomily. That's not it. Killian is still devoted. It seems I've caused him trouble. Cliff looked down at the pile of gifts, then called out, Rise.
You care about Killian that much? Reza was startled to hear that. She looked up and replied, I always care about both Killian and Cliff. Of course, even though I can't do anything for either of you. I know that's not what you mean. I can't be your only one, can I? I just wish you would completely trust and rely on me alone. Right now you seem disappointed because of Killian, don't you? Disappointed? Me? Why? Cliff, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just a little tired because I had to move around more today than I thought. Oh no, what did you do today? Are you curious about what I did today? Of course, I always think of you. I'd rather go out with you. Come to think of it, today I also had a very interesting conversation with my sister-in-law in the carriage. I mentioned that Killian hasn't been on a yacht trip this summer. A yacht trip? No, why are you suddenly talking about that? Cliff propped his hands on the bed. Reza, my existence is for you. I am ready to dedicate everything you desire, my spring goddess. Then there was a silence between the two of them. A moment later, Reza said, Look at me, Cliff. Closer than this, that would be too dangerous. A few days later, it just occurred to me that I hadn't been to the lake this summer. I mean, the weather lately has been perfect for boating. But you said you've never been to the opera. Do you like going on a boat more? Well, who wouldn't like to go on a boat on a beautiful day? After many days of thinking, I finally came up with a reason to go on a yacht trip with him. An action accompanied by praise would be much more effective. He always felt insecure about himself because I always left him behind, although I was a bit uncomfortable because it was something Cliff suggested.
Actually, in my previous life, I had never even ridden a paddleboat, let alone a yacht.
Just like the bouquet incident, that was just one of those things other people did while I hadn't even thought about it myself. When the weather gets warmer, he always thinks of going yachting first, but since getting married, he hasn't been able to go even once. That statement bothered me quite a bit, so I thought I should at least try it once. Killian said small boats are very dangerous. They can easily capsize and cause accidents. But our family has a yacht, so you don't need to worry about that. If the weather is nice tomorrow, let's go together. All right, if I hadn't said anything, he probably would have kept quiet. I see. Anna, contact Samuel and tell him to service the yacht. Yes, sir. The next day, the gentle sunlight filtered through the trees. Rye saw Edith and asked, "Oh, Edith, where are you going?"
You look absolutely radiant today, thank you. Today, I'm going to the lake with Killian. Oh, are you perhaps going on Killian's yacht? Yes, that's right. Killian's yacht is truly beautiful. Every year, Killian takes me out on that yacht, and it's always so much fun. We used to go fishing together. I wonder if you two will do the same today. Oh no, that won't be happening. That's a shame. Fishing together is a lot of fun. You definitely have to try it sometime. Wait a minute. Could Reza be interested in the supporting male lead? I'm really looking forward to it, Edith. Killian and Edith together make such a beautiful couple. Edith gave a wry smile and secretly murmured, "Interested is indeed the word." Just then, Killian arrived. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go." He was surprised to see Reza. "Oh, Reza? I just came out for some fresh air and happened to run into her," Reza explained. "Have a great time." Killian looked at Edith and asked, "Shall we get going then?" As he spoke, he extended his hand, and Edith thought that everything was slowly changing. Then Edith excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Killian, look at the lake." And so we chatted. Yes, there are so many boats. Since the sun is very strong during the day, people usually arrive quite early. There's Mr. Samuel over there. Do you see him, Killian? I see him. Over there. And over there too. Suddenly, Killian said with concern, "Don't get too much sun. You'll get sick." She looked up at him, bewildered, as my eyes briefly met his. Was it radiating from his eyes? "It's a good thing you seem pleased," he said. The warmth from his jacket. "What are you thinking?" Beautiful waves rippled across the surface of the lake. He and I were like we were tightly embraced by the wind, intertwined and inseparable.
She closed her eyes and pouted. "Don't ruin the mood, just do it quickly." "What did you say? How can a man be so awkward and not know what to do when he's holding a woman with her eyes closed in his arms? Honestly." Killian immediately placed a sweet kiss on her lips. Edith then smiled joyfully because today was truly a perfect day, so I couldn't possibly imagine what was about to happen to me. Before that, everything was perfect, so what should I wear? A simple outdoor dress. Anything that's comfortable to move in will do. What about the sun? If I carry a parasol, will the wind blow it away? You should wear a hat rather than carry a parasol. That's a good idea. Should I bring snacks? Whatever you like. Suspiciously perfect. At that moment, Killian asked Samuel, "Is the yacht still running well?" "Of course, young master. Yesterday I checked everything, even the smallest details, and found nothing unusual. You must be very excited to go yachting again after such a long time. You look so impatient, young master. Have fun." "It's truly beautiful. Look how many boats there are. Over there is Mr. Samuel. Do you see him, Killian? And over there too." A sudden surge of happiness made me involuntarily think that I hoped everything would go as I wished, but once this thought entered my mind, something was bound to break it.
Returning to the present, she blushed and said, "Look, isn't this quite fitting for the atmosphere here?" Killian pondered silently. He had been very worried when he learned she had gone boating before. Earlier, he had said with a hint of jealousy, "Besides, this is a very popular activity among couples. In a romantic and picturesque setting with just two people, I had nothing to do with him at all." It turned out that was just a problem on his part. He placed his hand on her lips. "We'll continue this when we get home, don't you forget that." "Good heavens, shall we eat first then?" "All right, Killian, hurry up, everything's ready now." Let me stop the yacht first." Suddenly, Killian froze. What's suddenly wrong with it? His face turned panicked. Then he turned back and called out loudly, "Edith!" Food scattered from the table. Edith's hand drifted further away. Her whole body began to fall, her face still filled with surprise as she cried out, "Oh, Killian!" Killian rushed over, calling, "Edith!" Her dress was soaked, the water icy cold. "Snap out of it, Choisuna. You can't die here, because the one who kills you must definitely be Killian. And in the original story, Edith was never involved in a yacht accident. Why am I dying like this?" Her eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, a system window popped up with a notification. If the villainous Edith dies, the story will return to its original trajectory. Countdown, 3 minutes until death. She asked in bewilderment. What? How bizarre. The original trajectory meant that my relationship with Killian would also return to its original state. Would Killian feel contempt upon seeing my death? As she gradually lost consciousness, a hand suddenly reached down. Then Edith opened her eyes and found herself lying on a soft bed. She called out, "Anna." Anna quickly replied,
Lady Edith, water. I need a little water. Yes, my lady. As a result, I didn't die. How should I process this? I already knew the original author was hostile towards me. Exception condition stage 1. Accomplish what the original Edith failed to do. She chose and set conditions that I wouldn't fulfill to prevent me from escaping the original storyline. Exception condition stage 2. Reject Killian Rudwick's proposal 10 times. However, for me, the original storyline was a much greater obstacle than that anonymous offer. The framework of the original story always limited everything, from the character's emotions towards me to the flow of events around me. Even my actions were restricted by it. However, I didn't think that an event completely unrelated to the original story would threaten my life so much.
I truly never imagined such a thing. No, don't think too negatively. According to the system's information, I saw that while unconscious, Choi Suna was coughing faintly. What now? The system panel appeared. Due to excessive interference with the original work, a part of the original work has been destroyed. The author's power is gradually diminishing. At least the flow of the original work and the original author are not on the same side. It turns out the author is also restricted. Back to the present. Suddenly she remembered Killian and asked where he was. Anna hesitated for a moment before replying, "You're asking about the young master." "Well, about that, the young master is interrogating Mr. Samuel." She asked again in surprise, "What? If it's Mr. Samuel, he was the one who prepared the yacht at that time, and he's also the manager of the Duke's household's transportation. Could it be that it wasn't an accident?" "No, but at that time the system panel announced, if Edith dies as a villainess, the plot will return to its original trajectory. So the culprit this time is not a character from the novel." Suddenly Anna stammered, trembling, I apologize, lady, but Mr. Samuel isn't that kind of person." Edith pondered thoughtfully. "Even though I don't know how this will be handled in the plot, if Anna is speaking up for him like this, I won't stand by and watch innocent people suffer due to the author's schemes." She told Anna, "Go to Killian and tell him I've woken up. Tell him I'm looking for him." "Yes, lady." Before that, the moment she fell over the railing, his heart froze. He ran quickly and plunged into the lake without hesitation. He didn't even remember how he swam to save her. When he saw her fall right in front of him, he continuously called her name. "Edith, please, Edith Rudwick, please open your eyes. Please, I can't let you go like this."
What I should have said then was, if I had known you would like it this much, I would have bought more. No, it's not necessary. It's just that the thought of you thinking of me even when you're out and even choosing things for me makes me very happy. Next time, let's go out together. I should have said that I was always thinking of you the entire time I was out with Reza. If you want to go down to the domain, you have to order shoes and boots in advance. I already asked at the shoe store. I should have said that no matter what I saw, my first thought was to wonder if you would like it. No, before that, I couldn't trust you, I know. You're always like this, and you'll be like this in the future too, won't you? Considering the Rigel Hope family's affairs recently, isn't it natural to be suspected? How many more times do I have to say that the family's affairs have nothing to do with me before you'll remember? Before that, is that how you feel about the position you gained after threatening my family? Even before that, what could possibly hurt you? I'm a human being too. A human, not a venomous snake, am I? Returning to the present moment in the mansion's dungeon, he had worked for the Duke's household for 10 years now. During that time, he had never made a single mistake. I thought he was very proud of his profession. Does the trust of Duke Rudwick mean so little? "Who incited you?" Killian yelled furiously. "Speak." Just then Anna arrived. "Excuse me, young master, the young lady has woken up." Upon hearing this, Killian's face relaxed. He then quickly ran to see her, his voice calling her name heard even before he was seen.
"Killian, you came so quickly." Before she could finish her sentence, Killian embraced her tightly. She felt Killian's trembling, and then she returned his embrace. She thought to herself, "It's so warm. Let me see. What's wrong with your face? Killian, who was it that almost died? Can you explain to me what happened?" "The yacht's sails had a problem. The boat lost its balance because the ropes got tangled. This would never have happened if the yacht had been properly maintained. I'm investigating who incited Samuel. I'll let you know the results soon." "Killian, wait. I don't think Samuel did it." "Killian, do you think he's the kind of person who would do something like that?" "No, but you can never know for sure who. Wouldn't he know better than to get caught so easily?" "Killian, I think this incident is similar to the lead poisoning case involving Reza and me, and my conclusion is this. This is something the original author did to the extent of being called excessive interference. The author's excessive interference has partially disrupted the flow of the original work." The author's influence is fading. That person tried to eliminate themselves using a plot detail not present in the original story. If so, how, and by exploiting whom? First, the less a character appears in the original story, the less they are influenced by it. Rhiannon and Anna are prime examples. If the author could control them, there would be no need to make things this difficult. If one's life or trust is threatened by those they believe in, they would easily collapse. But instead of doing so, the author chose a complicated and uncertain path, creating a plot detail. It's as if that person themselves is bound by the plot's possibilities. If so, the character behind this plot detail could be someone already established to hate Edith, or a major character naturally led to confront the villainous Edith. Samuel, the manager, who isn't mentioned in the original story, doesn't fit. The issue is that I can't explain it like that. At this point, she continued, "That's why I can't shake the feeling that someone is trying to frame him. Please, believe me." Killian was stunned upon hearing this. The scene shifted to the dungeon. "Young master has arrived. Yes, release Samuel. Are you going to dismiss him?" "No. Since there's no evidence, he won't be punished." Killian said, "If you need to rest because of today's events, I will grant you a day off." Samuel, surprised, called out, "Young master, Edith believes that you didn't intentionally do anything wrong, or were bribed."
I have also decided to trust her words, so I hope that when you work at the Duke's mansion later, you will not betray her trust. Previously, Killian had thought, but managing the yacht is his responsibility. Such an accident has already occurred. If we don't punish him at all and just overlook it? Edith interrupted him. "Killian, so just because of that title, are you going to punish someone who isn't the real culprit? Why are you so calm? And comparing it to me is truly ridiculous. Before, I was only reprimanded in the Duke's study and had to self-reflect in my own room, whereas Mr. Samuel was interrogated in the basement for several hours. That's not fair." Killian was at a loss for words with her. "All right, I understand. I'll do as you wish." "Thank you, Killian. I'll go take care of it, so you should rest." As Killian headed for the door, he was lost in thought, her bloodless face still flickering before my eyes. Back to the present.
Killian slammed his hand on the table. "Snap out of it," he thought. "First, I need to find the culprit. Most people who get into trouble in boating accidents are women. Even if they're wearing light clothing, it's basically hard to swim if you fall into the water wearing a dress. So this was a crime targeting Edith, not me. If so, is this Reigelhof's revenge? The ones who sent that damned maid? If not, then it's Count Sinclair, who was a suspect before. Come to think of it, the culprits for previous incidents haven't been found yet. I've missed something important." Suddenly, Killian's train of thought was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Young master, Mr. Samuel requests to see you." "Let him in." Samuel entered timidly and bowed before Killian. He told him to sit. "No, sir, I would dirty this precious chair. Do you have anything else to say?" "I swear the yacht incident was not my doing. The night before, I checked it again, and there were no problems at all. However, if someone did tamper with the yacht, I can point out one thing. Before the young master arrived, at dawn, after the yacht had been taken out, I was absent for a moment, because young Master Cliff appeared and called me to look for Miss Reza's belongings. So I helped young Master Cliff search on his boat, though not for a long time. But if something happened during that time, then it is indeed my fault. What is the reason you're only telling me this now? If you had remained silent when I let you go, this matter would have been overlooked. Shouldn't he be caught? The person who wants to harm the young lady is still out there. If I kept quiet just to protect myself and let that person get away, what good would that do? Who would want to harm such a friendly and kind person? Killian thought to himself in astonishment. Edith's trust and magnanimity had drawn out information that even continuous, relentless interrogation couldn't have obtained. It wasn't that he succumbed out of fear of punishment, but rather, despite the potential punishment, he cooperated with the investigation to help Edith. Samuel bowed. "I accept any punishment for my carelessness. Raise your head, Samuel. Edith doesn't want you to be punished at all."
Even if she heard you say that, her feelings wouldn't change. On the contrary, she would probably say, "Thank you for telling the truth. I think the suffering you've endured from the interrogation until today is enough punishment for your carelessness. Go back and rest." "Thank you, young master." Only Killian remained in the room. He looked at the crackling fireplace and mused. Something is very strange. Why would Cliff need to go to the lakeside first thing in the morning to look for Reza's things? "Sorry for making you wait. Let's depart now." "Ah, Reza. I just went out for some fresh air and met her. Reza is probably waiting for Cliff, since the poisoning incident."
The document leak, they were always present in all cases, suddenly made me pay attention. As she said, Reza was also considered a subject of investigation. At that time, I tried to investigate fairly, but, "Reza, why are you here? I called you here. You've come at just the right time. Come in." Even if I presented all this evidence, it wouldn't be as impactful as a single word from Reza, because it had been clarified that it was my own mistake, so I had never thoroughly investigated Cliff and Reza. This means it's impossible to be sure they are innocent. First, I need to find out who was at the lakeside from early morning. Suddenly, Killian's head throbbed. He had to start searching there first. If there were no clues there, then he would have to find a way to investigate his brother, the Duke's heir, and his lover. The next day, Killian fed Edith. She secretly marveled. It's so delicious. Suddenly, Killian said, "I'm very happy that it suits your taste." Killian must have been very panicked because of my accident. Killian has finally changed and is willing to feed Edith now. He's changed. Last night, Samuel came to see me and said he would be away for a while. He asked me to convey his apologies to you. Additionally, I've gathered more information about the circumstances of this incident, all thanks to you. She blushed, thinking, look at what he's saying. Thank you, Killian. I should be the one saying that. Ah, keep eating. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed. Tsk, I suppose I just interrupted an intimate moment between you and Killian, didn't I? My apologies, but I think you were injured because of me, so I'm quite worried. What do you mean, injured because of you? It's nothing much. I just tend to meddle a bit. Actually, I was the one who suggested the yacht trip for Lady Edith. Now that you mention it, that's exactly how it was. To start a plot point not present in the original work, using a character to initiate it is obvious. The more important a character is in the original work, the more they are influenced by it. Therefore, if the power of the original author is similar to the influence of the original plot's flow, then... At this moment, Killian told Anna, please put these flowers in a vase for me. Yes, young master. I heard you also went to the Lake Irmiz that morning, didn't you? Ah, that's right. I forgot something on the yacht. Edith remained lost in thought. Only main characters like Reza, Cliff, and Duke Rudwick could be involved. Could it be? Her eyes filled with suspicion, and Killian asked,
So you went looking for it this morning? Seeing Edith clutching the blanket tightly, Reza asked, You don't look well at all. I'm very worried because you refused to see the doctor yesterday. Edith asked back blankly, Refused to see the doctor? Killian immediately said, Didn't the doctor tell you to focus entirely on resting last time? But I thought you weren't someone who could say no, so I personally canceled the appointment. Edith silently felt helpless. How can I focus entirely on resting when he's been bothering me from early morning until noon like this? He added, Speaking of which, I think you should rest more. Thank you for going to all this trouble to visit me. Yes, get well soon, Edith. Then Cliff and Reza left. Killian watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. Anna carefully arranged the flowers Cliff had brought. Edith called out, Killian, I'm really fine. What the hell do you mean, fine? We still haven't found him, and you're always... Edith reached out and gently touched Killian's face. Are you getting enough sleep? You look so pale. Killian, I've been thinking about this all day yesterday. If this happens again, you shouldn't jump into the water to save me. It's very dangerous. Killian's face darkened in anger as he grabbed her hand. So you want me to just stand there and watch you sink deep into the water and die? She lowered her face and replied,
So, that's how it is. Or do you want to die with me? Killian fell silent upon hearing that. All I mean is that you should value yourself, Killian. You were almost in serious trouble. Then, on a peaceful morning, the maids asked, Hello, young lady, are you feeling better? The gardeners were also happy to see Edith. Good morning, young lady. Do you have any difficulty walking? Edith could only stare in bewilderment at this scene. She quietly asked Anna, What's suddenly gotten into everyone? It's certainly because the young lady helped Mr. Samuel. Since he started working here, Mr. Samuel has helped many of the staff. Regarding Sabina's disappearance earlier, Edith secretly wondered, Is this the Sabina Cliff mentioned? Before she disappeared, she said many unpleasant things about the young lady, so there were quite a few bad rumors circulating throughout the mansion. They were afraid that the young lady had done something to Sabina. Perhaps those rumors disappeared after you saved Mr. Samuel from danger. Meanwhile, people were buzzing with gossip. Have you heard? Edith Reigelhoff fell into the lake and almost died. They say the yacht tilted, causing her to fall, but others are saying it wasn't an accident.
Layla feigned a sympathetic gasp. Oh my goodness, someone tampered with the rope on the boat and tied it to the sail. Hearing this, Layla inwardly gloated, thinking, the ducal family must be very eager to get rid of Edith, right? Perhaps Killian was the one who tried to kill Edith. They continued their chatter, but Killian jumped into the lake and saved Edith. Layla's expression froze upon hearing this news, her smile vanishing completely. Jumping straight into the water without hesitation? That sounds so cool just hearing about it. Layla gritted her teeth in anger. Why, Killian? No way! That woman! They then added, Wait a minute, if it wasn't an accident, then where's the culprit? It seems no one knows who the perpetrator is. Good heavens, the investigation results weren't even made public, and the yacht manager wasn't punished either. Layla wondered to herself, what does that mean? The ducal family's yacht had a problem, leading to an accident, but the yacht manager wasn't charged. Is that really true? She smirked triumphantly. So it seems Lady Edith's position in the duchy remains unchanged, doesn't it? Everyone readily agreed. It seems so. The Duke's only daughter-in-law almost drowned, yet no one was punished.
That's right. The rumors about their strained relationship were very intense, weren't they? No wonder I've been feeling a bit strange. Although I don't know who wants to kill her, this means that within the ducal family, there is someone who has no intention of letting Edith live. If things continue like this, who knows when she'll finally die? I must quickly find a way to win Killian's heart. Returning to Duke Rudwick's mansion, why is the estate so bustling today? Young Master Cliff called for the designers. Designers? Is it the lady from last time? No, they came to design special ceremonial dresses for use in the palace.
Lady Rise is also having a ceremonial dress made for National Day. What kind of ceremonial dress would you like to wear, lady? Ah, Edith thought to herself, I've been so busy with horse riding lessons lately that I haven't thought about this. Time is already drawing near. It's been a week since Duke Rudwick mentioned this. Before that, the Duke said there was still a month until National Day. The atmosphere around Grand Duke Langston is quite unusual. He will surely use this festival to display his power. He's truly both foolish and greedy, so we must be careful not to let the Emperor's faction be overshadowed. Killian, what do you think? Killian stammered. Edith, standing nearby, mused. That's right. For the ducal family, this festival is more like a political event, because the Grand Duke can show his disregard for the Emperor's authority. If the Grand Duke appears at National Day, then I must be in Chapter 4. The original Edith is under house arrest, so she probably won't attend the ceremony, and that plot point would make Edith seem like she's at home discussing plans with Sophia.
Back to reality, since the novel only revolved around Reza, I couldn't clearly recall what Edith was like. Seeing Edith lost in thought, Anna called out, "Milady." She awkwardly apologized for being distracted. Regarding the formal attire, I'd like to wear what I already have. Killian bought so many last time. Anna looked surprised to hear that. Although Edith Reigelhoff never wore the same dress twice, for me, someone who has been reincarnated, these are all brand new clothes. Speaking of which one should I wear today? Milady, excuse me. Later, in the library. You're here? You want us to go to the fashion boutique together. Why such a sudden invitation? You look busy. No, I was waiting for you to come with me. I don't want to wear new clothes. This is the first event you'll attend with me since we got married. To dispel all the rumors of discord out there, I think you should also wear appropriate clothes. Or do you not want things to be clear? How could that be? She secretly thought. What rumors? Now I'm like a celebrity. But can we go without an appointment? I already made an appointment a few days ago. What? Why didn't you tell me? If I told you, wouldn't you say I was wasting money? Why do I feel like I just got roasted? Rena looked at the two of them as if he wanted to say something, but he chose to remain silent, a book in his hand, a study on curses, manipulation and control, and curses and brainwashing.
The carriage stopped on this side, in front of the fashion store. Edith was quite astonished by the splendor of the place. The shop owner approached politely and said, "Welcome, esteemed guest. I am Morphidelia. It is an honor that you have visited my humble shop." Edith secretly wondered, when did the definition of humble change without me knowing? He enthusiastically led the way. "Please, come this way." Edith looked at the designs, utterly bewildered. "Killian, you're not someone who likes these things, are you? Don't you dislike this style? Don't you like to dress like this? Compared to the clothes from the old place, I feel this place is more suitable. Is this a place you're familiar with?" Killian stammered. "Well, Killian's dark history a few months ago. I flat out rejected that royal designer in front of Mother."
Even disregarding the ducal family's honor. Hey, your clothes look splendid. Where did you get them? Killian, recalling this, replied, less bored. I heard about it from someone else. It might not look like much, but this is a very reputable place. Why don't you try picking something out? I think it's quite suitable. Edith leaned over to look at the design in Killian's hand. She gasped as Dahlia suddenly appeared behind her. What an absolutely wonderful choice, Edith thought to herself, startled. From the moment I met you, I've associated you with this outfit, so I've had it prepared for a long time. How about it, madam? Would you like to try it on? Oh, would that be all right? Finally, this dress has found its owner. Edith involuntarily recalled the last time she bought jewelry, feeling that they had introduced products in the exact same way. I'm not exaggerating, but there are truly many people who want to wear this dress. Honestly, everyone who tried it on made me feel like they were being buried by the dress, so I always had to suggest a different one for them. A moment later, Edith put on the dress. She thought Killian's aesthetic taste was truly no joke, as Dahlia continuously exclaimed, Madam has truly brought out the elegant splendor of this dress. Oh dear, my mouth. It's at it again at the wrong time. Edith turned to call Killian, wondering to herself why she was suddenly so nervous. Then she stammered, This is a bit splendid, but does it look all right? The reason Killian suddenly took me to try on clothes couldn't be because of those rumors of discord. Killian's brother, the family heir, had called the imperial designer to the mansion, and the lovely protagonist of this novel had chosen to accompany him. How could I not know that Killian was merely trying to escape the reality where the beautiful scene of the two protagonists was unfolding? Truly, that could be the only explanation. At this, Killian smiled and replied,
It's truly beautiful. It suits you better than I thought. Edith's heart pounded. Why was he smiling like that? That's unfair. Suddenly, Killian stood up and walked towards her. He gestured, saying, If you style your hair like this, she asked, flustered, Have you chosen what to wear yet? We want to coordinate our outfits. Could you show us some other styles, Mr. Dahlia?
Oh my, how romantic. If you're looking for something in the same style as this dress, please take a look here. Afterward, Killian and Edith left the store. He said, "It seems we decided too quickly. It wouldn't hurt to look at a few more outfits." "No, that dress was truly perfect. I should have recognized your good taste sooner." He blushed shyly. "Well, they often compliment me on my good eye. If you're not tired yet, shall we go look at boots and shoes?" All right. They arrived at their destination very quickly. "Welcome, esteemed customers." "Ah, welcome, young master. Last time you mentioned—" "Yes, I'm thinking of ordering 2 pairs of boots and 1 pair of shoes." Edith whispered to Killian, "Do we really need 2 pairs of boots? I already have 1 pair. Risen is colder and has more snow than here. You'll need waterproof winter boots that keep your feet warm." "Oh, right. And for horseback riding." "That's true. Now that I think about it, we should probably get a pair for horseback riding too." "Ugh, my number's going up again. That's not what I meant." And the shop owner began to measure Edith's feet.
Please lift your leg. Yes. Edith sat lost in thought. Is it cold and snowing heavily? So what about the culture and economy? Raisin wasn't mentioned in detail in the novel, so I'm not sure. She turned and saw Killian staring, so she asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Killian, flustered, turned away. It's nothing." "Nothing? Have you looked at the shoe designs yet?" Suspicious. After that, they went to the bakery together. Edith never expected to have such a wonderful day in her life. She recalled Cliff saying if she wanted to win Killian over, she should do it this way. Then she cursed silently. His feelings would quickly grow cold. That's what he's aiming for. Unlike what he said, Killian was incredibly kind and courteous, so he didn't need to worry. "Last time I saw you seemed to like strawberry black tea, so today I brought you here. Does it suit your taste?" She secretly thought the cafe was a bit noisy, but then she replied to Killian, "I like it very much." "That's good then." She looked at Killian and thought, what's a little noise compared to sitting across from this face? Suddenly, whispers erupted. "You know, about the Rudwick family?"
Who will Duke Rudwick marry? Who is he delaying for? His younger brother is already married. Isn't it because of that Sinclair bastard? They say both brothers have lost their minds over that cunning vixen. It's unbelievable that she could control both Rudwick brothers like this. Though she is quite beautiful, but... Edith pursed her lips and muttered to herself, "No, I worked so hard to make Killian happy like this." The gossip continued unabated, and what's more, his younger brother was still newly married. A married man, enchanted by that bastard child who was bought with money. Ho ho ho, seeing Killian's murderous expression, Edith secretly exclaimed, "Oh dear, this is going to be big trouble." They continued to talk. How could she charm both brothers? At this, Edith couldn't hold back and shot to her feet. Killian called out in surprise, "Edith!" She slowly walked towards them. A lady still casually laughed and said, "But if the Duke were sensible, I wonder if he would bestow the title of Duchess upon that bastard child." The other two saw Edith and were startled into silence. What's wrong with everyone's faces? It's as if they've just seen a ghost. As soon as she finished speaking, Edith leaned down, placing her hands on the table. The woman gasped. "Edith Reichelhoff," she said with a stern face. "It's Rudwick. You should use my proper name." Edith, while pouring tea, said, "Weren't you all just now discussing my family so enthusiastically? I know, because I no longer attend parties, the society has lost its center and become chaotic."
But their elegant voices were too indiscreet, making me inadvertently overhear quite a bit of their conversation, even though I didn't want to. The teacup overflowed, but Edith kept pouring. Do I now look like someone who has to live under the same roof with her husband and the woman who enchanted him? No, Edith, it's not like that. We just heard this news from somewhere. There's no way we... Edith immediately glared with sharp, cold eyes. They fell silent in fear, the tea spilling down and wetting her clothes. Edith growled, "Ladies," and at the same time she threw the teapot down. Unverified rumors should not be mentioned so casually. From now on, mind your words carefully. With that, Edith turned and left, leaving them pale with fear. They stammered, "What was that? Let's clean up quickly and go home." Edith returned to her seat, her face scowling and unpleasant. Suddenly she heard a snicker. Killian covered his mouth with his hand, but couldn't help but burst into delighted laughter. "Ha!" Edith was bewildered, not understanding anything. She wondered,
"What's so funny?" "There's nothing funny at all. I think I just saw an incredibly handsome smile." Killian continued to laugh nonstop. He chuckled. "How much longer are you going to laugh?" Killian let out one more laugh. "Haha, you know what? The more I get to know you, the more wonderful I find you." His voice turned serious. "You know what? The more I get to know you, the more amazing I find you." "Me? Amazing? Didn't you get angry at those people instead of me? Instead of you? Why would I be angry at someone I can talk to so comfortably like you?" "Well, my past actions led to those rumors." His gaze fell. "Ah, I see. It's because you don't love me at all, so that matter means nothing to you. I'm truly sorry. You don't need to worry about it."
Edith was about to say something. Killian, She paused, thinking, that's not it at all. Rather, I love him so much that I tune out everything. Calm down, Choisuna. That man is the second male lead of the story. I know he doesn't mean it that way. So are we just going home like this in the end? That reminds me, why is the mansion still so noisy? Reza must have finished her fitting ages ago. She called out, Anna? Reinen? Lady Edith. You two have returned. I apologize for interrupting right after you've returned, but just now, the Duke and Duchess brought out the Light of Lorraine. The Light of Lorraine, the oldest jewel of the Rudwick ducal family. By wearing this iconic necklace, Reza seemed to implicitly declare to the entire empire that she had now become a member of the Rudwick family, and that was precisely why this jeweled necklace existed.
Killian quickly grabbed Edith's hand and she cried out, Killian, calm down! Do I look like I want to calm down right now? No, so why? Killian pushed the door open forcefully and called out loudly, Father! He looked at everyone in front of him and thought, why did things turn out this way? Duke Rudwick frowned. Killian, how dare you behave so rudely in front of your mother? He quickly stepped in. I apologize if there's a misunderstanding here, but today I heard a strange story on my way. When Edith and I went out to buy formal wear for the upcoming festival, the Light of Lorraine was brought out. You want Edith to wear it, don't you? His question inevitably surprised everyone, Edith included. She secretly panicked. What? For me? No way. It can't be. Everyone would think it's for Reza, so why me? Duke Rudwick stated, traditionally, the Light of Lorraine is worn by the daughter-in-law of the Rudwick family at the first event after marriage. He turned back to look at her gleefully, while she broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes are so excited. He began, there hasn't been a major event for a long time, so please wear it on this occasion. Edith waved her hand. Oh no, Before she could finish, he interrupted. There are also 2 pairs of earrings that come with the necklace. Would you like to see them now? Killian, wait a moment. What's wrong? Tell me. Well, Edith yelled, I don't like it because it doesn't suit me. Everyone was surprised once again. Realizing her unusual outburst, she explained, what I mean is, my dress has gold embellishments on it. My hair, a red dress with gold plus a blue necklace. That's all 3 primary colors. Just hearing it sounds like a disaster.
Her hand pulled his. Killian, apologize quick. Without waiting for Killian to react, she pushed him towards the door. We're tired, so we'll excuse ourselves to rest first, leaving silence in the room. Reza spoke up then. I apologize. Edith suffered injustice because of me. Jocelyn chuckled. Not at all, Reza. That was our decision, not your responsibility. You two have also worked hard all day. Go and rest quickly now. Yes, madam, Cliff reassured. You don't have to worry, Reza. But The Duke and Duchess stood in contemplation. The Duke asked, Killian has this side to him too.
Jocelyn thought to herself, am I losing my mind? In fact, if I had given it to Rysdale first, Edith would have been in trouble during the National Day celebration. Why did I never think of Edith even once when deciding this matter? Outside, Edith chided, Really, Killian, I thought you were going to open the door for me to enter, but instead you did something rude in front of our parents. Why are you suddenly so angry? Rys is still standing in front of you. Aren't you afraid you'll get into trouble? Receiving no answer, she turned back and asked, Say something, won't you? Seeing his face darken, she called, Killian? He looked up and asked, Aren't you angry? Aren't you angry that Rys, someone who doesn't even bear the Whitewick surname, is wearing a piece of our family's jewelry while you've never been allowed to wear it? Edith exclaimed in surprise, Killian! Even though our parents are well aware of this, even though do you know what they're saying about you these days? And no matter what, by the National Day celebration, you'll be talked about even more. Edith feigned indifference. Oh, I've heard all sorts of things at the cafe recently. Are there any new rumors? I'm used to being treated with extreme prejudice. Let's see. Isn't Edith Reigelhoff an arrogant, despicable, hot-tempered, promiscuous, extravagant, vain person? More like a snake than a human? Hearing the things she had just listed, he waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. Now the bad rumors have taken a different turn. A different turn? What do you mean? They're saying that our relationship has deteriorated to the point where it couldn't get any worse, and it wouldn't be surprising if you and I filed for divorce. They also say you treat Rys so cruelly that you even hate her maid. Oh, wow. I told you, they can say whatever they like. All I need to do is quell the chaos, just like I did at the cafe before. He chuckled with amusement. So you're planning to make a scene like that during the National Day celebration too, huh? According to what you've said, my reputation can't be salvaged anyway, can it? Ever since his hand reached up to caress her face, she called, Killian? When everyone said this woman would become my wife, I thought my future would be very bleak. I never expected that thanks to her, my life would become much more interesting.
Edith secretly recalled his face from before, and those eyes again. He said again, Now I have that same feeling, that same atmosphere from that day. Will you kiss me if I close my eyes? If I said I wouldn't be hurt, that would be a lie. Hearing those words on National Day wasn't pleasant either. But for him to be aware of my pain and to feel wronged on my behalf, then angry, and even a little worried, immersed in his kindness, all that suffering meant nothing to me. Breaking free from her thoughts, she actively embraced him, locking their lips together, their feet moving swiftly before they tumbled onto the bed. Wait a minute. You're still recovering from the cruise. At this hour, you're still like this? I'm already better. I even just finished riding a horse today. Her hand slipped deep inside his clothes. Back then, you said you wanted to do it. I'm still waiting for that promise. Edith, you really... Scene change. Reza was strolling in the garden when someone called out, "Reza!" Reza turned her head and saw Princess Catalina approaching on horseback. "This way, Reza. Today I've prepared a picnic instead of a tea party." "That's an excellent idea, Your Highness." "Is that so? This is how I satisfy my hunger right after riding horses with Edith." Reza paused upon hearing this. "Edith, what do you mean?" "These days I've been teaching her how to ride. Although she doesn't have any special talent, she's very diligent and has made remarkable progress."
It's also very fun to chat with her. Edith is incredibly funny. Edith also told me that her health is improving, so I'm not as worried. So, what have you been up to lately? Princess Catalina stopped short when she saw Reza's face darken. "Reza, what's wrong?" No, it's nothing." When you say nothing, it usually means something, Reza. Are you trying to make me worry? It's all right, just tell me. Well, the thing is, the spool of thread Edith gave me was poisoned, and I'm worried because I haven't found the culprit yet.
"I didn't want to know who hated me enough to want to kill me, so I thought everything would end if I said that. But a maid spread rumors everywhere that Edith was the culprit, and she suddenly disappeared. Not long ago, we found her body. I don't understand what the hell is going on." As Reza spoke, she trembled, tears streaming down her face. "Perhaps everything has come to this because I turned a blind eye to the truth. If I... Reza, it's not your fault. Sit down here for a moment." The long-awaited National Day finally arrived. Killian held the necklace, hesitating. "Will this be all right?" "Edith, I've decided to choose the ruby necklace I usually wear." The night before, Killian had said, "Besides Lorraine's light, there are many other precious jewels in the duchy. If you tell Mother, she'll give you anything. You know, Killian, even if I adorn myself with gold, silver, and jewels and go out, they'll just think I'm showing off. But I'm quite sure someone will try to cause trouble for you. Wearing this necklace is like wearing a piece of my husband's heart around my neck, isn't it? Is there any treasure more precious than that? Aren't you ashamed to say such things? The first gift he gave me, and also the first favor he did for me. Returning to the present, I think everything is settled now. Would you like to help me put on the necklace?" He took the necklace and put it around her neck. "It suits you very well, but it's just a small gem. I didn't realize you were such a modest person. I'm known as the woman who wants to claim Killian Rudwick. Isn't that greedy enough for you?" He blushed and turned away. "Honestly, there's nothing you won't say."
Did I speak out of turn? It's getting late, let's go. Regardless, the ones who attract the most public attention are, of course, the main characters. At the Imperial Palace, oh my, it's Duke Rudwick. My God, the young Duke's companion is actually that Sinclair child. Wait a minute, could that necklace be? No way. So that royal child will be the future daughter-in-law of the Rudwick ducal house? Yes, because this is a novel world, I get to enjoy their loud whispers. There will be a lot to see today. But for me, the person with the most beautiful outfit today is someone else. The person I chose as having the best style today is neither Reza nor Killian. It's the Duchess. Looking at the gown she's wearing, I murmured to myself, it truly suits her. After all the dresses custom made by the royal tailor were delivered, the Duchess always preferred to wear the ones Reza had chosen for her, and she never wore the dress I had chosen.
Of course I don't think she dislikes it, but I never imagined the Duchess would save it for such an important event as this. The ladies came up to chat. "Oh my, that dress suits you so well, Your Grace. It stands out beautifully even from afar. You truly look very elegant. Unlike me, I'm always afraid to try a new style." "I'm afraid too, but this is what my daughter-in-law Edith chose. You haven't greeted each other yet, have you? This is my daughter-in-law Edith. She's married to our second son, Killian." Edith was surprised. I don't remember a scene like this in the original story. Edith glanced at Killian, and he encouraged her. "Just go ahead, dear." "Edith, this is Marquise Ethelman, and this is Viscountess Crows. It's a great pleasure to meet you, ladies. I am Edith Rudwick." "Oh, hello, Edith. I am Cecile Ethelman. And I am Larissa Crows. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Edith." The music started, and the two of them drew close to dance.
Are you enjoying your first social gathering? Don't even mention it. I can't even remember the names of the people who were just introduced. Western-style names of characters in romance novels are really hard to remember. Hey, they don't pay attention to that. For now, you just need to remember the dance steps. What? Killian, are you worried I'll step on your feet? While Killian was dancing with Edith Rudwick, though she was still quite clumsy with the knowledge of this fantasy romance world, Edith's body clearly remembered the dance skills she had learned, and she just needed to flow with the melodious music. After a beautiful spin, she asked, "Are you still worried about your feet, Killian?" He blushed. How rude! You've danced with all sorts of men, so your skills are quite good, aren't they? And jealous men like you are usually not very charming. Standing in a corner, Layla Sinclair trembled violently. Her brother said, "What's happening, Layla? Isn't Killian Rudwick trying to kill Edith Reigelhoff?" She gritted her teeth. "Shut up."
That Riz girl walked in here with the Rudwick family heirloom around her neck, and even clinging to Cliff Rudwick's side? How on earth did this happen? Damien Sinclair mused inwardly. It was certainly very strange. Edith, that woman, my impression of her had completely changed. In the past, her beauty held a dark and desolate quality, but now she looked completely refreshed. Right after a political marriage to her enemy family? Layla Sinclair seethed. "Edith Reigelhoff, Killian is my man. How dare you? I will never forgive you." On this side, Killian and Edith had finished their dance. "Killian, why are your ears so red? Did you have trouble keeping up with me?" "I'll take that as a yes. Then let's go rest for a bit." Suddenly, Edith's expression changed when she saw someone approaching. Seeing her lower her face to avoid them, Killian called out worriedly, "Edith!" Her body began to tremble. At this moment, Killian also looked up, glancing at the approaching person. Count Reigelhoff said with a smile, "Edith, Killian, it's been a long time since I've seen you two. Oh my, I haven't seen you since the wedding. I want to talk to my daughter after such a long time without seeing her."
"Would you mind leaving us for a moment, my son-in-law, Killian?" Edith worried inwardly. What should I do? Although I've used Edith's memories to become a skilled dancer, I still haven't been able to make eye contact with Count Reigelhoff. The limitations of the original story still linger. Should I refuse? Anyone looking at him would think he looks very much like a good father. But in this situation, Killian unexpectedly took Edith's hand, surprising her. He asked with a stern face, "What do you intend to say when I'm not here? I'm genuinely very suspicious. Is this a conversation I shouldn't be hearing?" "What nonsense are you talking? I said I wanted to sort out some matters with my beloved daughter. I am your father-in-law, and you dare—" "Then how did you deal with that maid? You even worried about a mere maid before your own beloved daughter." Count Reigelhoff flinched and stammered. That matter, as you know, there were some unpleasant rumors about my daughter. Sophia merely took on the task of correcting her behavior. I mean, that maid served as a strict tutor." Edith's gaze didn't leave Killian. Is Killian on my side now, or is he still suspicious of me and trying to prevent me from contacting the Count? Fortunately, I can still smooth this over. I'm living very well, so father doesn't need to worry about me." Killian shot a sideways glance at Count Reigelhoff. He immediately turned away. All right, Edith. I'll see you later then." He left in a foul mood. "I sacrificed my life to raise you, but you show no gratitude at all." Edith worried inwardly. Now he might ask why I stammered like that. Will I be able to answer Killian's question?
No, as expected, nothing is going smoothly. So what should I do? But contrary to our worries, Killian asked about a different topic. His Imperial Majesty will appear soon. Huh? Our whole family will soon go to greet him. Now I'll take you to my parents. Why isn't he saying anything? Yes, of course. A moment later, "May our national day be blessed and receive endless glory, your Imperial Majesty, your Royal Highness the Princess." "Thank you, Marquis and Marchioness Ethelman. How is your son?" "Yes, your Majesty. Thanks to your benevolence, he is thriving." Edith suddenly raised her gaze, thinking, when it's my turn, that chapter of the story will begin, won't it? When the friendship between the princess and Reza is first revealed, a shocking event will occur at the Imperial Palace. But why am I making eye contact with the princess? The National Day is precisely when Reza gains recognition among the nobility.
With Lorraine's true nature revealed to everyone, and her closeness with the princess also made public, the princess looked at me. It was just as I'd expected, nothing more. I had thought the two of them had become quite close. Suddenly the princess spoke. "To be able to meet the people I care about in one place like this is my only joy in such a troublesome event. The Duke and Duchess of Rudwick and their children. Reza is also especially beautiful today, and Edith Rudwick." Edith looked bewildered when her name was called, and the princess continued, "Are you wearing matching outfits with Killian?"
In a society full of gossip, the Rudwick family seems to maintain good relationships among its members, don't they? After seeing the two of you like this today, I'm quite sure no one will dare to spread baseless rumors anymore. Now that I think about it, I've always invited Edith or Reza separately whenever we met, but I think from now on, I should always invite both Edith and Reza. I am very pleased that your highness has shown such affection for my children. Whispers erupted. The princess invited both of them and said always too? Edith wore a dazed expression as the plot changed, while Reza stood to the side, her face darkening. Noticing something, Cliff asked, "Are you all right, Reza?" "Oh, yes, Cliff. I'm just a little nervous being in Her Highness's presence." On the other side, Killian picked up a glass of wine and offered it to Edith, concerned. "Are you all right?" "Oh, my leg hurts a little." She fell into thought. And the more she thought, the stranger she felt. Had the events of the National Day Festival chapter changed like this? The character Reza, who was supposed to shine and be the center of attention, was instead replaced by the villainous Edith. I still don't know what the third exception condition is, and I'm not sure if this kind of change is allowed. Suddenly, she heard someone nearby say, "After all, bloodline is still the most reliable thing."
Hearing this voice, I turned to see Count Reigelhoff speaking with Grand Duke Langston. Count Reigelhoff said, "Grand Duke Langston, are you not one of His Imperial Majesty's most loyal subjects? It seems you also had a special relationship with the late Emperor. It's not easy to build such deep bonds within the Imperial family." I didn't expect him to openly side with Grand Duke Langston. Was he acting so brazenly because I wasn't what he expected? A few people commented, how wonderful the late Emperor's reign was, a peaceful and prosperous era like a painting. I still remember those days vividly. Praising the old dynasty like that meant they were indirectly criticizing the current dynasty for not being as good as it was then. However, even the nobles on His Imperial Majesty's side could hardly refute that statement as false.
Duke Langston reminded, "Don't say such things on a happy day like today. Although he is too young to hold the throne, he is doing his best to rule the empire. I have witnessed the emperor and princess grow up day by day. In my eyes, the children still look so innocent and fragile, truly pitiful." Princess Catalina looked annoyed when she saw the Duke, then turned and left. Killian noticed and called out, "Your Highness, I apologize. If you don't mind, please wait a moment." "Of course, you go ahead. If the Count comes and bothers you again, don't hesitate to scream. No matter what crazy things you do, I will still take responsibility." "I understand. You go ahead. I will remember." "Catalina, she doesn't look too well." At this moment, Edith overheard some gossip. "Did you see that? Who is she pretending to be weak for? What's with 'my leg hurts a little'? That method is so outdated. What are they saying now? It seems she's trying to survive in that house by flattering them. I heard it's an arranged marriage, no different from handing over a hostage. Count Reigelhoff just publicly declared his allegiance to the Grand Duke." Edith suddenly became interested in their conversation. Oh, do they hide under my bed or something to know so much? How much I would suffer if my own parents abandoned me like her. Excellent. This way I don't have to worry about the third exception condition anymore. That's right, no matter how long they prolong this marriage. But this has nothing to do with them. So young and already facing divorce. How pitiful. I won't tolerate Duke Rudwick being mocked by these cheap mouths. Thinking this, she lifted her foot and walked towards them. What should I do now? After all, I have already become Killian Rudwick's legal wife. "Do you girls know that if I get divorced, I'll receive alimony and get a pretty little villa? I'll live a comfortable life there and spend that huge sum of money for the rest of my life. I have money now and a hot body, so it wouldn't hurt if I dated a few more guys, right? Then, if I want to, I can always remarry." Layla Sinclair frowned, thinking, what is this? It's like a leech clinging on to suck the Rudwick family's blood. The speaker continued, "Oh, isn't that how everyone lives? Before marriage, they rely on their father, and after marriage, they arrogantly rely on their husband. Do you think we're like you? Oh, of course, we're completely different. I am the woman you all aspire to be, a woman married to Killian Rudwick." Just then, Killian also returned. She glanced at him and coquettishly said, "You know, Killian, do you think I'm flattering you?" Killian replied, "Flattering you?" She quickly added, "No, someone said I was fawning over you." Killian chuckled. "If you know how to flatter, then try flattering me a little, but you have to make sure you don't do this with anyone else but me." She responded, "How could I? There are plenty of people out there waiting to snatch up Killian Rudwick." Witnessing this sickeningly sweet display of affection, they were utterly disgusted. Layla Sinclair couldn't bear to watch any longer, her face darkening as she walked away. Her friends called out, "Oh my God."
Layla and Edith were secretly pleased. Just as people say, the more you play the villain, the more addicted you become. Killian explained, "I'm just saying this as a precaution, but Princess Catalina and I are childhood friends, and that's all there is to it. Since birth, I've never once seen her as a woman. In fact, the princess is more like a relative to me than Cliff."
I'm not thinking anything at all, don't worry, she said. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not thinking anything, right? She chuckled to herself. Right. Who doesn't know you once saved yourself for Reza? Who would have thought that Killian and I would have a relationship like this? I was so devastated when I learned about the exceptional conditions. Edith Rigelhoff would not be able to reveal her hidden settings until exceptional condition 3 was met. I had given up all hope, preparing everything I could to run away, no matter where, as long as I was alone, and only wished I could live quietly as if dead. I know you've struggled greatly. I trust you, Edith. I don't know who orchestrated this terrible prank, but I know it wasn't you, my dear. For those who trusted me unconditionally and comforted me with a sincere heart.
It's not healthy to keep your emotions bottled up like this. If you keep them inside, they'll burst one day. It has made me increasingly greedy. All I want is for the young lady to be happy. People have gradually come to see me as a friend and have blessed me. I apologize, though it's a bit embarrassing, but will you accept my apology? Why can't I live peacefully with them? Those who opened their arms to welcome me, and him too, the one destined to kill me. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't I deserve happiness? She chuckled. Would you like to dance one more song? My pleasure. I arrived in a room with furniture strewn about and a broken window pane. Layla Sinclair, with disheveled hair, mumbled, It can't be like this. Killian, my Killian, what should I do? Suddenly she noticed a letter. What's this? Layla Sinclair. Today, after seeing you fiercely criticize the leech clinging to the Rudwick family at the National Day celebration, I believe I have finally found someone brave enough to undertake a great mission with me. Please, join me in eliminating Edith Rigelhoff. I hope you will come to the address below. I will be waiting for you. This is indeed the address written on the paper, but who would want to meet in a place like this? The servant reminded her. Young lady, perhaps we should return first? Suddenly, someone opened the door, startling her to exclaiming, There, I've been waiting for you. She hesitated slightly. Come in, Miss Sinclair. The Rudwick family crest. As expected, the Rudwick family also wants to eliminate her. Seeing her about to enter, the servant tried to stop her. Young lady, but... She raised her hand. It's all right. Leave the way. Yes, young lady. The next day, Edith smiled. Good morning, Randon. You're here. Oh, what's this? Is it what you were looking at with Killian last time? This, looking at the book, she secretly wondered. This novel doesn't have magic, does it? Suddenly, Viscount Randon slammed the book shut, startling her.
They were too close, like two opposing currents pushing each other away. Young master. No, it's fine. It's just my curiosity that made you uncomfortable. I really am. I've been too relaxed lately, so I've forgotten my place. So did you enjoy the founding ceremony? Yes, I had a lot of fun. I heard you were tired and rested all day yesterday. About that, she recalled Killian carrying her back to her room. It's time for you to take responsibility for seducing me throughout the ball at the founding ceremony. Killian, don't even think about getting out of bed tomorrow. The servants who saw them whispered to each other, Oh my goodness. That's why I had to rest for a whole day after the founding ceremony. She scratched her head in embarrassment. I've been taking too many days off, so I'm too ashamed to face Rhinan. Not at all. That is also an important duty as a noble lady.
Although those words weren't wrong, they weren't what Rhiannon thought. Edith was surprised when Viscount Rhiannon said, From today, you only need to review the documents of the Ryzen territory. That was the place she would soon go to once the young master was granted a title. Although it was a territory far from the capital, it had great potential for development. I have prepared documents related to taxes and goods in that place over the past 10 years. The young lady will govern this territory with the young master, so I think organizing the content about the territory will be helpful to you. Along with Killian, Cliff would become the next duke, and instead the title of Count and the Ryzen territory would be granted to Killian. After the conspiracy was resolved, Killian would be granted a title, leave the ducal household, and settle in the territory. For Killian, in the original story, a supporting male character until the end, it was a rather lonely life. But if they could safely overcome that part, she could go with him. Leaving behind life in the capital when unable to defeat Cliff, they would focus together on developing the territory and caring for the lives of its people. Even if he didn't love her passionately, couldn't the Count and Countess of Ryzen live a happy life? With those thoughts, Edith had a very pleasant day at work. Suddenly, Rhiannon asked, Doesn't the young lady feel uncomfortable with Lady Rhys Sinclair? Well, no. Although the situation has become chaotic, we have no reason to be uncomfortable with each other. Is that so? And the next day, Edith broke out in a cold sweat sitting in front of Rhys. Although she had said that, she didn't mean to become closer to her. Rhys suggested, I heard you're going to the territory with Killian soon. Before that, would you like to come with me to La Belle Marie? It'll be hard to buy nice things once you're in the territory. That's right, the founding anniversary had just passed, and people were already decorating with a full end-of-year atmosphere. Just strolling through the streets was fun, and buying gifts was also an option. Why aren't you going with Cliff as usual? Well, I've been a bit busy lately, so I don't know if I'll have time. When she thought of the original story, the matter of Rhys and the villainous Edith,
Going out alone together was clearly unbelievable, but it's not like I didn't anticipate anything. In the original story, Reza possessed a bewitching charm, yet throughout the work, she had no friends her age, with the sole exception of the princess. As part of Catalina's coming-of-age plot, she was the only female character who spent time with Reza on the Belle Marie Street. However, at this founding ceremony, I had intervened in their deep friendship. Therefore, the invitation that should have gone to Catalina in the original story had by chance come to me instead. If I were to refuse, if she found it inconvenient because I wasn't thoughtful, I apologize, I didn't intend for this to happen. If the plot were to follow the original, no, I don't want that. This time, I will help you, Edith smiled cheerfully. Inconvenient? Not at all. What do you want to do on the Belle Marie Street? I usually frequent Dallas Street. This is also my first time going out with a female friend. There are truly many beautiful things there, so we can browse the shops. Afterwards, Killian looked surprised when he heard the news. Where are you and Reza going? To La Belle Marie Street. We plan to shop and sightsee. But even if you're not with me, you have to go to the Imperial Palace that day, and there will be many people during the day, so what could possibly happen? At the founding ceremony, the princess herself said it would be good if others saw us together.
She wondered, he always cared so much about his reputation. Why was he reacting so sensitively about Reza? Killian hesitated. But Reza, her face darkened. Was he still worried she would harm Reza? Killian worried. But Reza, without evidence, what can I do? Regarding Edith's incident, I tried to investigate Reza and Cliff's actions myself, but the amount of information gathered was very little. Recalling my previous conversation with Sinon, the information was so scarce it was unreasonable. All documents related to previous investigations were in the hands of the young Duke. But we would face a great risk if we collected new testimonies from the servants. You know very well that books on magic and curses are hardly considered proper documents. What would you do if the Duke and the young Duke found out you were secretly investigating behind their backs like this? You know very well how strongly the Duke trusts the young Duke. They might think that I'm jealous of my brother and trying to frame him. They might even think that it's not because I hate Cliff, but because I love Reza that I'm slandering my brother.
I don't know your feelings or the lady's situation, but if you continue like this, you will also get into trouble. Without evidence, no one will believe you. The only basis I have is a dull headache every time I suspect them. Ryan advised against it, so it's best for you to give up now. Killian clenched his fists in determination. Didn't you really hear it? Have you ever heard a strange voice criticizing Edith? Forgive me. If that's just a dirty excuse I made up for what I did to Edith, if it's just my own hallucination to relieve my guilt. Returning to the present, he said, "It's nothing. I'll send a knight to accompany you. Go together and don't do anything unusual." Then Reza chattered. "The Moonlight bookstore over there sells romantic novels that are very popular with readers. Oh, over there is Pins, which sells very beautiful hats and parasols. They also sell accessories, but in reality, Pinkett is more specialized in accessories and also has more options." Seeing Edith's uninterested expression, Reza called out, "Edith, you really do seem bothered." Edith started, "Huh? No, sorry, I was just a little distracted for a moment. You know a lot about Label Mary Street, don't you? Is it because you often go with Cliff?" "Oh, no, it's not like that. You know that Label Mary magazine is published quarterly, don't you?"
I like reading the store promotions in them. Someday, when I have a friend, I'd really like to go with them. Edith suddenly realized, oh, now that I think about it, isn't this actually an opportunity? Like other characters, Reza might not have done it intentionally, but simply couldn't act freely due to the author's influence and the original story's narrative. It's a fact that the female lead is a deadly concept for the villainess, so after a few incidents, I almost completely avoided her. But since then, I've also met the Stage 2 exception condition, which the system reported earlier. The Stage 2 exception condition has been met, exceptions have arisen, and the original author's power has been diminished. It has created a close friendship for me that didn't exist in the original story, even moving the princess's heart. Another important character in the plot. If so, couldn't I also have a good relationship with Reza? Not considering her as a pitiful female lead who can't be friends with a villainess, but simply as a normal, lonely person without friends. Edith excitedly replied, "You mentioned PN, right? Bookstores, accessories, cafes, just say the word. Anywhere you want to go with your friends, let's go today. I'll cover everything and have fun with you." So I didn't want to avoid that loneliness either. Immediately after, the two of them shared enjoyable moments, shopping for accessories together, choosing hats for each other. They were both very happy and like true friends. At a bookstore. This is a new book by my favorite author. If you haven't read it, I'd recommend it.
The quarrel scene between the main characters is so cute, isn't it? Wow, there are also some quite explicit scenes near the end. That, indeed, teasing an innocent female lead is just as fun. Rise blushed and stammered. So do you know about Mrs. Graham's secret temptation? Anyone who hears it knows what kind of story it is. Edith was secretly astonished. There are 19+ romance novels in this world too? What have I been missing all this time? Edith asked quietly.
Is it here too? It's not here, but there's a bookstore I know, and that's where Cliff secretly goes. Edith walked over and called, Anna, I'm sorry, but I'm going to pretend to send you on some errands. Could you temporarily go with Rise's maid? Anna worried, yes, what is it? Rise is thinking of buying a certain type of book, but I think there will be trouble if Cliff finds out. We'll be back soon, okay? If you wish, I'll queue at the cafe in front and buy a tart for you. Thank you very much. Rise shyly said, well then, let's each choose what we want and meet up later. Edith chuckled to herself. I never thought that innocent and beautiful Rise would know about a place like this. Indeed, what was seen in the original story isn't everything, is it? So, 19+ novels in a fantasy romance world, huh? Edith intently read a novel. A moment later, she closed it. I need to save face, so stopping here is fine. I'll just buy 3 books, and then I can go back with Anna. She started looking around. Where did Rise go? I can't call her name in a place like this.
Edith noticed a closed door. Is she in there? Edith pushed the door open and whispered, Riz, are you here? As soon as she stepped through the door, she was astonished. Oh, this path leads straight to the back alley? Does this mean I can leave without paying? But it's clearly written that entry and exit are forbidden here. I must go back before I'm mistaken for a thief. Just then, a hand reached out, accompanied by a chilling voice. Good heavens, is that really Edith Reigelhoff? 3 days ago on National Day Eve, Layla walked into the alley complaining, it's so dirty. Someone greeted her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Sinclair. First, I'd like you to reveal the identity of the person who sent me the letter. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose the details, but you can infer it yourself. As they spoke, they pointed to the emblem on their coat. So what I thought was indeed correct. The Duke's only daughter-in-law almost drowned, yet no one was punished. Even the Duchy wants to expel Edith Reigelhoff. So what do you want from me? This is something only you can do. You've been invited to a tea party tomorrow at Viscount Cicely's mansion, haven't you? Please spread this information there. I heard that troublemaker is back, so I'm not very keen on attending. What else is there? Edith plans to go to Milan Bookstore next week at noon. Do I just need to convey this information? I can help you do something better than that. I have a lot of money. Heh, you are truly kind, but that doesn't mean we are incapable of entrusting you with a greater responsibility. You just need to help with this, and everything else will unfold very naturally. Back to the present. Riz's person pointed and said, please pack the green grape tarts separately, and the black tea too. Anna, standing behind, kept turning her head back anxiously. Wait, Isabel.
Lady Rise's personal knight, didn't he say he was just going to the restroom for a moment? Why isn't he back yet? She sneered in response. Yes, I don't know either. Meanwhile, on Edith's side, in that alley, only her hat lay abandoned. In a dilapidated room, Edith slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Oh, you're awake? Long time no see, my Edith. I lost all my assets, reputation, and right of succession, just to provide you with information about the Amist region railway line, and you've even forgotten who this Fred Cicely is. I know that. Before I was reborn, the number of men Edith seduced to steal information was not small. She attracted all the important figures, learned confidential information, and gave it to Count Reigelhoff.
There are still many memories of her destroying other people's family happiness, even more than what was mentioned in the original story, so it's very difficult for me to recall each one. Therefore, it's no surprise that even Fred Cicely was treated that way by Edith. But I'm certain that no chapter in the original story indicates Edith would be avenged in this way. Therefore, it's definitely a plot point created by the original author, similar to the yacht incident. It's clearly meant to kill me, just like him. The system panel appeared. If Edith Rudwick dies as the villainess, the story will return to its original trajectory. Countdown to death, 3 hours, 0 minutes. Edith secretly reassured herself. Calm down, it's not too bad. Before, the countdown had also started, but Killian saved my life. So, having a countdown or not doesn't necessarily mean I'll die immediately afterward. So this time, let's try to overcome it by myself. Edith softly called out, Ah, Fred. He snorted coldly. Pretending to remember me now? We haven't seen each other in a year, but you are kidnapping someone and holding a knife? What happened to the gentle Fred in your memories? He frowned hesitantly. No, I'm so sorry, my love. I didn't mean to scare you. Seeing you in person, I thought I was dreaming. While he was distracted, Edith tried to untie her bonds. Countdown, 2 hours, 48 minutes, 17 seconds. Fred continued. After meeting you, getting to know you, I became an incredibly romantic person. I always missed you when I was back home, Edith. I almost went crazy when I heard you got married. And to the son of Duke Rudwick, someone I couldn't defeat even if I died trying. Wait a minute. Even if I died. His eyes immediately changed. Yes. Now I understand. Dying together and starting over would work, wouldn't it? I read a book a fortune teller gave me, that if 2 people die in the same place, they will be reborn together. How could such a thing happen? If it's a trick, I have no other recourse. Sleeping in eternal sleep together would be romantic enough. Edith broke into a sweat.
This guy just won't understand, will he? Fred, first of all, I want to apologize to you. For taking advantage of your heart, I am truly sorry. The feeling of being taken lightly and discarded by a loved one, I know it all too well. Actually, at that time, what I hoped for most from him was a sincere apology. Why are you saying that, Edith? Because I truly want to apologize. No, but I'm not the one who deserves this apology. Fred, you don't have an obligation to accept the apology, but telling me you don't deserve it is a bit... The arrogant woman who always disdains others, a tyrannical little devil, Edith Reigelhof, apologizing to me? Ha! This is it. Edith continued. You don't know anything about me. A little devil, or the Reigelhof host viper.
It's all just rumors, like the men I've charmed. Led astray by rumors, they were all disappointed by my true appearance. You know what? I actually don't like parties. I've rejected all invitations since getting married. No. Your Edith only reluctantly attended because the National Day celebration couldn't be refused. Compared to crowded places, I prefer quiet reading. Come to think of it, you met me at a bookstore today, didn't you? Stop it. Don't say another word. Don't ruin my Edith like that. The ropes had been loosened, almost untied, just a little more. Forrest, she said, I am not the woman you desire. Seeing his hesitation, she continued, dying with a fake like me, isn't that utterly pointless? Don't you feel your life is pathetic? Surely the woman of your dreams is living somewhere out there. With a vacant gaze, he called, Edith, the countdown clock shows 41 minutes and 27 seconds. He looked at her and asked, Is there something important behind you? You keep glancing around nervously as you speak. She worried, No way, only I can see it. He scoffed, It's as if you're desperately hoping someone will come to your rescue before your lies are exposed. What lies? She retorted. Your acting is truly superb, he said. If I weren't holding this, I surely would have been fooled. In his hand was a book, the Countess's pet dog. He threw the book down. Edith, you don't seem to trust me much, do you? But don't worry, I'll be your loyal dog, he said, advancing towards her. Time was running out, and Edith hastily untied the ropes. He raised a sharp knife in front of her. So come with me, won't you? At that very moment, she successfully freed herself from the ropes. She loudly replied, I don't want to.
Like a gust of wind, Edith leaned back, dodging that deadly knife thrust. Seeing his trembling hand trying to pull the knife from the tabletop, she suddenly realized that the numbers indicating the time of death had become meaningless at some point. He asked, When were the ropes untied? But you can't escape the magic circle. Edith bolted. I wouldn't be surprised if I were to die from this moment on. The door, however, was in a place she couldn't reach.
Fred continued to hold the knife, pointing it at Edith. It's okay. All you need to do is go back to that spot before you stop breathing. If you don't struggle, it'll be over in one swift stroke. Edith stood pressed against the wall, full of anxiety. Suddenly, her eyes noticed a sliver of light from a makeshift window nearby. Fred walked closer and said, It's your fault, Edith. Edith took off her clot. I won't just stand here waiting for him. Wait, if I can buy some more time, then... Fred had just uttered half a sentence. It's a bit scary, but the pain will only be fleeting when her clog hit him squarely in the face. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Edith darted past. She quickly grabbed a wooden chair and forcefully smashed it into the nearby window, pleading, Please, please. A loud crash echoed, and the window frame shattered. Her face lit up with a glimmer of hope. But at that very moment, Fred's hand reached out, pulling her back from behind. He didn't give up. One hand gripped her hair, the other held the knife, and he cackled at her. Edith could only close her eyes helplessly, awaiting death. A second later, she felt drops of blood on her face, making her open her eyes. It was Killian, his hand firmly gripping the blade in Fred's hand. Edith asked in astonishment, Killian, why are you here? He looked at her and replied, I'm sorry I'm late. Somewhere, the author screamed. No way, the system announced. Due to excessive intervention by the original author, a part of the original work has collapsed. How did she survive that situation?
After much thought, it was still a flawless scenario, requiring immense effort to prepare so meticulously. I even arranged for the incident to occur in places not found in the original story, and distracted that annoying maid. No, eliminating her would be enough. The maid of a noble family, along with a knight, reported to Killian without any fear of being punished for disobeying her master's orders. Going back to before, when Killian heard the news from Anna, he shouted, What do you mean Edith disappeared? Young Master Killian, the young lady went alone with Lady Reza, but I have a bad feeling about it. Killian, who was supposed to be at the Imperial Palace, was somehow nearby. The young lady was only supposed to go to 2 or 3 places, but no one has seen her in any of them. Tell me her address immediately.
The information from the maid, the male supporting character's urgency, and the villainess's intelligence, all these combined. During the search, Killian heard the sound of a window being smashed and recognized Edith. Killian ran towards the sound and rescued Edith perfectly, like something out of a painting. In a fantasy world where such miraculous events only happen to the female lead, it's best not to cause any more trouble. Yes, if the Stage 3 exception condition cannot be met, everything will inevitably revert to its original state by the ending. I'll have no choice but to cling to that meager amount of information. System notification. The author's power has been severely weakened. The original author can no longer intervene. Choice Hunag gritted for teeth in anger. Weakened? Someone just escaped death, but it's only weakened? What kind of rule is that? If things continue this way, what am I supposed to do? If this situation persists, even without having to deduce the Stage 3 condition to confront the original author, my life could be threatened again, anywhere and at any time, by something not in the original story.
And all I could do was tremble with fear. A sound from behind startled Suna. From behind, a door slowly opened. Choi Suna was bewildered. Where was this place? These doors, could they be leading her out of this world? As her hand touched the doorknob, she heard a sound from inside. Please forgive me, just one more time. I won't do it again, please. Are you saying you'll have another chance to mess up again? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You can't even be charming? I didn't ask you to sell your body. I heard that guy likes young girls. I went through a lot of trouble to arrange this. You're truly useless. If this happens again, I'll make you starve for a week. Witnessing this scene, Choi Suna was stunned. What was this? Could all of this be? She went to another door and again saw Edith crying. Please, it won't happen again next time. The master is extremely angry. Really, even if you refuse, you should do it gracefully. I can't believe you dared to offend a noble. Even a stupid dog like you will learn after a good beating. At another door, Lady Edith, you are truly beautiful. When will you realize my sincere feelings? I truly wish for us to have a closer relationship. Oh dear, if you keep saying things like that, my father will scold me, and then he won't let me see the young master. What then? Miss Edith. Choi Suna continuously moved through different doors. Behind one door, Edith sat listlessly, gazing out, clutching a letter tightly in her hand. Edith, listen. Soon, our family will declare war to seize territory from Rutark.
I have planned to lure the Duke and his children out and attack Rudwick Manor. So on the day I give the signal, place a device at the back door of the manor and draw their attention towards you. After that scene, all right, retreat immediately. Please don't do that, Edith. Please save me, Edith. Edith slowly walked down the hallway. She stopped in front of the Duke's family portrait. Her gaze lowered, and she reached out to touch the picture of young Killian. Witnessing this, Choi Suna lowered her head. What are you trying to convey? Why are you showing me these things? Although survival is very difficult for me right now, which is why I've turned a blind eye, I can't help but ask. Here, the characters appearing in the original work, although influenced by the original work, still exist, survive, and act on their own. So what about Edith? Where is the original Edith? Phase 3's exceptional condition. Edith's traces in this space. It's as if they're silently telling me to complete Phase 3 to find the answer.
It was as if she knew he couldn't avoid her forever. Back in the present, a hand touched Killian's head, waking him up. He looked up and called out, Edith! She looked at him and smiled. Killian, overjoyed, embraced her. Edith! After holding me for a long time, Killian explained everything that had happened while I was unconscious. He said that he quickly finished his work at the Imperial Palace, went to La Belle Marie Street, and met a knight who was desperately trying to find me. Using Anna's information as a basis, he and his soldiers began a careful search of the surroundings. Finally, he found me. He said, There are many suspicious points. It's hard to simply view it as Fred Sicily's solitary act. This was a premeditated crime. The abandoned houses nearby were all prepared to kidnap you and take you there. This could only have been carried out if he knew in advance that you would be on La Belle Marie Street that day. If Fred Sicily hadn't committed suicide while being transferred to custody, we would surely have been able to learn more. Even if you curse the Rudwick family as incompetent, unable to even deal with one criminal, I have no words to defend myself. We were also at our wits' end. Seeing him try to figure things out from beginning to end was truly pitiful. It wasn't Killian's fault. He did something that wasn't in the original story, so it's very possible that the chapter ended quickly before things got worse, but I couldn't explain that hypothesis to Killian. Speaking of which, what happened to Reza? She disappeared from the bookstore for a while. Reza, her knight also came to the bookstore, so she rushed off without being able to buy any books. Did you really come here to find me? What about the maid? Young Master Cliff is looking for you. Yes, but today I'm with Edith. Seeing his unchanging expression, Reza understood. Ah, I see.
Killian hesitated for a moment, then looked at Edith and asked, Edith, what do you think about Reza? Reza Sinclair is the true owner of this world, an adorable girl who is considered the standard of beauty, noble character, and a righteous heart. Her words are truth. The more a character is a protagonist, the more they are influenced by the novel.
so Reza will be more heavily constrained than even Killian and Cliff by the flow of the novel. In a place where everyone is always encouraged to act according to their character settings, Reza Sinclair herself can only become the natural enemy of the villainous Edith. Therefore, it's not my fault or hers. Such a scenario cannot help but unfold, unless the original work ceases to exist. So I decided not to blame anyone. Killian asked again, "Edith, what do you think about Reza?" She thought to herself, "Yes, I know that for Killian, Reza is the top priority, but even in this situation, he still wants to confirm if I suspect Reza, doesn't he?" Recalling a scene from the past, "Reza is like my family. She's much more important than you, do you understand?" He once tested me like that, even when Reza and I coincidentally were both suspects at the same time. Are you confident that you won't be biased? Currently, as for me, I myself don't have enough confidence to answer this question.
She replied, "Are you asking what I think? If I didn't trust him, the two of us wouldn't have gone out together in the first place. But I trust Reza. How could Reza have known what would happen to me while we were temporarily apart? It's just that things didn't go smoothly, which led to this." He lowered his face. "I understand. In that case, I must convey these words to you." "What?" "Reza said he's worried about you and cried, saying that what happened to you was his fault. After hearing the news, he also went on a hunger strike, hoping that you can reassure Reza." "I'll tell him that I'm not feeling very well right now." "No need. Let's go now." "All right." Outside the Duke's room. "Duke, it's Edith. Come in." Edith and Killian entered from outside. "Are you feeling any better?" "Yes, Duke. Thank you for your concern." Perhaps it was because this was her first time returning to the Duke's office after the document leak.
It felt like the positions between Reza and me were completely reversed. Reza suddenly turned around and called out, "Oh my God, Edith, do you know how worried I was? No, you're already up and walking now. Your complexion is too. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I really didn't think something like this would happen. If I had known this would happen, No, it's all my fault." Edith mused. That incident was orchestrated by the author, although Reza didn't do anything wrong. Now to me, even this hand is truly dangerous. It's not like that, so please don't feel so guilty anymore. Your Grace, I heard you are investigating the case. That's right, although I'm trying, the culprit committed suicide, so it's very difficult to find any clues. Yes, there are many strange points. According to Killian, this seems to have been planned in advance. That means he knew when I would appear and stalked me, waiting for the opportune moment. Reza, have you ever told anyone that you and I decided to go to La Belle Marie Street?
Cliff raised his voice. "Are you actually suspecting Reza now?" "No, how could that be? Cliff interrupted. "She already feels guilty for something that isn't her fault, and she stopped eating and drinking. Not only can you not offer words of comfort, but you're also blurting out such words? Cliff, what's wrong with you? You're speaking as if Reza intentionally leaked the news." Killian anxiously stepped up beside his wife. "What is it? She didn't mean that." "Killian, don't get involved. I have to say something about this. Is it true that you, Cliff, are still blurting out such words? Facing the person who almost died? Don't you even have a single word of comfort? But regarding questioning Reza, when did I question her? All right, then according to your wishes, I will question you. I heard that you admitted fault for letting Reza rush out of the bookstore. So why should Reza tremble with guilt and not you? Because you've been messing around with one guy after another. That's why you're getting your comeuppance." The Duke growled. "Stop." Cliff turned and said loudly, "Father, Edith is right. Your sister-in-law is in trouble, but you can't say anything sensible. It seems you don't want to cooperate with the investigation, so you should just leave. From now on, Reza must also eat properly. Edith, if possible, could you explain the entire situation?" "Yes, Your Grace."
The investigation failed, and the case was buried. Young Master Sicily was dead, so no one knew who had sent him the information, and revealing the case to the public would ultimately yield no benefits. I received a solemn apology and a hefty sum in compensation from Viscount Sicily, and since I didn't want to attract public attention again after the yacht incident, I decided to turn a blind eye. At times like these, I understood Reza's predicament even better, as she always tried to live in seclusion whenever an incident occurred. A week later. "What do you think about visiting the Imperial Palace after a long time? This Friday wouldn't be bad." "This Friday? But I've been told not to engage in strenuous activities for about 2 weeks. She was secretly frustrated by that instruction, which also meant they hadn't slept together for a week. He replied, "Of course you can't ride a horse, but riding a horse isn't the only worthwhile activity." Although the picnic a long time ago was quite enjoyable, suddenly Edith realized something and asked, "Killian, what's going on?" A moment later, Edith asked in surprise, "The Sinclair family is coming this Friday?" "Oh, why so suddenly? Is there a chapter like this in the original story?" Killian rubbed his forehead. "I don't know the details, but it's not without reason. Last time, someone came to our family saying they wanted to seize the Reincarnation family's iron ore distribution rights. I wonder if they want to negotiate the progress of this matter." "Ah, if it's about the iron ore distribution rights, then that's the reason for my arranged marriage. If the Sinclair family's plan succeeds, my position will be significantly harmed. But we can't know for sure. Perhaps they're coming because Reza gained attention during the National Day celebration? That's right. She appeared in public with Lauren's spotlight. So don't worry too much and spend time with Catalina. If we think about it that way, it perfectly aligns with the original story's flow, because the original setting was that after hearing Reza would settle her debts, the Sinclair family quickly handed her over to the ducal family, and after realizing they had missed the opportunity to become in-laws with the ducal family, they regretted it and clung to Duke and Duchess Rudwick. But suddenly, I have a bad feeling. Friday. Long time no see, Duke Rudwick.
Due to health reasons, I only sent my children to attend the National Day celebration. The children said they were very impressed with the Duke and Duchess for their prominence. The Duke frowned. I haven't heard anyone report that the young lady would be accompanying you. I begged Father for ages to be allowed to come along. It's been a long time since I last saw Reza, and I wanted to say hello. Reza went out today and isn't here. Please come inside first. Layla gritted her teeth and muttered, "What? Is there no less cliché reason than that?" Layla's words are quite anticipated, aren't they? After all, she had been contacted by someone from Rudwick earlier. So what you're saying now is, you believe a letter from an unknown sender and are following their instructions? It's someone from Rudwick. Although I don't know their real name, still, I can't believe she survived this time. Are you even thinking straight? What if it's just a trap to probe you? From the letters sent to the people you've met, nothing is certain. But the Rudwick family crest, that kind of object can be completely fabricated. Good heavens, there's a limit to foolishness. If you're not careful, this family will be ruined because of you. Do you understand? What if it's a fake? What? So what have you done for me? You always treat me like an idiot. At least the information they provided was true. They knew where and when Edith Reigelhoff would appear, which is why they asked me to do it at Viscount Cicely's tea party. I don't know exactly what happened, but Killian's knights and the Rudwick family rushed to search for Edith, and the next day Viscount Cicely announced that his son had died in an unfortunate accident. I don't know if the Duke intended to cover up the incident, but either way, I'm sure she almost died because of what they had planned. That's truly information outsiders couldn't know, unless they were part of the Duke's family. But who could it possibly be?
There seemed to be no reason for Cliff to care so much about Edith, while Killian seemed very infatuated with Edith at the National Day celebration. So, as for the other person, could it be that he had realized Edith was just a worthless hostage? However, it wasn't until the National Day celebration that Count Reigelhoff revealed his true nature, as if he had prepared for it in advance. No, what if it was a marriage that was never intended to last from the very beginning? Layla, yes, this time you should go to the ducal residence with father and brother. Returning to the present, after the Duke reviewed the documents, he immediately asked, "So, what do you want?" "As your grace knows, my sister still doesn't have a partner." "Now, do you mean you want Cliff?" "Good heavens, no way. I personally saw the necklace given to Reza at the festival." "So what do you mean?" "Your grace, Count Reigelhoff can no longer be considered part of the Emperor's faction. This is like forming a marriage alliance and then very quickly betraying the other party." Layla said that Edith Reigelhoff treated the Duke like her personal wallet. Even if she divorced her husband, she would receive a mansion and an enormous sum for emotional damages. This caused a huge controversy at the National Day celebration. With her arrogant appearance and actions, just like her biological father, does the ducal family intend to continue watching her run rampant like this? Elsewhere, Edith suddenly felt a shiver. "Is someone talking about me? I'm getting goosebumps." The Duchess asked, "Edith, are you cold?" "I'm fine, Mother. If you're cold, just say so and go inside." "Yes." I was really worried, so I stayed at the mansion and watched Layla act coyly with the Duchess. The Duke advised, "Then at least you should go get a shawl." Layla smiled and said, "Miss Edith, I'm really sorry, but I also want to wash my hands for a bit. Please, this way." After walking a short distance, Layla said, "I thought that was impossible, but you've truly been very virtuous and well-behaved while living here, haven't you? Does the Duchess know what Miss Edith here has been saying outside? I've thought about this before, but Miss Layla should look at herself before talking about others. What nonsense are you spouting now?" Edith sarcastically retorted, "Miss Edith, I'm so sorry, but I want to wash my hands." Then she turned her head away in frustration. Can't even manage a single retort. How annoying.
How long do you think you can live with that arrogant attitude? You're in a position where you don't even know if you'll be kicked out of the house tomorrow. Do you even know what your family's iron ore distribution rights are like now? Yes, that's exactly why you were able to marry Killian. It's already been handed over to our family to take over. Right now, my father and brother are talking to the Duke to make your position mine. I'm well aware that Killian has already gone to the palace. Why do you even mention Killian? You should know better than anyone.
So this time, will I still be his wife? Killian could only follow the Duke's decision. Edith gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, Killian had indeed done so in the early days after their marriage. Being traded like an item and entering a marital relationship this way must have felt utterly disgusting. The restroom is over there. She wouldn't be so foolish as to get lost on the way back, would she? Now, what does she want to say? I understand, but I have absolutely no interest. Killian would surely be delighted to divorce her. Yes, that must be it. But that doesn't mean he would agree to marry her. She wouldn't know. If she treated Killian kindly and gently, then no, I know. People like her would certainly never win Killian's heart. Back in her study, Edith lamented that she couldn't concentrate at all. If she had known this earlier, she would have visited Catalina. If this was truly a marriage destined to end sooner or later, then what was the point of it all? Just thinking about it made her feel very strange. In the original story, the Sinclair family were the main villains who primarily disdained Reza, always exploiting her to gain their own advantage. In the end, they were trampled underfoot, and there was no mention of them caring about Edith or anything similar. Although Reza wasn't here, the purpose of their visit this time was entirely due to my position. In fact, that was quite logical. Instead of provoking Reza, who was beloved by the ducal family, they would have a higher chance of success if they targeted me, someone not valued by either my birth parents or my in-laws. Thus, the original story no longer held absolute power, and had reached a stage where events unfolded and developed according to each character's individual thoughts, desires, and choices.
I just thought I only needed to overcome the principles, didn't I? If that's the case... As Edith was thinking, Rhiannon approached. Are you all right, lady? You look very pale, and you've just finished receiving guests. If you're tired, please rest first. She mused. If there were no influence from the flow of principles, then there would be people who like me, and naturally there would also be people who genuinely dislike me. Therefore, I don't need to be overly afraid, because I always want to live as a human being with the ability to think freely rather than living as a character in a story. She replied, It's all right. I can review more. The document you're holding is crumpled. Huh? Well then, that's all for now. I'm off work. Actually, I'm a bit concerned because this calculation isn't very accurate. Are you referring to the specialty tax? In the Duke's study. Come in. You're back? Father, hasn't my brother returned yet? Yes, the Sinclair family has returned, but he still has no intention of coming back. In that case, I'd like to report now. The rebellious great families, including Grand Duke Langston, have been identified, but there is still no proper reason to proceed with a purge. Today, His Majesty the Emperor provided me with additional documents. The Duke recalled earlier. You want to transfer the palace tour to Killian? What do you mean? You know, don't you? Tomorrow is the day those beggars from the Sinclair family said they would come to visit, isn't it? Yes, that's why I arranged for you and Reza to go to the palace. That was the original plan. But at first glance, I felt that Reza didn't really want to go to the palace, so I wanted to let her go to a park in the capital suburbs to change her mood. Don't worry, Father. Killian will do well. Returning to the present, Killian continued. Therefore, I believe it's best for us to decide on the next step based on the future attitude of the Count's fiefdom. Killian, you could... Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from outside the door. The Duke, sensing something amiss, said, Could it be? A knight also pushed the door open and called out, Your Grace, Count Rigelhoff has declared a territorial war. The news quickly spread. The reason for the territorial declaration of war was the trading price of iron ore. I don't know what he's thinking, someone muttered. The Count's family directly set and offered the price, which should have been clearly documented. Standing by the window, Edith thought, Rigelhoff has declared a territorial war? Although in the original story he indeed declared war senselessly and led his family down a path of destruction, it's still autumn now, much too early. Could it be because I didn't act according to the original story? If we skip the plot detail where he planned to infiltrate the ducal mansion with shoddy methods and jump straight to the territorial war, what will happen to me, the beloved daughter of the Rigelhoff family? In the original story, Edith was placed under house arrest when the territorial war began, so she didn't need to take any action. But this time... While she was thinking, Killian opened the door and entered, his face filled with worry as he looked at her. Edith lowered her gaze. I've already heard the news. What should I say? No, my father... no, what can I possibly say? What should I do to avoid going against the established settings? She stammered continuously. So, I truly didn't... He walked over and took her hand, concerned. Are you all right? Yes, according to the outcome of the battle, Count Rigelhoff. She thought to herself, I want to say that my death is a given, but I can't say it because of the settings.
I know. Acting lawfully is naturally the right thing to do. So, Father, has my father started a rebellion? For now, that's how it is. We could see it as a spontaneous, impulsive act, but objectively speaking, he cannot possibly win. And the reasons leading to this territorial war are so absurd, it's hard to believe that Grand Duke Langston isn't the mastermind. The Grand Duke himself, however, denies this, saying it has nothing to do with him, but everything fits together perfectly when considering he is aiming for the throne. Meanwhile, Duke Rothwake's attention is being diverted to the territorial war. To prepare for that scenario, Cliff will lead a group of elite knights and lie in waits near the palace to monitor the Grand Duke's movements, while the Duke and I plan to resolve the battle before returning to join him.
I even considered suggesting that Cliff and I switch places. He's far superior to me in martial arts, command skills, and even battlefield experience. Killian, can you stop comparing my handsome husband to others? My husband is so amazing. Don't get hurt and come back safely, okay? Are you worried about me now? Of course I am. I don't want to become a widow at this age. Yes, I heard that a young widow attracts a lot of flies buzzing around. I don't want to see that scene either, so you have to take care of yourself. Why aren't you answering? He gently stroked her hair. As I said, I'll take this opportunity to show you just how amazing your husband is. With that, they embraced and shared a sweet kiss. Scene change. The Duke looked at the map, calculating. How strange. It's as if I'm missing something important.
Have you finished inspecting the armory, Killian? Just in time. There's something. Turning, he saw Cliff entering from the doorway. I heard the news on my way here. Are Reigelhoff's people acting very hastily? Although it's quite troublesome, we should take this opportunity to put some things in order. What about Edith? It's difficult to keep the enemy's daughter in our house, and her status is still ambiguous. If we were more cautious. The Duke interrupted. Is that all you have to say? The atmosphere grew heavy. Cliff paused. Father, I apologize. I was thinking too deeply while walking with Reza. The Duke interrupted impatiently. All right. I intend to observe Edith to see how she behaves. According to Killian, she seems completely unaware of the Count's situation. Because of this incident, I feel that the relationship between her and her family has been completely severed. Recently, the Reigelhoff family has shown no real concern for that child, and initially, they only made a fuss because of that maid. Declaring war on a family holding his daughter hostage without a word from him, it's not unreasonable for us to think along these lines. But it could also be a trap. They make us think that way, and then when we let our guard down? Do you think I haven't considered that? I will take care of that child. For now, focus on doing your part well. While Killian and I evacuate the capital to resolve the territorial war, you must lead the elite knights and prepare to respond to the Grand Duke's rebellion. Don't disappoint me. In Killian's study, he was reviewing the documents Edith had prepared, marveling. She must have checked this very thoroughly. The more he looked, the more skillful her organization appeared. Indeed, Edith's condition was not good. A family had sent a maid to assault Edith, leaving her entire body bruised.
A family has declared territorial war without caring for the safety of their daughter, who is now nothing more than a hostage. But she will surely become disheartened if she finds herself in a situation where both her biological father and her father-in-law are pointing swords at each other. Yet she is incredibly kind and always cares about my feelings. Once this matter is resolved, I must go to the territory as soon as possible, leaving behind a broken family and things like war and politics. Go far away to a place where we can't hear what society outside is discussing, just her and me. At this moment, a knock echoed from outside. He immediately thought it was Edith and quickly went to open the door. Edith, I told you to wait in the room. Why are you... But the person standing at the door was Reza, and Killian's face instantly changed. Why is Reza at my office at this hour? Is something urgent, Reza? I saw the light was still on, so I came here just to ask as a precaution. Because I went to the suburbs to rest, I only received news of everyone's departure for the expedition belatedly. Reza lowered her face. Killian. Would things be different if I weren't a bastard child? Killian was stunned by Reza's question. A considerable amount of time had passed since Cliff and Reza were placed in the position of suspects to begin the investigation. Although recent events also involved Reza and Cliff, and there were more than just one or two suspicious points, it was also true that the investigation focused mainly on Cliff, not Reza, who was considered unlikely to possess any political power. Instead of offering words of comfort, could she only say something like that?
Why are you like this? Even Cliff acted very rudely towards Edith. However, she's a woman as wicked as a snake. If you trust her, you will surely regret it. Do you know when she'll betray and turn her back on the Rudwick family as easily as flipping a hand? A voice incessantly cursed Edith whenever it had a moment. The scent of lilac flowers. Rise is beautiful and lovely like a lilac flower, able to shine brightly even at night. Why praise her like that? Killian, do you remember that time? No. Rather, the first time I came to the mansion, my hair got caught on a branch in the garden. Since when did I start hearing this voice? Just by looking into your eyes, I knew how kind you were. Although I know now that saying these words is useless, I truly cannot bear to hear that you are going to war to prepare for the territorial battle. I'm afraid of losing you like this. Killian froze, wondering, the lovely feeling I got from her, the affection I've had for her during the 5 years I've known her, is it truly mine? Who is that person after all? Calm down, he said after composing himself. Rise. Both you and Edith are very worried when war is mentioned. Don't worry too much. The military strength between Reigelhoff and us is so disparate that any comparison is meaningless. Come on, go to sleep now. I'll take you back to your room. After that, he returned to his room and saw Edith with her head resting on the table. When he approached, she woke up. "Why aren't you sleeping in bed?"
"Because I wanted to welcome you when you returned, but I fell asleep. What time is it? You must be very tired." He bent down, blew out the candle, and then picked her up. "It's late. You should go back to bed." Sleep with me." "Of course, even if you tried to send me away, I wouldn't go anywhere." After the expedition began, only my mother, Reza, and Edith would remain in the mansion, and although he didn't know why, Edith completely trusted Reza. He worried, what should I do? What should I do to protect her from Reza? Meanwhile, Cliff wondered, what exactly happened? Come to think of it, not long ago it was the same. That kid sided with her instead of me and Reza. Those things had never happened before.
Cliff was walking when he found himself back in front of Reza's room. Cliff smirked and thought, yes, what do all those things matter? As long as I have her, that's enough. Cliff walked in and asked, have you been waiting long? Not long. Oh, Reza, why are you trembling like this? It's just because I'm worried. You don't need to worry. Father and Killian will depart for the territory. I'll just pretend to go along and protect the capital not far from there. Finishing his words, Cliff leaned down and kissed Reza. Don't forget, Reza, I can do anything for you. The next morning, after a night of in 7, out 3, 77-49 rounds all night long, Edith's eyes widened as she called, Killian, the sun is up. He glanced out the window. Ah, are you worried? Didn't he say he was tired and wanted to sleep? Killian leaned down. I'm sorry, I overdid it a bit, didn't I? No, the problem isn't with me, but that you're about to depart for the battlefield. I'm still fine. Yes, the male supporting character in romance novels has excellent stamina. Are you worried about me now? How could I not be worried? You must be very careful not to get an arrow shot into your eye. You must also be careful. The capital is not a safe place. Grand Duke he may be, but I naturally still have to pay attention to Reza. He instructed, you should try not to go out and not write letters to others until the situation is settled. Although I have personally instructed Ryan and Anna, their status is not sufficient to deal with Reza, so there will be quite a few restrictions. The only person with influence among those remaining at the ducal residence is, he recalled. Mother did think of the girl, but what's done is done, and it's truly hard to erase. Although Mother has thought a lot since last year, for some reason she didn't think of Edith at that time.
Now I am very ashamed to stand before you and Edith. If she wants any other jewels, tell her I am willing to give her anything. As the one who directly brought Reza here, my mother will not be able to side with Edith when forced to choose between Reza and Edith. He warned Edith, never, ever trust anyone. Edith lowered her face. Did he mean she shouldn't even trust him? That's right, after the territorial war chapter it will be. Suddenly he asked, do you want to go to battle again? Edith flinched. I'm so sorry, sir. He scoffed, you don't need to apologize. Don't we still have time? No, there isn't, he said. If we keep going like this, I'll be late. But don't move, I have something for you. He sat up abruptly. For me? Edith brought out a shawl. I heard it's much colder in the territory than in the capital. What is this? Did you embroider it yourself? It's a sleeve. It looks a bit clumsy, doesn't it? If it gets dirty after use, just throw it away. The material is very good, so I'm sure it will be very warm. I thought of this after seeing the embroidered scarves at the charity fair, but it's true that your craftsmanship isn't very good, is it? Yes, that's why I was wondering who bought them. Ah, was it you? I was worried that the fair would end and no one would buy them, you know? That's actually why Killian agreed to buy them. I will use it well, because every time I look at it, I'll think of you. Even though I didn't want to think about it, the original storyline kept lingering in my mind. Hurry and get ready, the territorial war won't last long. Duke Rudwick's army, who had earned the title of knight through military might, utterly annihilated the Regalhau family, and all related families, including Grand Duke Langston, were executed due to evidence of rebellion found during the battle. After helping him change into proper attire, she said, There, that's good. The members of the Regalhau family will also be executed one by one. Killian was still clinging to Edith, unwilling to part. Edith pushed him away. If we continue like this, it will be too late. He hugged her and laughed. But what can I do if my legs refuse to move? Edith hugged him tightly, pondering. Really? Will it be like that? Really? After the domain war ends, will he return and kill me? Outside, the Duke was giving instructions. Jocelyn, the full authority of the Rudwick family will be entrusted to you when I leave. Rian, please help Jocelyn protect the duchy. Yes. Mr. Gordon, the protection of this mansion depends on you. I will guard it carefully. Philip, Lady Louise, while Jocelyn is focusing on her duties in the duchy, as butler and head maid you are required to ensure the security of this mansion. Yes, master. And, he said, looking towards Edith and Rhys, he added, Rhys, please take care of Jocelyn. Now, let's depart.
Killian stood behind, astonished by his words. With that, he led the way and departed. The Duchess watched the Duke leave, calling out, Axel, dear! Edith interrupted. It's all right, Mother. Father's emotions must be very complicated, leaving the daughter of House Reincarnation at the ducal residence while he goes off to war. I don't mind it much either, Edith reassured Killian. Killian, you too. Killian's face darkened uncomfortably as he asked, what was your name again? Yes, Edith. It's Edith Rudwick.
That's right. Don't you ever forget that. Edith looked at him meaningfully. Yes, the original story has changed. It has changed and changed to the point where even my hands, along with the original authors, cannot restore it. The story has progressed to this extent. Unless forced, an identical plot point from the original story can no longer appear. She took his hand. Don't overexert yourself and return safely. I will always remember your words that you would show me how wonderful you are. He raised her hand. The pleasure is mine. A week later, the cause of the territorial war was House Reinhoff's unwarranted pressure on iron ore prices.
A family quarrel or the beginning of a rebellion. Reports from Chisia residents about the current territorial situation. The royal family remains silent. What is His Majesty the Emperor thinking now? Even in the newspapers, I can clearly sense the disparity between the royal faction and the Grand Duke's faction. The reason for the royal family's silence is probably because they don't want to be seen as recklessly siding with the Duke. The royal family remains silent. What is His Majesty the Emperor thinking now? More accurately, I want to use this opportunity to see who is on which side. Although both the royal family and Grand Duke Langston remain silent, no one is unaware of the significance of this territorial war. I wonder how Catalina is doing these days. She seemed quite surprised by Grand Duke Langston's actions at the recent National Day ceremony. While the Emperor continues to receive counsel from Duke Rudwick regarding Grand Duke Langston, the princess in the original story is always mentioned as a character uninterested in politics and described as someone who renounces her royal responsibilities, handing everything over to her brother. Despite her uncle constantly causing trouble, the plot makes no mention of any reasons whatsoever. That must be such a difficult situation that even the foolish princess would find it hard to ignore. Looking at her reaction at the ceremony, it wasn't mere indifference at all. Since the royal family is still maintaining a facade of neutrality externally, I can't meet her right now. Edith realized there was something in her teacup and coughed twice. Anna, standing nearby, startled and turned around, calling, "Milady, are you all right?" "Yes, I just choked. Excuse me, but could you pour me some water?" I felt incredibly relieved to see that my reputation with the servants had significantly improved after the incident with Mr. Samuel. My position became more precarious when my father declared war and used iron ore, which was originally a condition of our marriage, as a pretext. I haven't been married for long, and my servants must be very worried seeing me awkwardly caught between two families, deliberating on how they should properly treat me. Whose side am I on, and is it truly right to keep me in this house? Of course, there are always those who trust me unconditionally.
The Duchess and Rhinan worked day and night while the Duke was absent, and for some reason, Anna took on all the tasks of the lower-ranking servants. Edith recalled earlier, "Anna, why are you changing the bedsheets yourself?" "Because I don't want anyone touching anything related to the young lady's body. I don't want to bother them, as I can still endure petty jokes like putting coffee grounds in this cup." Later, Rhinan said, "Today we just need to go through the documents for the Ryzen territory a bit. Thanks to your diligence, there isn't much backlog left now. I'll help the Duchess with work just like yesterday, so if you need me..." "You don't look very well, do you?" "I'm fine, there's no need to worry." "You're holding the pen with your left hand." Edith looked down and was startled. I mean, Rhinan complained. "Even when I tell you that this isn't urgent and it's fine for you to take a day off, you never listen to me." "Actually, I've been having a bit of insomnia lately, but it doesn't affect my work much." Rhinan pulled a chair and sat down at the table. "How do you want to develop Ryzen? Aren't you just supposed to hand me the documents and leave? Mother will..." "It's not so urgent that we can't talk for a bit."
Well, I'll have to discuss this with Killian, but from my perspective, I'd like to develop it into a commercial and resort city. But isn't Ryzen a rather isolated place? Everyone thinks so because of the Philiac mountain range. Of course, it looks that way on the map, but when I looked at the actual data, there are quite a few flat areas. If the Lord directly supports and builds a road connecting it to the city on the other side of the mountains, paving it well enough for carriages and managing it strictly, then Ryzen would become the area closest to the port city of Driven. If the facilities are good enough, merchants will automatically flock there. And if villas are built for nobles near the mountains and forests, people will come there to relax and enjoy nature more. In 10 years, it'll be a completely different city.
Rian thinks the same, doesn't he? I want to quickly go to the territory and see it with my own eyes. I had planned to discuss this matter with Killian soon, but I missed the opportunity because of the territorial war. Due to the huge disparity in military strength and tactics, this war won't last very long. Killian told me the same thing, but I can't help but worry, hoping that everything will end soon. Somewhere on the battlefield, nothing could be done in the end. Damn it, how could they hide so much military force? That old Axel Rudwick seems to have not changed at all from his peak days wandering the battlefield. We kept worrying about the eldest son, who is called a monster, only for the one fighting to be the second son, not the heir. Yes, I really want to trample that cliff. The one being trampled will be you, my son. Things have gotten serious. If we want to hold Rudwick back as promised to the Grand Duke, then we must find a way to turn the situation around. How are we going to do it in the end? A voice called out from outside. "Don't worry, my Lord Count and young master. I am here." "Sophia, do you have any good news?"
I have received information about Duchess Rudwick's itinerary.
This information was sent by that anonymous helper. Didn't you say that person's identity was unknown? That's right, but the Rudwick family has many enemies, so that person must be one of them. She provided us with useful information, so I trust her greatly. She gave incredibly detailed information, such as the times and methods for using the servants' exclusive entrance, and the schedules of the knights and servants. This information perfectly matches what I observed during my short time working for the Rudwick family. Still no contact from Edith? Well, there's a limit to biting the hand that feeds you. The Grand Duke has placed great expectations on me, but there's been no progress in the territorial war here. If things continue like this, the plan might be disrupted, so we have no choice but to trust that person. Shane and Sophia, you two go to the capital and execute the plan. But if that's the case, what will Father do here alone? As long as the plan succeeds, the outcome of victory or defeat will be clear, so what is there to worry about? If their family falls into our hands, Axel Rudwick will be forced to kneel before me, and I eagerly await seeing his distorted face. At the Rudwick ducal mansion, Jocelyn sadly said, I never wished for my long-awaited trip abroad to be for a reason like this. Count Sinclair's family will certainly be attending as well, so Raisa, don't leave my side today. And Edith, are you truly all right? News about the territorial war varies in each newspaper, but one thing is certain, the Duke of Rudwick's family holds the advantage in this conflict. However, public opinion is an entirely different matter. There are reports that neutral nobles are leaning towards the Grand Duke's faction. That faction is putting all its effort into agitation, which is why the Duchess and Raisa have decided to take some time out of their busy schedules to attend today's party, and so have I, Edith Rudwick. The more you try to avoid it, the more people will talk about you as they please. Born a daughter of the Reincarnation family and becoming a daughter-in-law of the Rudwick family, you are obligated to face and resolve this matter. Scene change. Lady Jocelyn said with a smile, Although this was a sudden invitation, I am very grateful for your warm welcome, Countess Wyndham. It is an honor to meet you, Duchess.
The hostess of the party, Countess Wyndham, was a quintessential representative of the neutral faction. The Wyndham earldom, with its immense wealth amassed from commercial ventures, possessed an extensive network of connections, encompassing the neutral faction, the Emperor's supporters, and even the most extreme adherents of the Grand Duke. It could be said that this was a perfect setting, suitable for the Duchess's purpose of dealing with public opinion. The Duchess must be very worried about her husband and children. They weren't going off to fight a major battle after all. This was just an opportunity for the children to train and maintain their form. Edith, standing behind, thought to herself, Mother truly has a spirit of steel. Indeed, truthfully, simply by the Duchess appearing in places like this, everyone would automatically be awed by her majesty and power. The problem wasn't with Mother. Suddenly, someone approached Edith to strike up a conversation. Oh my, long time no see, Miss Edith. Why haven't you been attending parties lately? Even though I sent invitations, they were all declined. Anyone would think you were living in confinement. Edith turned and replied, How could that be? Upon becoming a daughter-in-law of the ducal house, I realized I still had many shortcomings, so I've been busy learning and haven't had any free time. That's right. Now that you're the daughter-in-law of Duke Rudwick's house, you probably don't pay attention to ordinary people like us anymore, do you? Even so, it's been a long time since we last met. You should at least greet some old friends, shouldn't you? Everyone is looking forward to seeing you, Miss Edith. Edith thought to herself, Old friends? What old friends? They are all just people who gathered together for their own benefit. No matter how many times I search my memories, all I can recall are the times they secretly belittled Edith whenever they had the chance.
I was worried about how to start a conversation since we haven't been in touch for a long time. Thank you, Miss Clara, for taking the initiative to greet me. It's nothing. Everyone is. Edith interrupted. You probably already know, but this is my mother-in-law, the Duchess of Wick. The Duke turned and asked, Is this Edith's friend? When I was single, I used to play with her, Miss Clara Sheldon. Oh, that reminds me. The Sheldon estate is right next to Viscount Krause's estate, isn't it? Viscountess Krause is also here today. Clara stiffened. No, Edith called out. Viscountess Krause. This is the first time we've met since the National Day celebration. I hope you're well, Viscountess. This is my old friend, Miss Clara. You two are neighbors, so I'm sure you already know each other. I feel a little guilty for having married such a good husband, so I want to show her more care. Could I trouble you to introduce Clara to the other ladies? Clara was quickly led away by Viscountess Krause. It's nothing, Miss Clara. No need to stand on ceremony. Since Miss Edith asked, I will personally introduce you to the truly dignified ladies. Edith chuckled to herself. Viscountess Krause and her friends represent the Emperor's faction. If Clara appears next to them, the situation will be very awkward for her. Serves her right. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Edith, startling her. He grabbed Edith's hand and called out.
Edith, it's been ages since I last saw you in a place like this. You must have been through a lot recently, haven't you? You've lost so much weight in just 1 year.
Edith recognized him as someone who frequently did business with Count Regelhoff. She quickly pulled her hand back. "Thank you for your concern, but you cannot hold the hand of a married woman like this, Viscount Bathurst." "Oh, Edith! It seems you're wary of Duchess Rudwick's gaze, but you and I have known each other for a very long time. The Duchess surely knows that I treat you with the same affection as a younger sister." As he spoke, his hands snaked around, intending to embrace Edith's waist. Edith quickly pushed that filthy hand away. "Viscount!" he roared. "Why are you acting so rudely, Edith?" "I should be the one saying that. I've already expressed my displeasure once. Shouldn't you know how to restrain yourself? How dare you lay hands on the Duke's daughter-in-law?" "Lay hands on what? Not at all. Our relationship is like family. Can I be concerned about you? Even my own brother doesn't touch me like that anymore." She thought to herself, "I must refuse him clearly without causing a scene here. If the Duchess misunderstands, then..." Just then the Duchess appeared and called out, "Viscount Bathurst!"
He flinched. "No, Duchess, it's just a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding? Is there anything to misunderstand?" Bathurst argued. "Ah, yes. Ever since she was little, Edith's mind has been a bit out of stable, so she occasionally acts out like this without reason. Viscount Bathurst, do you think I am the kind of person who would easily fall for your foolish excuses, even a duchess? I know that Viscount Bathurst is a vassal of Marquis Boris. I wonder how Marquis Boris would react if Duke Rudwick withdrew all his investments from him because this Viscount dared to insult the ducal family." Bathurst's face darkened. How could I dare to do such a thing?" He scrambled away. "I am truly sorry." Edith, who was staring blankly after him, flinched when she heard the Duchess say, "I apologize, Edith. I should have paid more attention, but because I had to greet the other ladies, my intervention was delayed. Now, let's go meet the Imperial Princess together." "Yes, Mother." After two people had been humiliated and retreated, Grand Duke Langston's faction here was also roughly dealt with, but those belonging to the Emperor's faction were an entirely different matter.
The three of them were walking in when they ran into Layla. "We meet again, Duchess. Rhys, long time no see. I haven't seen you since your visit to the Duchy, and I'm very happy to hear you're coming here. Even though it's late now, I still want to beg for your forgiveness. I treated you terribly, and I know it." Edith thought to herself, who doesn't know she did it on purpose? Layla continued, "The truth is, I was afraid of losing Father's love, which is why I acted that way. Back then I was too young and didn't understand things. I don't need you to forgive me immediately. Slowly is fine. I want us to become good sisters again." Speaking those words in broad daylight, and to someone like Rhys, a girl with a saintly heart, was a cheap but extremely clever and effective tactic, making it difficult for anyone to refuse the plea. Seeing Rhys say nothing, she beamed. "I'm so happy. Thank you, Rhys. Actually, I was so worried I couldn't sleep when I heard you almost died because of Lady Edith."
The Duchess said loudly, "What are you saying, Miss Layla? Where did you hear that rumor?" Even if it's just a rumor, more than one or two people have said the exact same thing, given the situation where her birth family and her in-laws have declared war. Although she couldn't just hide away at home, she's now brazenly showing her face and attending this party. Such a rumor isn't entirely unreasonable then. At Duke Rudwick's estate, Killian was carefully wiping his sword when someone called, "Killian." The Duke brought 2 glasses of hot milk. "You don't need to push yourself, just rest well." "Thank you, Father." The father and son sat next to each other, enjoying the moment in silence. Killian's heart longed for Edith. Even looking into the glass of milk, he saw her beautiful face. He unconsciously looked at it and smiled. The Duke clicked his tongue. Although the Regelhoff family only possesses money and more money, the results aren't happening as quickly as we'd hoped, because they are still squandering supplies like water, as if they are putting their faith in something. Putting their faith? Does that mean the Grand Duke is starting to stir in the capital? It must be so. But my brother is waiting for orders in the capital, so you don't need to worry, Father. Killian, He looked at him and asked, "Edith, do you have feelings for that girl?" He said, "Edith scolded me for my mistakes. She comforted me in countless moments when I was weak and revealed my foolish actions. Killian, do I really think he did that? She enlightened me with her wisdom. How could I not love her? She knows how to devise her own solutions to find answers and is incredibly self-assured in the arguments she presents. Both innocent and strange, I fail to recognize that warm heart, and the moments that slipped away in the past constantly linger in my eyes. If I could turn back time, I would truly do anything I could. Is this a tone of wanting to retreat? Do you really not know that you no longer have a chance now? A chance? What are you talking about, Father? A territorial war has already broken out. Merely having a title isn't enough. Perhaps the first step I took was wrong, but your marriage preceding Cliff's is still a fact.
If we could now ally with a family that could give you power, yes, if you do well, you could even surpass your brother." Killian interjected, "Father, I gave up a long time ago. Recalling my childhood, in this situation, how should I have moved to do well? I think it was... Father, brother, may I come in? Don't you see your brother studying? It's all right, Father. Wasn't the first time I learned to play chess at Killian's age? Perhaps it would be helpful if I played against Killian. I'll try what Father taught me. If you truly wish, come here and watch Killian." The chess game ended. Killian thought to himself,
Even though I lost, I still felt very happy. Father, I also want to learn chess like my brother. Before Killian could even finish his sentence, he received a hateful glare from the Duke. He wondered if Cliff had been that bad at that age too. Back in the present, the Duke said, "No, that's not it. No matter how excellent your brother is, as long as you diligently practice and improve yourself, then," Killian replied, "there was a time when I believed that one day Father would notice me, but now I have found a better happiness."
When the territorial war ends, I plan to move to Jagan with Edith. What do you mean by that? Why so sudden? Edith is certainly having difficulties in the capital. I believe you will understand, Father. If for any reason I become obsessed with power again, there is only one reason. It is for Edith's benefit. Then I will go check the next battlefield now, Duke Rudwick. The Duke could only stop short upon hearing Killian's decision to return to Edith's side. I know, since it's a rumor, it might be exaggerated to some extent, but surely there's a reason why the story spread so widely, isn't there? Honestly, Miss Edith's daily behavior. Layla was rambling on when Princess Catalina interrupted. Behavior? She herself is a bully.
Spreading nonsense as if it were true, and now even judging others' behavior. Do you crave to flaunt your own stupidity that much? Your Imperial Highness. Oh, you're still smart enough to recognize the Imperial Princess's face. That one? Oh no, it's me, of course. Or are you just deliberately pretending to be an idiot, and also pretending to babble nonsense to insult the Duke? No, that's not it. Greedily desiring something you can't handle, while also complaining about it. Yawn, I don't appear in public just to hear such noise. The Imperial Princess once again sided with herself. I can handle it all. Reza's face was so dark, yet he didn't even bother to ask about it once. Hey, are you blind? That Killian fellow, he's completely smitten with Edith. I never thought I'd live to see that kid look at someone like that. Huh? What kind of eyes? The princess kept babbling. Can't you give up even after seeing them together at the National Day celebration? They were practically showering everyone with PDA throughout the ball. Edith, why are you so quiet? Say something. You're the one directly involved. You should speak up. My self-respect isn't so low that I need to speak up about these matters. What's with asking yourself and then laughing, Earl? Please forgive my interruption while everyone is enjoying themselves, but as someone who supports His Imperial Majesty, the recent story is a bit concerning, Your Imperial Highness. While the ducal family should be the strongest pillar of support for His Imperial Majesty, the second son was poisoned by the daughter of the Rigelhaus house.
Catalina grumbled. That's not what I meant. Count Rigelhoff has turned his back on the imperial family and caused a sudden territorial war. Wouldn't anyone looking at it see that as an unsettling move? If the Duke is truly an ally of the imperial family, shouldn't he clearly distance himself from the Count's daughter? Edith interrupted. You, Damien Sinclair, before you point out my rudeness, I have a question for you. What is my name? I've been Edith Rudwick for several months now. Do you still think I belong to the Rigelhoff family? Oh, you mean the Rudwick name, the small house and the huge compensation. Are you talking about the name you acquired after marriage and even went around proclaiming at the founding ceremony that you'd exchange it for those things? Is this also a baseless rumor? Edith thought to herself. I was wondering how he sweet-talked Duke Rudwick, so this is it. Among those present today, there are also people who attended the founding ceremony. I wonder where someone heard that conversation that day. I didn't expect anyone to take those words seriously. Because your sister was talking so absurdly, I nearly responded in kind. You so easily uttered words that equate family to such values, and now you're saying it's not true? Of course. Well, of course. If it's you people, you probably couldn't help but misunderstand. Disregarding, abusing family members for trivial reasons, and then selling off your family members when given the chance, so perhaps you would think those words are true. Don't you people know how much Reza has suffered, being forced to reconcile in public like this? Oh, that's right. You people aren't like that just with Reza. Now your sister is even greedily trying to get someone else's husband. Instead of stopping her before she loses face, you're trying to instigate it.
Hoping to gain some benefit, it's true, huh? You want someone else's husband, don't you? But do you know, Duke? Damien interrupted Layla. It seems my sister has had a bit too much to drink. I'll wait and see how long you can speak so properly. Before you concern yourself with other people's affairs like that, Edith said, addressing Damien, you should take better care of your other sister. I'll be watching. With that, he led Layla away. Edith watched their retreating figures and thought to herself, despite what I said, I'm truly envious that she has a brother like that. Some people, even if they were reborn, would still have the same family. Suddenly, Jocelyn placed a hand on Edith's shoulder, looking at her with affectionate eyes. Indeed, she is the one Killian is so smitten with. Edith blushed with embarrassment. Duchess, why would you? That was a demeaning argument, but you still behaved appropriately, so it's only natural that Killian can't take his eyes off you. Suddenly Edith paused. Oh, but where did the princess go? She quickly went outside to look, wondering if she had ridden far away. The Duchess and Reza had gone to the lounge, and she seemed to realize something. A moment later, Edith saw the princess sitting thoughtfully in a tree. At this moment, the princess also saw her and asked, "What are you doing, Edith?" Edith leaned against the tree trunk and replied,
"Climbing a tree in this dress is a bit too much, so I hope your highness will understand." "Ah, then that dress will get dirty. Is that okay?" "There's no other way. Even so, it's better than climbing the tree and tearing it." The princess looked into the distance and asked, Don't you care that your father might die?" Edith thought to herself, how should I answer this without being constrained? She replied, "If I say that rebels must be punished appropriately, would that sound too immoral?" I guess the princess is now expressing her own feelings about her situation. Clearly, at the founding ceremony, even though he was too young to hold the position of monarch, wasn't he still trying to maintain his position as a holy ruler? I always feel sorry for His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and Her Royal Highness the Princess, because I have watched both of them since they were young. In my eyes, they have always been innocent and fragile. At this, the princess gloomily asked, "How can you say that so easily? I don't know anymore."
But the truth is, the princess still has a chance to mature more. Although I don't remember, it's not important. I don't care about that anyway. I'm going out with Reza, whom I invited, so if there's anything complicated, talk to my brother. Catalina herself also realized her own weaknesses, that she was still lacking, and she paid close attention to that. Thinking this, Edith called out, "Princess, you love His Majesty the Emperor, don't you? Someone who doesn't listen to anyone and always acts on her own will, like the princess, isn't someone who would easily change just by becoming closer to Reza." Although I don't know the exact details of the princess's complex feelings towards her uncle in the original work, the reason Catalina changed was also because of the Emperor, her closest family.
It's not like I always want to hold my brother back. I tried to integrate into society because I wanted to be able to help my brother. But if I were to say I'd learn etiquette now, it would just be a joke no matter what. At that moment, Reza walked over and placed a wig on the princess's head. "What's this?" "It's not difficult at all, princess. I will help you." Although she didn't give up on herself, at this moment the princess asked Edith again, "Are you asking if I love my brother? Why do you ask such a thing? He's the one who always stands by me, even when everyone blames me. Of course I love him more than anyone." Whenever I hesitate about my actions, or when I wonder what is truly right, I often think of Killian. When I think that I just need to endure regardless of what others say, it's truly heartbreaking to imagine being abandoned by my own family. After all, it's a political marriage. How long can it last? Or when I can't refute something due to a lack of solid reasons. As a supporter of His Majesty the Emperor, that last story is a bit concerning, Your Royal Highness. If those actions could make the person I love most uncomfortable, then I don't think I could bear it. If I don't make a clear choice and just waver between two sides, I might end up hurting the person I want to protect most. The conversation between the two paused, and they returned to the party. "Oh dear, Princess, the party is almost over and you still haven't returned. I was so worried." Seeing leaves on both of them, Jocelyn asked suspiciously, "You two weren't fighting, were you?" The princess immediately said, "No way." Edith replied with an awkward laugh, "This is just, well, I fell." The princess added, "That's right, I helped Edith up, so..." Suddenly, the princess shouted, "What are you all looking at?" "Nothing, princess," Edith asked with concern. "Reza, are you all right?" As for the princess, she told the duchess, "Come here for a moment." Edith overheard the princess and Jocelyn saying, "I want to lend you some knights under my command." The princess's knights. I know the royal family must remain neutral in territorial wars, but since Cliff is patrolling the Imperial Palace, the ducal mansion is currently empty. My knights don't have anything urgent to do anyway.
"Thank you for your concern, princess, but we are fine." Edith was secretly surprised. Was this also in the original story? But if the number of guards increased, then the kidnapping. The princess then said, "If you are worried about being discovered, madam, I will have them disguise themselves as mercenaries." Suddenly, Reza's nose started bleeding. Edith asked in a panic, "Reza, are you all right?" The duchess told me to apologize, but we must take our leave. "I understand," she said. "I apologize for keeping everyone." After that, Reza was taken to rest, and the duchess was quite sad and worried. Edith reassured her, "Mother, don't worry too much. The doctor said she's fine. She just needs rest." She blamed herself. "Am I already getting confused?" "What do you mean?" "The princess's suggestion earlier. I don't know why I answered that way. Anyway, Cliff hasn't been able to contact us much, so I'm also worried."
If only the knights could help, even just a little, I would feel more at ease. Edith thought to herself, "No, this isn't the Duchess's fault. It must be the power of the principal that caused the kidnapping." The Duchess then said, "Even when talking about the light of Lorraine, why do I feel so muddled lately? I'm not that old yet." Edith hesitated, wondering if she could tell the truth if it wasn't a limit imposed by the principal, that because Mother is a character in some story, she is merely being manipulated by the flow of the narrative. She said, "You must be tired, Mother. Please rest early today. You haven't even changed yet."
Scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. The floor was covered in bloodstains and scattered broken furniture. A foot stepped on someone's arm. How disappointing. A chaotic bunch like this dared to think of rebellion? Cliff said, "How boring. Where is the Grand Duke? It's best not to test my patience." He let out a challenging laugh. "Ha ha ha." The Emperor secretly wondered. Indeed, it's a bit strange. It's truly odd that the formation is so loose, and above all, a direct assault isn't Uncle's usual method. If it were Uncle, he would surely gasp. Indeed, just as the Grand Duke predicted.
Cliff frowned and asked, "What do you mean? That capable Rudwick army is useless now. It's over. Because they successfully bypassed you to enter the Duke's mansion." Meanwhile, Reza whipped up at the clock and called out, "Isabel, is the young lady awake? It won't be long until the appointment, but the young lady still has a fever." Reza said, "It's fine. Just proceed with the plan." "Yes, young lady." On the other side, Edith was looking at documents and pondering, is Killian still doing well? He is a supporting male lead after all. No, even so, the original plot has already deviated. What if he got injured somewhere? Suddenly, Edith was startled by a frantic call. "Edith!" Seeing Jocelyn's expression, she secretly thought, could it be? I heard the Imperial Palace has been attacked. What? No, what do you mean? The princess has sent a messenger. We must depart quickly. Hurry! Edith quickly replied, "Yes, mother." The documents consequently fell to the ground. Suppose if I had been a little more cautious. If anyone sees us, it will be chaotic, so let's travel by mountain path. Rhinan, please take care of the mansion. Yes, Duchess. If I had chosen a safer path, or accompanied the remaining knights. Rhys ran over and called, "Duchess! Rhys, why don't you rest a little longer? I want to go too. I don't want to stay alone worrying. Duchess, please." Continuing Edith's train of thought, or if I hadn't brought Rhys along, would things have been different then? By the time Catalina asked for help, what was the situation like? In the original story, they were annihilated and couldn't attack the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply. The front was ambushed by Sinclair Joseph's group. They attacked, causing the carriage to overturn. Wheels scattered, the carriage broken, and everyone inside was thrown out. Edith frantically cried, "Mother!" seeing the wound on her head.
But she still held her close, shielding her, and Edith cried out, trembling with fear, "Ah, no! Please, Mother, wake up, Mother!" Suddenly, a foot kicked the door open. "It's so hard to even meet you once, my terrible little sister, Zen." "Why, brother? So this is how the mansion attack was orchestrated," she screamed. No, Mother, let me go. You'll all go to hell. Don't you have any honor, daring to do this to Mother?" At this moment, the Duchess also woke up. Sophia said, "It's so ridiculous, I'm speechless. What, Mother? The moment you married, you abandoned your own father, and now you affectionately call someone else Mother. That's right. This is the real family I chose. Damn it!" After that, only screams and calls for Edith could be heard. Scene shifts to Killian. Langston promised to honor the Reichelhoff family's contributions if he successfully seized the throne. Killian looked down at the rebel and thought, he was caught with evidence of treason after losing the territorial war, yet he still smiles so leisurely? The Duke approached and called, "Killian, father, have you found the young count yet? It seems he fled several days ago. This place is also quite weak to be called a main base. It's best to return quickly." Indeed.
Returning to the palace, he suddenly burst out laughing. "You fools." The Duke asked in surprise, "What, do you think you've won? No, you will lose everything." Meanwhile, Cliff rushed back. He thought to himself, whether it's the families in the capital or His Majesty the Emperor to whom you are so loyal. Meanwhile, the Emperor mused, I had sent the army to feign an attack on the palace to distract Cliff while simultaneously targeting the Duke's mansion. The truth behind the attack still bothered me. You will lose everything you have tried to protect, Axel Rudwick. On the other side, the princess was whispering to her horse, I know, Bianca, just a little longer here, then we'll go back, just a moment. Suddenly, the princess paused when she saw Cliff gallop past. She called out loudly, Cliff, the Rudwick troops are ambushing around the palace, so why are you going somewhere else? Wait, why are you going in the opposite direction from the palace? She thought Cliff would know how to handle it himself. There's no way he would leave his brother undefended. Surely, even if she didn't show up, it would still... Suddenly, Edith's previous words flashed in the princess's mind. Because that could hurt the person you want to protect the most. The princess immediately mounted her horse and rode in the opposite direction from Cliff. At the palace, royal knights lay scattered on the ground.
The emperor, also wounded, slumped to the ground. Duke Langston said, The country is said to be ruled together, so why is my nephew left all alone like this? That foolish Rudwick boy fell for Reichelhoff's trickery and abandoned you, leaving. Even the sister you always protected isn't here, but if she managed to escape and survive, she might just think of avenging you. The emperor sneered. Impossible. She is wiser than an uncle driven mad by power who wants to kill his own nephew. Still won't shut your mouth even at the very end, will you? I'll grant your wish.
Duke Langston raised his sword high, intending to strike the Emperor. Just then, a crashing sound echoed. The princess burst in forcefully, making Duke Langston's eyes widened in astonishment. A thud echoed, and blood splattered across the room. The Emperor exclaimed in surprise, "Catalina, why would you—" The princess smiled and replied, "I've already ordered the scout troops in the capital to be summoned, so you just need to endure a little longer. Come up here, brother." The princess remembered Edith. Just as she said, her trust saved our family. Edith had said that if it were the princess, who always thought carefully, she would surely make the right choice. She saved me. Scene change. Edith was huddled, her face clearly showing helplessness. Shane asked, "Is Reza still not awake? The Duchess and Reza still aren't?" "Ah," Sophia turned to look at Edith, a sneer on her lips, "but our troublesome young lady seems to be awake." "Sophia, watch your words. How can you call that thing our young lady? She's just a traitor." "Oh dear, I was wrong. My apologies, young master. It's been a while. Let's re-educate her. Leave it to me. To what extent should I go?" Edith gritted her teeth in anger. They were still joking around. How much time had passed? If it followed the original story, Cliff should have come to rescue her by now. How much longer must she wait? According to the flow of the original story, in cases where the female lead encounters a difficult situation,
the male lead will definitely come to rescue before anything serious happens. But currently, the original story has been quite seriously altered, so the location and manner of the incident cannot be predicted. Can we be sure that Cliff will arrive before it's too late? Zenzalek, lock the Duchess in the first room. Since she is a valuable hostage, be careful not to harm her. What about this blonde young lady? Should she be locked up separately? Ah, Reze isn't a hostage. She's my lovely trophy. Edith thought to herself, that guy, since when has he been targeting Reze? The subordinate asked, what about this woman? Ahaha, lock her in the basement, because she'll definitely scream while Sophia teaches her a lesson. Immediately, the subordinate hoisted Edith onto his shoulder and left. She thought to herself, this place is colder than the capital. How far is this place from the capital? A farm? No, this place looks more upscale, perhaps an old villa outside the capital. I don't see anyone. How can I find help? Suddenly, the mercenary spoke up. Hey, I know this isn't appropriate to ask, but what's your relationship with the client?
From what I hear, you don't seem to be a stranger. I only asked because I felt uneasy. I joined because I thought this was a kidnapping to make the family pay a ransom, but anyway, you don't have to answer. Edith immediately replied that he was her brother. Brother, so family, yes. No, how could you be so detestable to end up like this? That's right, I don't know where things went wrong either. Clearly, the family lives together under one roof, but I've never felt like I was living with them. So even though I don't know what it is, I must have done something wrong. The mercenary led her into the room and tied her to a chair. He told her, I'll tie you loosely so you can escape, so don't let on that the ropes are loose. Edith asked in surprise, what? Even if I let you go now, that woman from earlier will still come here. So first, just wait and then look for an opportunity. Because this is Wellesley, a suburb of the capital. If you go south, you'll reach the city center. Edith asked, why? I grew up in an orphanage. Working as a mercenary is also to support the children. Most of them aren't blood relatives, and honestly, sometimes I really hate them. But no matter what kind of trouble the children cause, I don't think I would do something like this to them. Good luck. Edith quickly called out, wait. I'm sorry, but I've done my best. I've only received the advance payment. You should run quickly. The Duke's army is coming here. What are you talking about? Since the raid, this place has been sparsely populated, and no one was pursuing us. How could that be? Trust me. The scene shifted to Duke Rudwick's mansion. The servants and Viscount Reinen appeared quite flustered. Suddenly, Isabel and Anna turned to look at someone. Cliff and his company of knights returning.
Cliff asked coldly, "Where's Reze?" turning back to Edith, if he didn't want to be killed by Cliff Rudwick. Just as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, and Sophia burst into a triumphant laugh. Finally, it's really satisfying to see, she thought. Look at her, relying on her husband's family to appear capable, only to end up like this. She should have seized the opportunity when the young master gave it to her. She paused in her speech, glancing at the mercenary. "Why aren't you going outside? What are you doing here?" I'm sorry," the mercenary stammered. Truly all fools are alike, Sophia thought. Well, one less fool to deal with soon, because the young master said it's fine even if she's killed. Edith secretly reassured herself. It's okay. It's not time yet. I must try to buy time. She then spoke up. I just have one question. What's the reason? Why do you hate me so much? Honestly, just think about it, Sophia retorted. Why are you hated, even though you've had more luck than me? Is it because I took everything? Yes, that's right. You were lucky enough to keep your life, and even become a noble. Oh, that's right. You probably don't know, do you? Your mother was the Count's deceased younger sister. You should have been abandoned and died, but the Count raised you. Edith was secretly astonished. I'm not his daughter, but his niece? Sophia shrieked. Damn it, if only I were the Count's daughter. Edith, meanwhile, had not yet recovered from the shock of not being his biological daughter.
All that Edith had to suffer just for that reason? Sophia frantically said. If I had the same background as you, Edith interrupted her. Poor Sophia, my brother not choosing you has nothing to do with your bloodline. When I saw him whispering sweet nothings to Reza, an illegitimate child. As soon as Edith said this, Sophia immediately stretched out her furious arm and slapped Edith across the face like a thunderclap, so hard that Edith's nose bled. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Even a fool like me knows, so how could you not know? Sophia trembled with rage, and immediately the room erupted in chaos. She brutally unleashed her anger on Edith.
Her rage surged to her brain. She felt like going mad. Her hand gripped her sword, intending to draw it, when a mercenary suddenly burst through the door, shouting, "Trouble! It's the Duke's raiding party!" The Duke's raiding party? What's going on? Didn't we erase all traces? I don't know either. We've clearly been patrolling diligently. Damn it, what about Sir Sen? He said he absolutely must not be disturbed. Lead the way quickly. She didn't forget to turn back and threaten. Don't get any ideas. I'll deal with this quickly and then come back to kill you. At this moment, Edith struggled with her bound hands. Outside the Count's mansion, corpses lay scattered across the white snow, and Cliff entered, his sword stained red. Suddenly, Sen's voice rang out. "You are truly lovely, Reza. From the first time I met you, I couldn't forget you. This is the first time I've met someone so beautiful." Cliff peered through the crack in the door, listening as he continued. "You are here before me again." Reza stammered. I don't know who you are." "Oh, you can learn that in time." Cliff recalled Reza's earlier words. "Anything. Will you truly do anything for me?" "Of course, if you wish." "If so, then don't let William be your guard anymore." "What?" "You've already attracted too much attention because of Edith's matter. Just keep Isabel by your side. And who is the knight who usually accompanies you to the Imperial Palace? I think you should keep that person, but discreetly, so no one knows they are your retainer. What about your safety then? I will be careful, and if anything dangerous happens, Cliff will save me, as he always does." Dangerous, Cliff thought to himself. My lovely Reza Sinclair, like a spring goddess, with eyes unlike their usual sparkle. You don't care about my feelings and put yourself in danger. You whisper sweet words, if you wish, and if I rush to you as you desire. At this moment, Reza screamed, "Stop! Stop! Don't come near here! Cliff, please help me, Cliff!" Sen said, "Cliff won't come, but I will love you more than he does." "What do you know?"
Cliff is the kind of person who would still love me even if he knew my ugliest appearance. No one can replace my Cliff. Hearing Reza's words, Cliff stood outside, smiling faintly. Even if only for a moment, he could completely have her. A fairy-like person like her, no matter how ugly her appearance. Before Shane could finish speaking, a knock on the door sounded. He frowned, turned around, and asked, "What is it?" I said, "Absolutely no disturbances." Then a piercing scream rang out. "Ah!" Followed by the words, "So I won't regret anything for that moment." Reza looked up at Cliff. "Well, is it as you wanted?" Looking at Shane slumped on the floor, Cliff asked, "What should we do now? Do we need to kill him?" Reza quickly said, "Don't kill him. Let's handle it according to the law." "All right, I knew you'd say that. That's right, if we casually kill him here, I might be in a difficult position, and you don't want that. You don't need to try to hide it. Use yourself said it, that even if you're ugly, I'd still love you. That's right, you're the only one I want. Your trust, your love. So tell me what you want, and I'll do everything." Meanwhile, Edith had finished untying the ropes. Even though the ropes had been loosened, it still took a long time because her hands were weak. Her throat was too sore to scream when suddenly a voice called out from outside.
Young master, Edith thought, trembling, hearing the chaos outside. Her mother must be safe now. I just need to get out. She reached out to open the door when a voice from outside spoke again. It's a good thing I took the young lady away separately. That woman was an accomplice after all, wasn't she? Edith froze, wondering in surprise. What? Ah, Sophia excitedly declared. That's right. How else would we have known the location to attack? It was all thanks to the young lady's cooperation. So Edith was the one who told you the location. Not only that, even the news about the Imperial Palace summoning was a lie. It was all part of our clever young lady's plan. Edith thought to herself, no, it can't be. But could she refute it? No. Looking at the wounds Sophia inflicted on her, she had to get out quickly and tell everything. But at that moment, Reza spoke up saying, actually, when the carriage was attacked, only Edith wasn't surprised. Edith froze once again, filled with astonishment. She continued, before I lost consciousness, I saw Edith smiling while looking into my eyes. Edith was stunned, unable to believe her ears. What is she saying? Reza, images of Reza flashed through her mind, Reza laughing happily, chatting intimately together. Along with that radiant, innocent smile, Edith secretly realized and cried out, ah, so it was you, the one behind everything. Meanwhile, the mercenary was desperately trying to escape.
He remembered his recent conversation with Edith. Run away? I've only just received the down payment. If I go back like this, what about this month's living expenses? If that's the problem, I'll take care of it. Come here and take my necklace.
Remembering this, he paused, his eyes fixed on the snow-covered house, and he whispered to himself, "You absolutely must survive, Edith." Edith was now slumped in front of the door. Reza is the author of the original story. I couldn't win from the start. The protagonist of this story, beautiful, righteous, no, truth itself. Anyone here hears what she says is the correct answer and the truth, without exception. That's a very firm rule, and of course, it's always been that way. Even recently, Killian asked her, "Edith, what do you think of Reza?" Edith was utterly bewildered. So what will happen to me now? Do I have to return to the original story's trajectory like this? Will I be dragged away for execution along with them? And will Killian kill me? Outside, Cliff said, "It's safer now. Let's head back. If that woman acts alone, reinforcements might arrive. First, the night squad will escort Reza and her mother back to the Duke's mansion. The rest will search for that woman's whereabouts." "Yes, young Duke." "Ah," Sophia let out a helpless cry.
"Let me go, young master, young master." Edith wondered, did they just leave her and go? There's no way they didn't know she was here. Or perhaps the original author isn't in a comfortable situation either. Although she doesn't know what it is, perhaps she feels threatened by being restricted. The original author's dominance is severely weakened. First, let's hope that's the case. I have to go. She opened the door. There wasn't a soul outside. She trudged on, her footsteps leaving marks on the cold snow. She told herself, "First, I have to get out of here." Her legs seemed to have given half, as if there was no hope left. But fortunately, a carriage passed by at that moment. Edith immediately rushed towards it, startling the coachman, who cried out. The person inside the carriage asked, "What's going on?" "I apologize. It's some beggar." Edith pleaded, "Please help me. I was kidnapped by bandits and just managed to escape. Oh dear, quickly, get in the carriage." Sitting in the carriage, Edith couldn't stop thinking. The sun-like gentleness she had shown her since their first meeting. She had believed in the warmth felt from their small conversations. She felt very guilty seeing her worry about her, since she couldn't say it wasn't her fault. Feeling heartbroken by those tears felt like her own foolishness. Seeing Edith trembling, the lady spoke up. "Oh dear, I hear there have been many kidnappings for ransom lately." Hearing this, Edith slowly looked up. The lady told her, "Have some water." She smiled and replied, "Thank you." She told herself silently, "Don't think about it anymore now." The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. Killian asked about the situation in the main hall. The remaining rebels have been dealt with, but too many people were injured. I must go there. Just then, the Duke and the Princess arrived and called out,
"Killian, leave the rest to me. You should return to the ducal mansion." Killian hesitated, replying, "But aren't you worried about that child? Go back and check on the situation at the ducal mansion, then report back to me." Killian thought of Edith and immediately obeyed. "Yes." Watching Killian's retreating figure disappear, the Duke said, "Let's go, Your Royal Highness. Sir Lance, please report on the injured." "Yes." At the Rudwick ducal mansion, the Duchess was still unconscious. Reza sat beside her, holding her hand. Cliff advised, "Don't worry too much, Reza. You're also a patient. You should rest a bit." "But the doctor said there's nothing wrong. I'm worried that his mother still hasn't woken up." Outside, Killian was running in a great hurry, then quickly pushed the door open, his face clearly showing exhaustion. Reza called out, "Killian," but he ignored her and walked past. "How is Mother?" Reza's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. "The doctor said there's nothing wrong, just a mild concussion from an external injury, and Mother might wake up any moment now." Suddenly, Killian stopped short. "All right, where's Edith?" Reza looked apologetic. "It's all my fault. Ever since we left the ducal mansion, I felt something was strange, but I thought it was just unfounded suspicion. I asked where Edith is."
Cliff spoke up. "Didn't Renald tell you before you came here? Why are you looking for the mastermind of the kidnapping here? I've already arrested her servant and brother at the scene. Given the situation at the time, it was likely that woman who caused it." Killian yelled, "That's ridiculous. That damn servant." Before Killian could finish his first sentence, he felt a strange pang of pain. Why can't I speak? A system panel appeared faintly, and Killian clutched his head, dizzy. "Honestly, do you trust that woman so much? Well, the rumor that she's Zygoff's venomous snake isn't just idle gossip. She's harmed more than just one or two people in our household, especially since her servant pleaded so miserably."
Cliff recounted Sophia's earlier words. "Our young lady? I beg you, tell me where that is." He found it suspicious, so he had already locked her up. "But don't worry too much. I've already told the night order to search everywhere around the kidnapping site. She'll be brought back here soon." Killian stood frozen, motionless, clenching his fists as he thought to himself, "Edith, I must find Edith before Cliff does." Riss glanced, reassuring herself inwardly that it was fine. Edith had already escaped. She absolutely could not meet the conditions for the third stage exception. Meanwhile, Edith had gotten off the carriage. "Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay this kindness." "It's nothing. Are you sure you don't need us to take you all the way home?" "Thank you, but I have something to take care of first." "In that case, please be careful." Later at the bank, the female clerk seemed surprised to see Edith. "I'm here to withdraw money. Do you need to contact your family?" No, can't you tell by looking at my face right now? I had an argument with my husband, which is why I left home. Why would I contact them? Ah, I apologize. I'll help you withdraw the money right away. Are you withdrawing everything? Yes, and if it can be exchanged for banknotes, that would be even better. It was fortunate that she had used an alias when opening her private safe. If the name Rudwick were involved, the ducal family would certainly be notified. She looked up at the vast sky. First snow of the season. She had thought only the capital's outskirts were cold, but indeed, in just one day the weather had grown colder. She lowered her gaze, thinking to herself, first, with money in hand, I should buy some clothes. Winter, the season where Edith's story ends. I must avoid this season, avoid being executed, to survive. At a store, an employee asked, "Are you looking for a map of the capital?" Edith looked at him, thinking to herself, he feels just like Reinen.
No, it's a map of the entire empire. If it's an imperial map, the price is a bit high. It's fine, here you go. Thank you. Having bought the map, Edith quickly left. While the author was occupying that body, she left the capital. If she disappeared, thinking of this, she felt someone following her. She turned back, secretly surprised. Who was that? Meanwhile, Killian was riding his horse like the wind. Suddenly, he stopped when he saw the secluded house ahead. He dismounted and ran towards it, calling out, "Edith! Answer me, Edith!" The knights anxiously reminded him, "Young master, it's very dangerous. There might still be remnants of the group here. Due to the Duchess's condition, we had to return early, so this place hasn't been searched yet. Protect the young master." At this moment, Killian opened the door and stood before the room. He scanned the room, and suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, despite his subordinates repeatedly calling out, "Young master, please." Huh? Was this building here? Killian trembled, holding a strand of red hair in his hand, his face paling as he realized she had been here. According to Reinen's explanation, the mastermind behind the kidnapping was that young count and the maid. If she had been here with that damned maid, what would she have endured? He shouted, giving an order. "Edith was in this place. Search thoroughly around here." A moment later, Killian, looking distraught, said, "Nothing. On one hand, I'm afraid of finding you, and it feels as if my fear is being mocked. Nothing. I can't find you anywhere." Suddenly, a subordinate called out, "Young master, we've caught this fellow loitering around here. It seems he's a mercenary who participated in this incident." Seeing Killian's icy expression, the man stammered an explanation.
"That I'm not," he suddenly startled. Killian approached him and asked, Have you seen my wife? I promised to return to her after the war ended, but it seems she encountered danger during that time. She is a beautiful woman with red hair and brown eyes. She's not just ordinarily intelligent, she's very confident in everything, maintaining her composure no matter the situation. If that's the case, can I just watch you fall into the water and die? You're someone who strangely has no regard for your own safety. Isn't that right? I mean, you should value yourself more, Killian. Something big almost happened, didn't it? But I cannot live without her. She is my everything. All my life I've been treated like a shadow, my abilities measured and weighed, ultimately unable to be anyone's first priority. I had once given up. She, on the other hand, grew up and was sold into circumstances even more severe. It was the first time someone had shown me such unconditional affection and tenderness. Killian buried his face, pleading in agony. Please, please tell me she's still alive. The scene shifts to the Duke's mansion, where Cliff, with a sword pointed at him, laughed and said, "If that's the case, isn't Killian even more out of line? Edith must have caused all of this." But he mobilized the resting knights to leave Wellesley to rescue her. Father ignores Killian like that, but scolds me like this.
"So, you saved your mother and Reza? This way, because of you, the rebellion could have succeeded. A military law violator, infatuated with women, abandoning his duty, putting His Majesty the Emperor in danger. Give me a reason not to deal with you right now. Killian carried out my orders perfectly. Your younger brother completed his mission at the Imperial Palace, but only left when I permitted him to. Even if he was rushing to find Edith, as you said, he didn't forget my instruction to send a report." Duke Witt thought to himself, it was thanks to this that he was able to grasp the situation before returning home. Before that, he asked Reinon what had happened, and according to the message sent by Her Royal Highness the Princess had been attacked. The princess asked in surprise, "Wait, what did you say? I sent a message. I didn't contact the Duchess at all." The Duke immediately frowned and turned to look at Reinon. The messenger said it was a message sent by Catalina, a knight who often accompanied her in the palace, a person loyal to the ducal house for decades, completely an insider. "Not only that, young master, please don't be like this anymore. Eat even just a little. Although it's very vague now, that person said they would help us if there were any mistakes. There's no way a knight would do that alone. First, we must find the person behind this, who might still be in the mansion."
Let's put this aside for now and investigate first. Suddenly, the Duke paused as the Duchess gently touched his arm. The Duke said, "Knights, take the young Duke back to his room." "Yes, your grace." Cliff immediately reacted, calling out, "Father!" He angrily roared, "Don't make me say it twice." Then, with only the two of them left in the room, the Duke said, "All right, I've had my son taken to his room. Duchess, what do you wish to discuss?" Cut to Killian. The mercenary said, "I have something I want to show you." Killian immediately asked, "What is it?" Upon seeing it, Killian's eyes widened in surprise. "You're looking for the owner of this, aren't you?"
It was a necklace with a red ruby pendant.
Killian stammered, This, don't tell me. He confirmed that she was definitely still alive and had escaped. I received orders to take her to the warehouse, but I secretly tied the ropes loosely so she could escape when she had the chance. That's right, earlier in the warehouse there were still ropes that had been untied. I told her this place was in the northern suburbs of the capital, so she probably had itself. Turning back to Edith, she was astonished to realize, that person is Cliff's knight. Didn't they release me? I must hurry. This is my only chance. At this moment, someone announced, Train! The driven train is about to depart. The train to Apprentice is at platform 12. Edith looked at the map and pondered. Both Driven and Apprentice are port cities. Driven is in the north, not far from Risen. Apprentice, on the other hand, is at the southern end of the capital. If I go to a port, I can board a ship and escape to somewhere further away. Thanks to Killian, I also have enough money now. I just need to get out of the area where people might recognize me. Even if I buy a small shop in a quiet village somewhere and find a small house with its own garden, if I spend frugally, the expenses will be enough for several years. She thought, should I buy a seat in the passenger compartment? Since I have to travel quite far, sitting would be more comfortable and also safer than blending in with the crowd in the luggage compartment. She recalled Anna's brief description of train travel, many people sharing one space, making it very crowded and shaky.
As she was thinking this, the announcement sounded again. The train to Apprentice was about to depart. Edith told herself that she just needed to follow what she had thought at that moment, and so the train departed. But Edith remained standing at the station, looking up and asking herself, if I leave like this, what have I lived for until now? She lowered her eyes with a hint of sadness, then suddenly let out a hollow laugh. It seems I'm too tired. First, I need to eat something and rest for a bit. The scene shifted to a snow-covered forest, where calls for Edith echoed everywhere. Killian searched for her tirelessly. At this moment, someone reported, Young master, she's not here. Are you sure? I've checked everywhere, but there's no trace. I understand, you've worked hard. That's all right. But can we truly trust that person? Isn't he a bit suspicious? He was clearly a mercenary who took money for the kidnapping, yet he refused compensation and has been helping us search until now. Killian said, No, if it's Edith, she would certainly have genuinely won that person over, because she's always like that. Killian recalled Reinan's comments about Edith. Her ability to focus, her understanding, and her judgment were all excellent, and more importantly, she was very persistent. Such was her warmth that even the yacht manager Samuel said, The one who wants to harm the young lady is still lurking out there. What if I keep silent just to protect myself? And the maid Anna, too, pleaded, I beg you, please tell me where that place is. Killian said there was no need to worry about him betraying them anyway. You must be tired. Please go back and ask my father for more reinforcements. As soon as he finished speaking, Killian immediately rode off on his horse to search. Young master, we rested at the mansion before coming, but haven't you just returned from the battlefield without any rest? If we search like this, will she even still be alive? Watch your mouth. But it's true. If she's walking alone in the mountains, she could be attacked by bandits. And even if she avoids bandits, how could she survive in this weather? But Killian remained very persistent, calling out her name loudly. Edith! Meanwhile, far away, she was having a meager meal, battling hunger. Killian's men continued to inquire and search for her. Shane and Sophia were imprisoned in the Duke's dungeon.
Cliff, criticized by the Duke, sat sulking in the room while the Duke and Duchess conversed together. As night fell, Edith lay down, her eyelids heavy after days of exhaustion. A moment later, she woke with a start. She had been dreaming. Choi Suna was standing at the theater, and when she turned, she saw the play. It was the one about Razlo and the pleasant conversation between Killian and Edith. Actually, although the opera was very moving, I couldn't believe its ending. Seeing Razlo marry the princess and then desperately commit suicide. It was truly a foolish act and not worth doing. How could he? There was still time. People are much stronger than they think. Choi Suna gritted her teeth. No, and then slumped down. I was wrong. Her tears flowed freely. Perhaps Odenlith chose death not just because Razlo married, but because once that moment passed, Razlo's gaze would no longer fall upon her. Choi Suna mumbled, No, there's still hope. In another scene, a young lady with red hair similar to Edith's shouted, I already said that has nothing to do with me. Although not exactly the same, it was indeed curly hair. First, just follow us. Suddenly, the blonde knight stopped short. Oh, wait a minute. At this moment, Edith slowly approached the two of them. The scene shifted to Killian. The call for Edith still echoed. Killian ceaselessly searched and called her name. Young master, please get some rest. At this rate, you'll collapse. Suddenly, he heard a call in his ear.
Killian immediately turned and asked, Did anyone hear anything? Everyone looked bewildered and replied, Huh? What was that? I just heard Edith's voice. Young master, please, come to your senses. The sun is about to rise. I'm sorry, but the chances of surviving the night alone in a snow-covered forest. Killian's face turned pale, and he thought to himself, Is it over? Was that smile of yours the last one?
ending after being treated like that by father, having your life threatened, being abused by servants sent from your eternal home, being falsely accused by your in-laws, by your husband. Was that your final year?
No apology after such a marriage and just leaving like that? The butler called out wordly. Young master, what are you doing? Quickly, help the young master. Just then, a group of knights returned to report. Young master, we found her. We found the young lady in the capital. Before that, 2 young knights stood dumbfounded, watching Edith slowly approach. She smiled gently and said, "Please release that person." She thought to herself, it was a lonely life. I had tried to live for my own sake, and had also thought of that child. But if breaking up with him and returning to a lonely life was the only way for me to survive, then I don't want that anymore. She stumbled towards the knights. "Excuse me, but could you help me walk a little? I can't walk on my own." Both men exchanged surprised glances, then quickly helped Edith away. "I've already put in so much effort. If I could meet him again, if I could make those warm eyes hold me once more, then perhaps whatever happens to me after that would be fine. To be honest, it wouldn't be bad if he were the one to bring an end to my story, if I could be by his side until the very last moment." The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace, where Count Rigelhoff, Shane Rigelhoff, and Sophia were brought to the execution platform, witnessed by a large crowd. On the highest and most powerful tier were the Emperor, Princess Catalina, and Duke Rudwick. At this moment, a knight reported, "Sir, the young Duke's knights have gone to search. Upon hearing the news, the young master will head straight to the execution grounds." The princess reminded, "Be careful not to cause a commotion." "I will follow your orders, Your Highness." The Emperor stood up and announced, "The execution of the Rigelhoff family and their close associates shall now begin. You not only conspired to rebel against Linston, but also kidnapped the Duke's family during the territorial war. Nevertheless, I shall grant Duke Rudwick the authority to handle this matter, as he has resolved the situation satisfactorily. Thank you, Your Majesty." The Duke turned down and said, "Rigelhoff."
"I know you feel inferior to me, but I never expected you to go this far, trampling upon the honor of the nobility and harming innocent people. The sullied name must be dealt with here." At this moment, Killian was stopped by the guards, and only Edith was brought in. Duke Rudwick loudly declared, "All those bearing the Rigelhoff name will be beheaded. Their heads must be severed and hung on the city walls with other traitors." Edith looked around. Where was Killian? The Duke continued, "Their bodies will be thrown to the beasts." Ah, so he's there. Killian went to the princess, said something, then turned and went down below. Edith also stood on the execution platform. She looked at him and silently said, "You know, Killian, I'm very happy to have been by your side. Even though this isn't a normal transmigration story, in the end, it still has to conclude according to its predetermined fate." Edith raised her hand to brush back her hair, then slowly knelt down. Sophia sneered. She claimed to be true family, putting on airs, but in the end, she died at the hands of her in-laws. Suddenly, the Duke's voice rang out again. "Wait, before the execution, there's something I don't quite understand. This place is for executing the Rigelhoff gang, those who participated in the rebellion. What is Edith Rudwick doing there?" A day earlier, the Duke had asked Rise and Cliff in astonishment.
"Did they really go that far?" the Duchess said in fear. "If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. They thought I had fainted, so they pinned all the blame on that child. I've already arrested the servant and her brother at the scene. Given the circumstances, it's clear she was responsible." Edith absolutely did not hesitate. Immediately after getting married, she abandoned her father and affectionately called someone else mother. At that time, Edith screamed, "That's right, this is the real family I chose." The Duke asked skeptically, "But to be sure, shouldn't we investigate further?" "There's no time. This is the last chance. We must fix it before it's too late." Returning to the present, the Duke discreetly scrutinized. Her straightforward gaze showed no sign of subservience. Even in a situation where she saw hope of being saved, she didn't act hastily. In truth, it was because she carried the Rigelhoff name that she was this way. Her resilient spirit and sharp reasoning made her a highly sought-after talent.
Anh chuyển ánh mắt sang Killian. Có lẽ thứ mà tên nhóc đó cần không phải là roi da của mình mà là một đứa trẻ như vậy. Công chúa nhỏ giọng trấn an. "Sắp rồi, Killian." Cô thầm nghĩ nếu là những kẻ nhà Rigelhoff thì chắc chắn. Bất ngờ cha con bà tước Rigelhoff hét lên. "Nếu muốn giết thì phải giết cả thứ đó chứ. Nhìn đâu mà nói nó không phải Rigelhoff hả?" Đúng vậy, Edith luôn luôn đứng về phía Rigelhoff. Cả vụ phản nghịch và vụ bắt cóc đều do nó. Công chúa tức giận đập cái rầm. "Các ngươi tưởng hoàng thất là đồ ngu à? Edith đã luôn tự giới thiệu là Rudwick ngay từ lần đầu diện kiến ta. Mặc dù lúc đầu ta cũng có nghi ngờ, nhưng ta có thể chắc chắn khi nhìn thấy hình ảnh cô ấy vững vàng và trung thành, xứng đáng với nhà công tước. Cô ấy đã giành được sự tin tưởng của ta trong nhiều tháng và cuối cùng đã dẫn dắt ta hoàn thành nghĩa vụ của mình với tư cách là một thành viên của hoàng gia. Ta tuyên bố với tư cách là hoàng tộc đã đàn áp cuộc nổi loạn lần này. Edith Rudwick được bổ nhiệm làm công thần cùng với Axel Rudwick và Killian Rudwick, những người đã tiêu diệt phản loạn. Sau này, bất kỳ phát ngôn bừa bãi nào về Edith liên quan đến Rigelhoff hay bất kỳ ai nghi ngờ lòng trung thành của cô ấy với hoàng gia sẽ phải chịu hậu quả nghiêm trọng. Edith vẫn vẻ mặt đó, không chút phản ứng mà suy tư, giống như một sân khấu mà từng nhân vật, từng lời thoại đều được lên kế hoạch. Cô ấy, công chúa, tuyên bố một cách đầy kịch tính trước mặt mọi người để lan truyền tin đi khắp đế quốc. Edith thầm nghĩ, điều này có nghĩa là mình sẽ không thể tránh khỏi hoàng lệnh, không bị gọi là Reza Hope nữa. Cái này rút cuộc chuyện gì đang xảy ra vậy? Công chúa hét lên, không mau đưa công thần ra khỏi nơi xử tự đi mà còn làm gì vậy? Killian lập tức vội vã chạy đi. Edith tự hỏi, tình tiết nguyên tắc có thể thay đổi đến mức này sao? Không lẽ điều kiện ngoại lệ giai đoạn 3 đã được thỏa mãn? Nhưng khi nào? Tác giả, ý mình là Reza thì sao? Ở đâu? Killian chạy đến ôm chầm lấy cô vào lòng, anh liên tục gọi tên cô. Edith, Edith, Edith. Cô xúc động không kìm được, những giọt nước mắt cứ thế tuôn ra. Cô nghẹn ngào gọi, Killian. Chứng kiến tất cả mọi việc, Reza đứng đó vô cùng sững sờ và hoang mang. Những kẻ phản diện ngu ốc sắp bị trừng phạt.
The steadfast support of those wonderful heroes and that daughter-in-law, a tender romance. Seeing his pale face, Edith asked, Killian, what's wrong with your face? I should be asking you. With that, he kissed her lips sweetly, making everyone very happy. The Duke and Duchess also smiled faintly. Everyone cheered and applauded for Killian and Edith. The two continued to exchange emotional kisses. She thought to herself, come to think of it, didn't he believe that I had kidnapped his mother with Reza? But Reza clearly said so. She hesitated and called, Killian, you! Suddenly he picked her up. Now is not the time for this. We need to get treatment first. Killian politely asked, Father, may Edith and I leave first? All right, the doctor is still with your mother. Reza just stood there without saying a word. It's been so long, to the point where I can't even remember anymore. There was a person named Kay. The beginning was interesting, so I started reading. But the more I read, the more inconsistent it became. Although a bit gloomy and immature, Kay was a normal high school student. I could write something like this. The novel, which started as a joke, achieved resounding success. And Kay became an author. A major publisher offered a publishing deal. It was a sweet success, but Kay tore at his hair in frustration. Why can I only write this much? He wondered. This continued until his second work failed miserably. Reza Sinclair was created with all his yearning. Cliff Rudwick was created with desires and illusions, their beautiful world existing on the bookshelf. These are the characters I created, the stories I wrote. Why can't I be as happy as them? That's right, if I were Reza. Just then, a system panel appeared. Huh? Is it because I stay up late so often? Now I'm even seeing hallucinations, he thought. But suddenly he was pulled into the system panel by a strange power. Looking in the mirror, he excitedly exclaimed, have I really become Reza Sinclair? Those were dream-like days. Congratulations were offered to the couple, forming a happy and warm family in the embrace of the Creator, until everything reset to the beginning right after the wedding concluded. What? Suppressing his unease, he went through another year, but the result was still the same. The story had a predetermined beginning and end. There must be another way, he thought, because if I want to change the story, I have to change the ending as well.
So I chose Killian as the male lead, but Killian... I'm sorry, Reza. It seems his feelings weren't like that. He only loved you like a biological sister. Even so, you were still the existence he cherished most. That would never change. And Killian rushed down to his territory after saying those last words, only to return to the capital not long after as a cold corpse. Don't be too sad, Reza. Killian wouldn't want you to be sad, right? This was Killian's mistake for daring to reject the lovely Reza. Cliff, you love me, don't you? And Cliff's obsession with Reza remained unchanged, forever the perfect destined love that Killian desired. Cal brainwashed herself like that and lived the same story many times. What is this? A computer? Until a variable arose. The first Edith transmigrated into the real world. Let's set the first exception condition. Although she used the computer all night in that space, there were no special results. The system window was only for setting exception conditions. The first Edith transmigrated into the real world. Let's set the first exception condition. But it wasn't without additional information. Besides herself, there were other transmigrators. If they both joined forces, they might be able to find a way to escape this place. It wasn't difficult to call the first Edith aside to talk. Excuse me, but where's the restroom? Let me show you the way. So you're the original author of this story? Yes, that's why I know the story's progression very well. It would be great if we could help each other later. How did you transmigrate? What kind of story did you write? Why did you write such unnecessary misfortunes for the villainess? Do you know how surprised I was when I was suddenly beaten? Anyway, you transmigrated into the main character, so that's lucky, isn't it? First, I need to quickly get married to escape that scoundrel Count. Can you help me get close to Killian? But isn't Killian Reza's second male lead? But you're already in love with Cliff, aren't you? Someone's very existence depends on that. Don't tell me you're planning to play both sides, even if you're not the real Reza.
Thinking this, Killian said with a headache.
What was that reaction anyway? Reza's story is perfect. My story... Oh, I have this appearance? Even though I'm not the real Reza? No, I am Reza, and I will protect Reza's story. If an exception condition isn't set up, the penalty will be applied. All right, I know. The Stage 1 exception condition has been established.
I have to try doing things my way, just once. No one can ruin Reza's perfect story. Now finally, Choi Soon-ai excitedly cheered. The Stage 3 exception condition has been met. I finally did it. From now on, no matter how the original plot's flow affects everyone, the original author's authority has been completely lost. The coercive nature of the script governing this world has been nullified. I no longer need to worry about the original author threatening my life. The rules related to the original plot's flow have been changed. And perhaps now, the original Edith also... But I have to ask this first. What is the Stage 3 exception condition? Suddenly, Choi Soon-ai's eyes widened in panic. What? Reza burst in and grabbed Edith by the collar. Reza? No, what happened? I clearly fell asleep while returning with Killian. Why is Reza in my room? She asked gloomily. Why? You struggled so much to live. Why would you suddenly give up everything? And what about you? Why do you want to kill me so badly? Stage 3 exception condition. Accept the fate of death. How could you propose such a condition? With that condition, even if I succeeded, wouldn't I have been executed if the Duke and Princess hadn't helped me? Yes, that's right. How did you manage it in the end? Everyone was only warm towards Reza.
You stole everything. Edith silently wondered. What happened? Is this person both the author and Reza? Anyway, it's very dangerous now. Just then a scream echoed from outside. Who locked the door? Killian called out anxiously. Edith, don't go near the door. I'll break it down. Suddenly, Edith froze. There's this, Edith. Reza shoved a knife into Edith's hand. Do you think if you kill me, Killian will still be on your side? With that, she pulled Edith towards her. Edith panicked and screamed, No! Before reaching the execution ground, I couldn't stop thinking. Why is it like this? Why does she have to do this? If she's not just the original author, but also Reza, the one who has everything, then why does she want to kill me? It's just like a real married couple. So everything you told me was really just a lie? Wait. I think this necklace suits you very well, Edith. It was all just malicious intent. Was there ever a time she didn't have malicious intent towards me? I was truly a fool to be deceived. Why couldn't she accept me as a companion? Every moment she spoke and smiled with me, she was actually finding a way to deal with me. If you so desperately want to see my death, exceptional condition phase 3, accept the fate of dying. Perhaps there's no other way. Back to the present. Edith was sitting on top of Reza, her hand holding the knife.
Edith paused, her face anxious, looking towards the door. Killian and everyone had entered, and Edith looked at Reza, stammering an explanation. Because... Killian quickly rushed to her side. Edith, are you all right? Where did that knife come from? Did Reza bring it? Edith replied, startled. Oh, how did you know? Reza shrieked. What are you saying, Killian? Edith is holding a knife. Anyone can see Edith was about to... Killian immediately gave her a chilling glare, making her shiver with fear. The Duchess spoke up. Clearly, I only saw you at the execution, and as soon as we returned, I told you to be careful when in your room. So what are you doing in Edith's room? Reza defended herself. I was just worried about Edith. There should have been knights following to supervise. Lately, the Rudwick knights are truly a disgrace. The Duchess interrupted. That's enough. I'll hear your answers after the investigation is complete. Take her to the dungeon immediately. The attendant replied. Yes, Your Grace. Reza shrieked. I'm innocent, Your Grace. Edith was still bewildered, unable to grasp how quickly everything was happening. Suddenly, Killian said, I'm sorry, Edith. I wanted to protect you from Reza, but... A huge question mark appeared in Edith's mind. What are you talking about? Killian continued. Thank you for returning safely. From now on, I will not leave your side, not even for a moment. Edith was confused. Killian, that's not the issue right now. Who are you protecting from whom? The Duchess explained. Don't be too shocked, and listen carefully, Edith. We suspect that Reza is the mastermind behind the kidnapping. Since the investigation is still ongoing, it's difficult to explain the specifics to you. Now even Reza's servant has been arrested, and the truth will soon be revealed. Who knows, even unsolved cases might have been her doing. It was my oversight. I was drawn in by her lively appearance the first time I brought her here. It seems my judgment has declined. You've been through a lot lately, Edith.
Sooner or later, I will uncover the truth and come with her to properly apologize to you. For now, you should get treatment with Killian and rest. Afterwards, with only the two of them left in the room, Edith leaned her head against Killian and pondered. Both Nigel Hoff and his daughter Sophia had been executed. If investigated now that the power of the principal had vanished, no matter what Reza did, she wouldn't be able to escape as before. So it was true that everything had been resolved now. She called Killian. What's wrong? It's nothing. It's just that I couldn't do anything. Because I couldn't find you in time, you were taken to the execution ground. The ones who saved you were Catalina and my father. Before, I used to wish you would rely on me more,
But if I think about it carefully, the only thing I need is you. I always criticized and hurt you, and always went astray. I thought perhaps you didn't need me at all. Thinking about it carefully, only I need you. You don't need me. That's what I thought. What are you saying, Killian? You came looking for me. How was that nothing? Even in that situation just now, you believed me, helped me, and called a doctor. You managed to escape thanks to the help of that mercenary. If you were determined, you could have run away. If you went to a place where no one recognized you, with your abilities, you could live well anywhere. But you didn't do that. You gave up your life without any regrets.
It's as if no one trusting you is a given, and the one who made that a given was your husband. That's the thing. There were times I thought some supernatural force was controlling my thoughts, making me judge you solely by rumors and appearances. That venomous woman. If you trust her, you'll surely regret it. Who knows when she'll betray the Rudwick family as easily as turning over her hand. Reza, lovely as a violet. I seemed to hear a voice that made me favor Reza unconditionally. The spring goddess, radiant, both righteous and gentle. Spells, brainwashing, curses. I even dragged Lenin into that unbelievable matter and scoured all sorts of books. If this continues, even you will be in a difficult position. So stop now. Don't you really hear it? A strange voice, as if criticizing Edith. A voice. There's no such compulsion. It seems that's just my own inner thoughts. Edith placed her hand on his, calling, "Killian." He continued, "It's disgusting that I can't think of anything else. Even so, I am still your husband." She raised her hand and gently touched his face. "Killian, it's not like that. You're just going to let it go like this again, aren't you? I'd rather you hit me or get angry with me sometimes, please. Do you remember what I said before? There are things in this world that cannot be spoken. But now I will tell you everything. Transmigration? Yes, it's another soul entering the body. It's quite unbelievable, isn't it? I don't know why it's like this either. I died, but when I opened my eyes, I was here. You just need to know this. Before I became Edith.
I lived a lonely life in another world under a different name. Even after becoming Edith, I still went through many difficulties. But when I was by your side, I learned what happiness was. It's not that I didn't think about running away. No, actually, I had already prepared to run away from the very beginning. Because I knew Edith's fate, I saved money, researched how to travel, and prepared everything. So after escaping from the place I was kidnapped, I went to retrieve the money I had prepared. And I went to the train station. But when I thought about leaving you, my feet wouldn't move. Anyway, as unbelievable as it may seem, that voice was real. Please don't blame yourself as if it's your fault anymore. I believe you, and I apologize. You have nothing to apologize for. Why? I'm sorry for not being able to say it sooner. I'm sorry for not realizing it sooner. And thank you for finding your way to my world. Thank you for trusting me and telling me your story. Thank you for bravely enduring until now. Until these restrictions are lifted, I won't let you be alone anymore. Edith was moved to tears, and the two embraced. I won't let anyone trample on you again. On this side, a blood-stained sword was being cleaned. Duke Rudwick looked very grim. He looked up and said, "You're here?" The person who entered was Cliff. "I heard you locked Reza in a cell. She repaid kindness with malice, and I can't even guess how many things she's hidden. She slandered Edith and Killian. Do you really trust those two? Reza wouldn't betray us." The Duke interrupted. "No, I'm talking about you, Cliff." He asked in surprise. "What?" "Your mother is directly investigating that child's actions. There are plenty of witnesses and evidence, so the truth will soon come to light. The feeling of betrayal for Jocelyn is significant, but I'm not surprised by an ungrateful outsider. However, Cliff, if you act like this, it's unacceptable. You have neglected your duties as a young duke. I don't know when you started putting your responsibilities aside," recalling their previous conversation.
You said Killian should come to the Imperial Palace tomorrow. What did you mean by that? Reza doesn't seem to want to come to the Imperial Palace. I plan to take her to a park in the capital suburbs to help her change her mood. Don't worry, Father. Killian will know what to do and perform well. Is that position so trivial? My younger brother, who has never shown ambition for the position of heir, has greatly valued the family name, even without inheriting it. But what about you? Can you call a family your own if you can't even protect it? It was my carelessness. Because of my experience before becoming Duke, I thought that ability and ambition were the most important qualities for a successor. I was foolish. Cliff was astonished to hear those words. He forced a laugh and asked, "Father, surely that's not true, is it?" "You don't need to justify yourself. From today, the position of ducal successor will be left vacant." Cliff gritted his teeth and asked, "What?" The Duke glanced over and asked, "Do you feel wronged? If so, prove it." Cliff exclaimed in shock, "Father!" A thud rang out. The sword tip plunged into the ground. "Just like your grandfather, just like me, climb up from the bottom."
This rebellion plot has been leaked abroad, so the western border is in an unusual state. I intend to entrust the task of eliminating the rebels to Sir Gokdon, so you should go with him as a knight. Achieve overwhelming military exploits so that I can acknowledge you. This is your last chance to reclaim your position." Then Cliff staggered out, wondering to himself,
What on earth is happening to me? I've always been first and the best. Meeting everyone's expectations was always easy. Even with moderate effort, I still outperformed others by double. Just a little attention and fame would come effortlessly. The only thing I ever had to try my hardest for was love. All I need to do is focus on having you. Thinking this, Cliff remembered Reza, and he immediately turned and asked, "Where is Reza? Is my mother still interrogating her? It must be over by now. I have to go. Don't follow me." "No, sir. The Duke ordered me to always accompany the young master. No, young lord." Cliff frowned and said, "Do it." He thought to himself, "It's not too late yet. Take me to where Reza is." "Yes, young lord." The scene shifted to Choi Suna. "Oh, it seems I fell asleep again, crying ugly tears in Killian's arms, because he's so affectionate towards me." As she was thinking, Choi Suna paused when she saw a crack in the door ahead. She wondered to herself, "What's that?" Then she curiously walked over. The space brightened, illuminating her face, and she saw the person sitting in front. Suna exclaimed in surprise, "Edith?" Edith sipped her tea, then turned and said, "You're here. Come sit down." Suna sat at the table, confused, thinking to herself, "Where do I even begin?" Then she spoke, "How have you been living all this time? Do you know why I ended up like this?" Edith explained, "You are a recently deceased soul, summoned to this world, and the 13th soul to inhabit my body. You are the 14th guest this world has summoned." Suna thought to herself, "If I'm the 14th guest, but the 13th Edith, then the original author must also. So the original author wasn't Reza from the start, but someone who transmigrated. Why were we summoned to this place? Is the author also being threatened with their life, just like me?" Threatened? This place was created by someone's imagination. This world repeats itself according to a predetermined story. It's a structure from which no one can escape their predetermined fate. That's why the author was summoned. They are both the creator of the story and the only one who can help us be free. I had hoped that if she directly saw and experienced the misfortunes of the people in the story could change for the better. But as you know, she is not a benevolent person. If we could talk to each other, things might be different. But we cannot change the characters who appear. I had to borrow strength from others who also came from a free world like the author. So I acquired newly arrived souls and lent them bodies after 12 failures. You finally did it. Do you mean you called me here? Did you call the author here too? That's right. At first, I didn't intend to call so many people, but there was no other way, because the author had taken over this world and destroyed many things. I was worried about escaping from the story that was gradually going off track. In an unfree world, characters can only escape after the world is liberated. Even that wasn't possible, Sunan asked. If that's the case, what now? Now that you've regained the freedom you wanted, do you want me to return Edith? There's a limit to how foolish one can be. Whether it's you or that person, Suna secretly doubted.
Edith said, "What about Killian? But this was originally her body. I've been thinking about what she did. If I had known the principles beforehand, could I have done the same? Sometimes upright and proper, sometimes generous and affectionate. Because she is always mature and selfless, she can hurt the person she wants to protect the most. Could I live a life like hers, where every single minute and second that person is the top priority?" Suna listened silently as Edith continued. "Thanks to you, I've realized. From the very beginning, that wasn't a position I could covet. All I know how to do is ruin things. Not only could I not comfort and help, but I also drag them into darkness and despair." "That's not true, you also," Suna started, but Edith cut her off. "No, I can't do it," Edith said, setting down her teacup, "and I don't want to either. Forgive me for getting up first. The long-awaited meeting is right before me. I will give you my body, so let's not meet again." "Wait, Edith!" Suna exclaimed, but in response, Edith smiled and then slowly disappeared. Just then, Suna woke up with a start, still in Edith's body. Killian called out, "Edith," then touched her face. "Are you all right? It looks like you had a nightmare." She sat up abruptly, then hugged him tightly, whispering tearfully, "Thank you, Edith, truly." At the prison, "Young master, you can't run like that," someone called out. Just then, Cliff stood before Riza's cell. "Oh my, Reza, are you all right? I'm here." "Damn it, how could father and mother?" Cliff muttered. "Please look at me, Reza." He thought, actually, it's because it was a situation I had never thought of before. Although he spoke of it rudely, father is a very affectionate person. He never said he would yield the succession to Killian. He said, "Achieve such overwhelming accomplishments that I cannot help but acknowledge you. This is your last chance to reclaim your position." Father even said I knew how to recover.
All I need to do is achieve something. My only worry is whether she'll endure it alone until I return. My mother, no, that's not an option. She's not one to easily forgive if boundaries are overstepped. So should I bring her to the battlefield with me?
Although it might be dangerous, all I need to do is protect her. I will definitely protect her at all costs, as long as I can confirm she's okay. After thinking, Killian called Reza again, but when she turned back, Cliff suddenly became astonished, and the scene shifted to somewhere else. Edith stepped out from a spatial circle, and upon arrival heard the author justify, "I told you all you've got the wrong person. I don't know who you are." "Oh, I suppose so. You didn't expect the Ediths you toyed with to come back and hold you accountable. You must have had a lot of fun lately, didn't you? Did you need to call a few people to kill to feel satisfied?" The author stubbornly insisted, "Look, I already told you it wasn't me. One Edith said that even if you pretend, it won't work. We've always been waiting for this moment." One Edith recalled earlier, a spatial circle appeared, and she surprisingly wondered, "What is this? Death isn't the end?" The system annal stated, "Failure to satisfy the third stage exception condition. You can escape this place and be reborn, or wait within the system." Returning to the present, she said, "Because I chose to stay and study the system, I now roughly know how to create a similar world."
I've just finished preparing it and gathering the victims. Well, some people left without regret, but everyone still here is waiting to return the pain they suffered because of you. Didn't you expect what kind of story we've prepared for you? At this moment, she turned and asked, "Do you want to join us?" Edith, originally you also had many things you wanted to return, didn't you? Edith didn't answer. She walked closer to the author, sat down and said, "I just have one question. Why did you do it? Why did you write my childhood to be so unhappy? Why did you turn my family into such a state? Why was I always hated and despised, turning me into someone who couldn't love and wasn't loved, lonely and unhappy, forcing me to live a life that sank deeper and deeper?" The author gritted her teeth, then yelled, "You, what do you know? Everything was essential for the protagonist, for Reza. That's right, next to a dark, twisted, and unhappy person, the happiness of a good and righteous person will shine even brighter. You know nothing about Reza, do you?" "What? I've changed my mind. I won't take revenge. You all do it yourselves." "Well, fine," the author called out to Edith. "Wait, what do you mean? Hey!" A system panel appeared before Edith's eyes.
The world has been set free, so the character can escape from here, start a new life, any kind. It's not funny at all. Is my misfortune and distortion meant to make your happiness shine brighter? If you saw me give up all happiness and destroy it for you, then I absolutely couldn't say those words. At this moment, Reza, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at her hands and said, "No, even though everything has been destroyed like this, I have nothing to regret." Edith paused upon hearing her words, then continued to monitor her through the system. Reza turned to look at Cliff and said, "Sorry, I lied. Give me back my Reza." Edith hesitated. "Or perhaps should we wait a little longer?" Afterwards, Edith asked in surprise, "Mother has already sent Reza to the convent? Oh, so hastily." "Yes, Mother is entirely in charge of this investigation, so we don't have the right to decide." "Say ah, I told you I can eat by myself," Killian pleaded. "Come on, say ah, good job." Edith thought to herself, perhaps because of the chaotic atmosphere, it's best to handle it quickly and silently. Even though the author's power has disappeared, is the main character being dealt with like this? She looked at Killian and replied, "I understand. Is there anything bothering you? Is there a risk that the person you mentioned, the one you called the author, might return?" That's probably not the case, although we won't know for sure without direct confirmation. According to the explanation from the real Edith I just met, there won't be any more instances of the author transmigrating now. And even if that weren't the case, the power of the original work and the author's authority have already vanished.
There won't be any other changes, because the system had previously announced that the author's authority had completely disappeared, and the script's compulsion would be cancelled. The rules related to the flow of the original work have been changed, but that's not what's bothering me. Just like Edith originally existed, if Reza truly returns, she will be punished for things she didn't do. I'm wondering if I can help her. Killian put his spoon down. "Try talking to Mother about it once." The Duchess immediately objected. "No, you can't." "Why? If you tell me which convent it is, I'll go there and talk to her."
Absolutely not. That child has done so many things to harm you. Things have come to this point, who knows what nonsense it might say to you again. Although I have interrogated many people as the Duchess, that was the first time I saw someone speak so indiscriminately. That person was even someone I considered family, so I couldn't imagine it. The funny thing is, it wasn't entirely unfamiliar. When that child was young, there were times like that too. Even so, when it smiled, I thought I was mistaken and let it pass. That's why all of us ended up being manipulated by that child. Edith secretly wondered. I've actually been wondering whether I should tell others the truth about the original story. She said to Killian, "It feels like there's still something hidden." Of course, whether you tell the truth or not is your freedom, so you don't have to say it as if it's an obligation, because it might be difficult for some people to accept. The Duchess forced a smile and said, "Anyway, I understand you resent that child, but I hope you can forget about it." "You're here?"
Edith secretly called out in surprise. Duke Rudwick. Edith, how are you feeling? Edith stood up and replied, thank you for your concern. Please sit. But sit. Yes. Suddenly the Duke said, I'm sorry. She asked blankly, what? The Duchess stood up and said, don't feel burdened. Just listen. Since you married into this family, you've had to endure a lot of hardship. Our family's affairs are not your responsibility either. Don't feel pressured to answer. Just listen. We want to offer a proper apology to both of you. After bringing you home, I deeply regret only testing and pushing you without giving you proper opportunities. As your parents-in-law, we also failed to fulfill our duties. And the matter of the bracelet. Edith was stunned, thinking, that was an apology I hadn't even received from my own family. Her sadness grew increasingly due to the favoritism, bullying, and isolation she had experienced.
Even when betrayed by an ex-boyfriend I trusted, all I wanted was an apology. Even if they were just empty words, just hearing them say, I'm sorry, would have been enough for me. The thoughtless words spoken in front of me, the discriminatory insults. I desperately yearned for someone to confirm that enduring all of that wasn't something I should just accept. If no one apologized, it felt as if it was my fault for being hurt and sad. The Duke continued, and I saw your father through you. I assumed you would cause trouble and tested you. I didn't even investigate, yet I concluded it was your fault and even imposed house arrest beforehand. Looking back at those events now, I even think I must have been possessed to act that way. If you weren't such a resilient child, perhaps we would still think it was your fault even now. I apologize and I'm truly grateful that you didn't give up. From now on, I will pay special attention. If anything makes you sad again, please speak up directly, just like you did then.
His abilities were excellent, so he could join the Night Order immediately. Looking at Killian's face, Edith secretly realized he was like a puppy wanting praise. Immediately, she patted Killian's head and praised him. You did very well, Killian. Just words. Come here, I'll kiss you. Back to the present. Oh, now that I think about it, Henry, if it's not rude to ask, what happened to the ruby necklace I gave you back then? Just then, Killian walked over, and hearing her ask about the necklace, he stopped short. Oh, you're here, Killian. You talked with father longer than I expected. Earlier, the Duke said, and Killian, your wife has woken up. Now go take care of the work that is piled up. Cliff has gone to the border, so the tasks he left undone are also piling up. There are many things that need explaining, so please stay here for a while. Killian pulled out a chair. He only listened to the urgent matters first. He would have to learn gradually later. He would probably be very busy. How long would he have to work?
Cliff has gone to the border, so the remaining matters will be rearranged. Haven't you forgiven too easily? Edith smiled and replied, but I truly have forgiven. It's been a long time since I felt such a sincere apology. Perhaps like Killian and Her Royal Highness the Princess. And they didn't just say it with words, did they? Just as that was mentioned, Catalina contacted me, wanting to find me. Oh, really? Even if it weren't for that, I would still want to thank her. Could we go for a picnic? Let's see. First, she called me to her study. Her study? Afterwards, in the study, the princess said, come in. It's Edith, Your Royal Highness. Edith thought to herself, it truly is the study. Not long ago, this place wasn't even used. The princess put down the documents, then approached and happily took her hand, saying, long time no see, Edith. Fortunately, you look better. I have a favor to ask you. A favor? Me? That's right. Edith must help me prepare for this investiture banquet for meritorious subjects. The meritorious subjects who helped suppress this rebellion are Duke Wickwitch and Killian. And you, wasn't your speech at the previous execution ceremony unfinished? I have already met with my brother and the Duke regarding these subsequent matters. All those involved in the rebellion have been executed or appropriately punished. But it is also true that the rebellion almost succeeded. A neighboring country took advantage of this vacuum to target the border regions, so it is necessary to demonstrate the authority and stability of the royal family both domestically and internationally. Furthermore, during the execution ceremony, the Duke and I already declared you a meritorious subject, but the nobles still gossip behind our backs. Organizing an investiture banquet for meritorious subjects to solidify your position with everyone would be more beneficial for you. Therefore, I decided to organize this banquet, but I have no experience preparing such a party. Wait, you two haven't met before, have you? Ah, this is Henry.
Greetings, Your Royal Highness Princess. He helped me during the last kidnapping incident. He is a trustworthy person. If Edith said so, then I hope you will help me prepare for this banquet. It's rare for me to take on such an important task, so I still have many shortcomings. Therefore, I wish to borrow your intelligence to manage the upper echelons of society. Edith thought to herself, there's no reason to refuse. Of course, Your Royal Highness Princess. I told you to just call me Catalina to be comfortable. It's a long story, so let's talk over tea. Yes, Your Royal... Catalina. At Count Sinclair's mansion. Fortunately, His Majesty is unharmed, but what are we to do now? The only meritorious officials who suppressed the rebellion are the 3 from the Rudwick family. The Sinclair family is truly finished now, Damien said. Finished? What do you mean finished? Even the daughter of that George Hope became a meritorious official. Isn't Lila's marriage alliance also as good as gone? He spoke so confidently back then. Damien frowned, looking at his father, and silently cursed. The old man can't do anything. All the work is left to me, while he wastes his life on drinking and gambling, yet still acts so self-important.
Well, thanks to that, I've managed to get the Count's household under my control. Don't worry, Father. The situation isn't that bad. I heard that a banquet to confer titles upon meritorious officials is about to be held. It's probably to showcase the prosperity of the Empire and the Emperor, both domestically and internationally. If so, all delegations from allied nations will be invited. As you know, Duke Rudwick has accumulated achievements through various battles, big and small, so isn't his reputation abroad quite good? Compared to him, our family's main strength lies in transactions and trade, so I will seize this opportunity to contact them and gain support from abroad. The scale of the event is also something to look forward to. Her Royal Highness Princess will lead the preparations for the banquet.
Hearing that Edith would help, Layla immediately shrieked, "Edith, that woman dares to host a royal banquet." If so, Damien asked, then what? My brother won't help me because he always acts in his own self-interest first. Layla forced a smile and replied, "If I want to appear more dazzling than Edith, shouldn't I order a new trendy dress? Yes, just do as I say. It's fine, thank you." Despite everything, no contact was received. If the one making that request was Duke Rudwick, then perhaps there would be no need to drive Edith away anymore, right? If so, must I give up? Let those two become the lovers of the century like this? No, that won't do. I must destroy them. Scene change. A banquet is planned to confer titles upon meritorious officials who suppress the rebellion. Killian said. Your name is here, but Edith and the maids are extremely busy. Anna, could you bring me the one I saw on the table yesterday? I understand. The carriage is waiting outside. Here's the coat. I've already prepared a coat for the young lady. This one matches your dress better, but this one is warmer. Either is fine, Edith said. I've brought it, young lady. Ah, thank you. If so, then I'll depart now. Before she could finish her sentence, Edith stopped. Seeing Killian's face as taut as a bowstring, she quickly stepped forward and placed a sweet kiss on his lips, then smiled and said, I'm leaving now, Killian. Her action left him flustered and speechless. Afterwards, he mused, it seems something isn't right.
It feels like there's a distance, Ronan asked. Is it because the young lady is too busy? It's a bit different. It's true that she's paying a lot of attention to the work Catalina is doing. Even so, she's not neglecting me. She always comes home on time for dinner, and considering how busy she is, she talks quite a lot. But all of that, how should I put it? It feels like she's trying her best to be a good friend. That doesn't mean she's keeping her distance. On the contrary, it's because she cares too much. I'm just asking, has she told you she loves you yet? Killian replied blankly. Huh? Not even once? No, no way, Killian recalled. Thank you for coming into my world. Thank you for bravely enduring alone. I will never make you lonely again. I won't let you bear anything alone again. Aside from that statement, it seems everything else has been done. But that's different, isn't it? It is different, Killian covered his face. Yes, it really is different. I hope you resolve that issue as soon as possible. Today, I need to do something when Edith returns.
What time will she be home today, I wonder? The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. Edith said, if that's the case, it seems the guest list has already been tentatively decided. Next, we need to arrange the positions for the foreign dignitaries who have accepted the invitation at the official event. The princess said, the ceremony to confer titles upon meritorious subjects was planned to be held in the main hall, just like the nation's founding ceremony. If that's the case, there's enough space. The problem is how to assign positions to the domestic nobility and envoys. We must create a splendid ceremony for the national representatives who have traveled a long way to be here. Even so, we cannot neglect the local nobility. No matter what we do, there will be much talk. If it's about that, I've already prepared information on what happened at previous events hosted by the Imperial Palace. First, this example. No, not this one. It's this one. The seating arrangement diagram for distinguished guests at the Emperor's coronation ceremony. Seeing Edith so tense, the princess said, let's go horseback riding together to clear our heads. What, now? Yes, now. But I'm completely unprepared today. My riding clothes will fit you anyway. As expected, she hadn't changed at all.
Our stubborn princess. Yes, then I'll go change and come back. Henry spoke up. If that's the case, then the princess immediately said, you stay here. But, Your Highness, if I am to protect, this is the Imperial Palace. The master is going to change clothes. Why would you follow? I've already sent 2 female knights with me, so there's nothing to worry about. I was rude, Your Highness. Do you understand now? All right, speaking of which, I'll ask you something. Why did you stare so intently when Edith and I were meeting? Is it because you're a commoner and don't know the Knight's Code, or are you a foreigner? Afterward, Edith returned with a tired body. Phew, thank you, Anna. Could you prepare bathwater for me? Yes, miss. A voice called out, Edith. Killian came down from upstairs. He said brightly, it seems you finished early today, didn't you? Edith thought to herself, he's shining today, too. How was your work today? Are the documents that needed preparing finished? Phew, don't even ask. Killian lightly kissed her hair. Haha, step back a little. Because the princess suddenly said she wanted to ride a horse, I'm all sweaty. Edith thought with a grim expression.
I don't understand why she's so erratic again. Catalina, why are you going so fast right from the start? Because someone made me angry. What? My whole body aches, Henry mumbled. How much have I saved since starting this job? I wonder how much the living expenses for the kids will be. Living expenses? Doesn't Killian pay you enough? What? No, that's not it. So if you're short on money, no, I have plenty of money. Thinking this, Edith said, It seems I've missed something. Killian started to say, Before he could finish, Edith pushed him away.
Anyway, just move back a bit. I don't smell, do I? I'm going to take a shower and come back, Killian said dejectedly. As expected, it's not easy, then sat on the bed in a gloomy mood. After Edith finished showering, she came in. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Let me see my husband's face. I didn't spoil your mood by leaving to shower earlier, did I? Killian mused. Many things have changed, but some things remain the same. Thank you for asking. No, those are truly unnecessary things. Even though I've revealed my deepest secrets, Edith, you still don't want anything from me. Edith, is there anything I can do to help you? Look, you are now overflowing with happiness. I'm the only one who needs you, but it turns out you don't need me. That's what I thought. Edith asked in surprise. Killian, are you still insecure? Afraid that I'll leave? I told you, you don't need to worry. No, it's not like that. But that's where I lived my whole life. To be honest, I don't really miss that place much. Well, sometimes I do miss the food there, but I don't miss anyone. Most importantly, you're here, and I can't leave you behind and go anywhere. I love you, Killian. Killian blushed, flustered. More. I love you more, Edith. What? Oh, you don't need to carry that burden, Killian. Even if you don't say that, I'm serious. But you and Reza.
Are you saying the author has brainwashed and controlled your family all along? Even so, perhaps you're mistaking it for a physical affection. Am I too foolish to distinguish between lust and love? No, that's not it, Edith stammered. Really? Killian affirmed. I'm serious. I love you more than my own life. Edith, you are my only light. I will keep saying it until you believe me. I love you, Edith. I love you. I love you. Edith, embarrassed, said, Stop. So do you believe me? Killian asked. Since when? She asked. Let me see. Perhaps I've loved you even before I realized it. I will love you forever, Edith. Then the two embraced and shared a sweet kiss. The next day. Good morning, Catalina. Do you have some good news? I found my important item again. It turns out the ruby necklace I gave Henry at the mansion had been retrieved by Killian. I thought he didn't return it to me because of a feeling of betrayal, so I took advantage of his confession to get it back. Is there anything else you want me to do for you? If so, could you find me a culture and etiquette teacher? You mean a tutor? This time, I've prepared for the investiture ceremony to help Catalina, but I still lack a lot of knowledge about this world.
It's not like you came from another world. Have some tea. No matter how impulsive Edith is, if she doesn't study properly, there will be serious consequences. Well, of course, I'll find a tutor for you, but if you're still worried about preparing the party with Catalina, then perhaps... Recalling this, Edith replied, Catalina, actually, I'm not very confident about etiquette. That's why she wants to prepare with you. She doesn't want to put pressure on you either. If that's the case, then what was I agonizing over for the past few days? Suddenly, the princess asked, Among the allied nations invited to this event, the kingdom of Hamas will send its royal family. I'm planning to have them stay at the second detached palace. As someone from Hamas, I'd like to ask if you have any opinions. Edith asked in surprise, Who is from where? Henry replied, Yes, the princess asked, don't you know? Edith looked at Henry and replied, Not at all. It seems you don't have a very keen eye either, do you? Recalling the previous conversation. Because His Highness was too cool, the atmosphere then became awkward. I apologize, Your Highness. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Henry recounted. I lost my parents when I was 12 and came to this empire, so it's hard to say I know much about that culture. But the people of Hamas place great importance on the direction of windows.
Since the palace window the princess mentioned faces west, it would be better to arrange a space facing south or east. South or east. So what about Annex 3? Although the ceiling is lower than Annex 2, it gets sunlight. Henry replied, That seems fine. Your Royal Highness, Lady Killian has arrived. Let her in. And then it was also the day of the ceremony to confer titles upon meritorious subjects. People from various places began to arrive. Damien looked around and said, It's not overly ornate, nor does it lack dignity. I can't believe that Edith prepared this ceremony.
Layla, come here and see for yourself. She walked in with a rather gloomy expression. I'm just saying this as a precaution, Layla. Don't do anything pointless. If you act rashly today, you will be in big trouble. Don't overthink it. Just enjoy your time with your friends. Just wait, and another opportunity will come. Layla secretly thought, No, if I miss this chance, there won't be another. I must find a way before she secures her position as a recognized meritorious subject. Meanwhile, Edith was sitting in front of her dressing table. Killian walked in and said, I feel regretful. I don't want others to see you. What should I do?
You are truly too beautiful, Edith. Edith replied, because I'm so dazzling, I feel a little embarrassed. Even though this is an event where we are honored as meritorious subjects, I'm worried if Miss Dahlia is overworking herself. You don't need to worry. Father, I, and you are the main characters today. You just need to appear and shine as you always have. You and I, together. Of course. Then she happily linked arms with Killian and headed to the party. A large crowd had already gathered, and the princess said, I hear more than half of the guests on the list have already arrived. I suppose we can start the event on time, can't we? Yes, Your Highness. Suddenly, a voice from behind said, Your Royal Highness, you've worked so hard. I really should have come earlier to help, shouldn't I? All right, the main characters should enjoy themselves. But where is Killian? Well, as soon as he arrived, Father took him away. There are many people you need to know, so come with me. Killian hesitated. But we must resolve this now to make it to the event with my daughter-in-law in time. Hearing this, Killian immediately replied, Yes, Father. Hearing this, the princess pouted. Duke Rudwick, really. But it's not bad, is it? Everything from the palace entrance to the event hall is magnificent. So, among the guests, Damien and Layla were chatting with someone. Damien said, So recently we've been using Hammett's specialties. But the person didn't seem to hear, so Damien called out loudly, Your Highness! Ah, I apologize. It's all right. I've been talking too much about myself. It's because of my excitement that Your Highness personally sought out this empire.
Layla shrewdly noticed, Wait, is that person looking at Edith? She smirked mischievously. This is it. Excuse me, Your Highness, may I interrupt? Because just now I saw you seem to be looking at Miss Edith. He replied awkwardly, That thing. Layla continued, You want to speak with her privately, don't you? I'll help you. Afterwards, in the garden, Edith walked and pondered. She knew her mother wasn't actually here. Despite being told her mother called her to the garden, it felt suspicious anyway, so she had asked Henry to secretly follow her. Even though it was outside the event hall, it was still within the Imperial Palace. But just in case, she had asked Michael to call Killian. She hadn't been harmed just once or twice. At this moment, she saw someone's silhouette. That person was a member of the Hammett royal family, participating in this event. Had that person impersonated her mother to call her out here privately? Could there be some political motive? This was too awkward. She had to leave there first. As she was about to step back, her foot stepped on a dry branch, creating a cracking sound.
Oh, you actually came here. Apologies for our first meeting, but there's something I absolutely must ask you privately. Excuse me, Michael is calling from over there, young Master Killian. You're supposed to be escorting Edith. Why are you here alone? I have something related I need to discuss with you. Meanwhile, Layla was gloating. They've certainly fallen into the trap. She invited the young ladies. Shall we go for a stroll for a bit? I heard the garden around the fountain is decorated quite specially. Oh my, how wonderful, she secretly thought. I will make you collapse in front of everyone. Very quickly, Michael led Killian to the garden. Layla and the young ladies were also moving. Layla said with a smile, Charcoal braziers have been placed all over the garden. After all, it's winter, so it will be very cold. The fountain is just nearby. At this moment, he knelt before Edith, pleading, Please, I beg you. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. From the first time we met, I was certain. I cannot go back to being like this. If that's truly the case, a young lady asked, Did someone arrive first? Lady Sinclair. She secretly thrilled. Finally. Shh, wait. Lady Bryn, over there. Edith spoke up. But even if he is the lost imperial grandson of Hames, his current status is still that of a knight belonging to the Rudwick family. Even if what you say is true, if he refuses to comply, he will still be protected as a knight of the family. Of course, we are truly just checking on his well-being. Hearing this, Layla's face froze. Huh? The content of their conversation? Isn't this supposed to be a secret meeting? What's going on? Edith turned and called out, Henry, you heard that, didn't you? Excuse me, but could you step out for a moment? It would be better to resolve this before the event begins. Really, is he truly my brother? Henry clenched his fist and said, Selling a 12-year-old child to pirates wasn't enough? Are you still planning to find me to eliminate a rival for the right of succession? What? Sold? What's that about? Now that I bear the title of a knight of a great noble family, I cannot be dealt with easily.
I will give up my right to the throne and live quietly, so can you pretend not to know me and let it go? No, that's not it at all. We lost you at the Christmas event. Upon hearing this, the other young ladies were surprised and began to whisper excitedly. Meanwhile, Layla's face darkened. What on earth was happening? Although she didn't understand what they were saying, looking at the situation, it seemed that person was not interested in Edith. Prince Hamet pleaded repeatedly, Please, give me a chance to explain. Every Christmas, Auntie still calls your name and cries all night. Edith thought Killian must be arriving soon. She turned around and froze. Oh, Miss Layla Sinclair, the prince asked, startled. Is there someone else? Oh, you're that young lady, aren't you? The one who helped me meet privately with Lady Edith Rudwick. She remembered Damien's warning. Don't do anything useless, especially if you rush into anything today. Looking at Edith, she muttered to herself, It's over. It's all over. This is so unfair. I also tried so hard. Why can't I have it? Why? Edith looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening.
Then Layla lunged forward, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Why can't I have it?" Just then Killian appeared and pulled Edith back, causing Layla to miss her target and stumble forward. Everyone asked in confusion.
"What's wrong, Lady Layla Sinclair? The moment I thought I would lose everything, an opportunity unexpectedly presented itself. I bravely acted to seize that chance. But that woman always survived and returned, no matter the threat, and trampled all over me." She recalled Edith's words. Of course. If it were you, it would be impossible not to misunderstand. Because if you look down on someone worthless, abuse them, and then coldly sell them off when an opportunity arises, you would hear those words as sincere. No, I know. Someone like you, absolutely. At this point, Killian spoke up, saying, "It seems to be something related to Edith's night, doesn't it? I didn't interfere and just watched, but were you planning to set a trap for Edith?" She stammered. "Killian, I knew you weren't a good person, but I never imagined you would conspire to do this at the meritorious service conferment ceremony. It's even worse than I thought." The situation was quickly resolved with Catalina's appearance. "What is all this commotion? You're making me lose face in front of our esteemed neighboring guests." Layla was arrested for investigation. Prince Haidad, seeing the situation resolved, said, "If you don't want to be imprisoned together, then stop, Viscount Sinclair." "Seriously, the event hasn't even started yet. Has anyone informed my brother?" "What did he say?" Henry stared at the princess and asked.
"Would you two mind if I follow this person back to Hammett?" Edith smiled and said, "Of course not, but have you really found your family?" First, yes, the prince was so overjoyed he burst into tears, calling out, "Brother!" Henry grumbled, "Move aside, I have so many questions to ask." Suddenly, a subordinate came to call, "Your Royal Highness, Princess, all right, has the investiture ceremony for the meritorious officials been prepared?" Very quickly, the investiture ceremony began. Princess Catalina asked sternly, "Edith Rudwick, will you be eternally loyal to this empire?" "I swear." "Raise your head." "I, Princess Catalina Iberia, acknowledge Edith Rudwick's merits and permit Edith to call me by my name. In this empire, you shall only bow before the royal family. I shall appoint Duke Axel Rudwick and Killian Rudwick as the royal family's closest advisors. From now on, please guide me too, Edith." "Anytime, Catalina." Afterward, the banquet concluded, and they were on their way back in the carriage. Seeing Edith lost in thought, Killian asked, "Edith, is something bothering you?" "It's just that I'm not in a very good mood. What will happen to Layla? She didn't commit a serious crime, so she probably won't be severely punished, right?" "Probably so, although due to the relations between allied nations, she cannot go unpunished. But regardless, the outcome was positive. However, it will be difficult for her to return to her former status. Such schemes are not uncommon."
But if they fail, the characters who desire that power and position will bury them in high society when they see an opportunity. Layla in the original story was not that malicious. The story of Henry, no Prince Hijad, was not mentioned in the original either. Too many things are changing faster than I thought. Of course, if the changes are for the better, it's fine, but looking at Layla, it doesn't seem to be the case. If because I changed this world, even worse things happen— Killian raised his hand and gently touched her face. "Edith, don't blame yourself. You gave me and everyone else the freedom to choose. What happens after that is no longer your responsibility. If someone abuses that freedom to make bad choices, then that's the consequence they brought upon themselves." On this side, the Duke asked in surprise, "Hiding from father?"
The base of the Rudwick Knights, on the western border of the Empire. The commander was walking when he suddenly stopped, his eyes falling on Kripp. Instead of striving for results, he had isolated himself like this for several days. At this moment, someone reported, "Commander, supplies from the capital have arrived. What about the Duke's letter? Here it is." Hearing this, Kripp put down his bowl of soup. Then he walked sadly under the pouring rain. The rain was torrential, growing heavier and heavier. Kripp stood lost in thought. Reza, my beloved spring goddess, my twisted and selfish love. Finally, that troublesome mask was removed. Reza once said, "My faith, my love. So tell me what you want, and I will fulfill it all." Finally, I made you participate in my scheme. All of this was Edith's conspiracy, from the kidnapping of the Duchess, and you. Immediately after, you slipped from my grasp and vanished without a trace. I'm sorry, Kripp. The Reza you knew can no longer return to this place. A clap of thunder brought Kripp back to reality. Tears mingled with the rain. No, Reza, you're gone. I can't see you again, even if it means facing danger.
"Cliff will save you too," Cliff shouted. Suddenly, Cliff froze. A system panel appeared before his eyes. The world has been freed, allowing characters to leave the world. Cliff stammered, "I will, even if I have to descend to the deepest hell, you must chase after and find me again, and I won't let you slip away from me again." The scene shifts to the Duke's mansion. Killian entered and asked, "Father called for me. You must have heard the news, haven't you?" "Yes, my brother has disappeared at the western border."
Ah, it seems I truly raised you children incorrectly. I apologize. The documents are on the table, Killian. You shall inherit the dukedom. A few minutes earlier, Killian asked in astonishment, Fled? No. What happened? Rhinan gestured. Shh. To be honest, this situation is quite ambiguous. For now, the incident has officially been handled as a disappearance. Since there are no witnesses, it's unclear which direction he went. But because there were no signs of a struggle or traces of resistance, we can only surmise that he left on his own. Before that, a subordinate asked, Should we form a search party? No. First search around here, then send a messenger to the Duke. At this moment, Edith speculated. Rise. Perhaps he went to find Rise. The main characters with the greatest influence on the original story have undergone both major and minor changes when exceptional conditions were constrained. Duke Rudwick, the Duchess, and even Catalina have all shown positive developments. All of them have completely deviated from the original plot. Layla and Damien also no longer follow the original story and have instead begun to target their own positions, especially Killian, who has completely broken the framework of the original story. Edith, what do you think of Rise? Do you even suspect Rise, even before you suspect yourself? What do I think? If I didn't trust her, I wouldn't have gone out with her in the first place. A communication failure. I didn't realize it at all at the time. But for Rise and Cliff, there were no major changes. Rise was originally the author who entered the world, so that's understandable. But Cliff was always obsessed with Rise and always put her first. It was as if Rise was his reason for existence, to the point where he didn't even have a chance to change.
Mother wouldn't say which monastery it was. Rhinan, could you check for me? Even if it's not certain, it's better to take precautions. Of course, I'll check right away. But Killian, the Duke said to come to his office as soon as you return. Returning to the present. Although Cliff was destined to be the successor, I always attended succession classes with my brother. That's why Duke Langston is fourth in line to the throne. Any other questions? No, I'll ask the teacher later. I constantly strive to keep up with the lessons, even though they far exceeded my abilities. Yet my brother was always one step ahead, and objectively speaking, I had no chance of winning. So why? Why did they make me, someone without talent, participate in his classes? Did they want me to realize the difference between my brother and me, and then give up? Sometimes I had such doubts, thinking perhaps the value of my efforts only went so far. No, that's not it. If I try hard, Father will surely look my way. Moments of effort are not easily forgotten. I am content with that. So perhaps even in moments when I seem to have given up, I gave up a long time ago. At this point, the Duke said, What do you think is the reason I had you participate in the succession lessons alongside him? It's just that your brother is exceptionally brilliant. You too possess sufficient talent. I once thought your weakness was a flaw, but perhaps that was merely my mistake. You still lack practical experience, but having studied and grown up with your brother, there's no reason you can't keep up. I had always longed for a moment like this. Killian clenched his fists, muttering to himself, Get a grip. Then he asked the Duke, So this time my opinion doesn't matter either? Your opinion? Are you thinking of refusing? Once the situation stabilizes, I plan to immediately head the Risen. Edith has been reviewing documents about the territory for a long time, and she's very much looking forward to developing Risen. And now you're telling me to inherit the dukedom? We don't have such ambitions. But for Edith, you also know Edith's reputation, but among all the women I've met, she is the most modest. She would certainly prefer a peaceful life in Risen over the cruel high society of the capital. Suddenly, the Duke said no. What? So you think your mother and I built up the ducal family because we enjoyed socializing? All right, I understand what you're thinking. Your mother and I once shared a dream too. Ours was not a political marriage. In fact, the second son of a border count and the esteemed lady of a renowned marquis family were not of the same standing.
But because of your mother's stubborn determination, we persistently pursued our wishes, dreaming of a simple life, just the two of us. Do you remember? Count Rudwick's domain was then merely a rural region bordering the frontier. We hadn't even had time to enjoy our honeymoon before being repeatedly deployed due to various minor and major conflicts at the border. Despite dedicating ourselves entirely to the country, the nobility in the capital still looked down on us. Your mother, coming from a wealthy marquis family, had to endure being under the thumb of her elders, who constantly sought to belittle her. To avoid being seen as a wasteful daughter-in-law, your mother even had to be cautious about her attire. Fortunately, at that time, she was a longtime close friend of the Empress, so she tried to maintain her status by frequently bringing you children to the capital. The Duke recounted slowly. He had returned 2 days earlier than expected. Where is Jocelyn? Hoo-hoo, Killian, stop crying, it's not like that. Those people say that because they don't know. But mother, Killian said, the Sinclairs said that to everyone. Rudwick couldn't bring back victories, only collected a small amount of taxes at the border. That's why the House of Rudwick exists today. The Duke continued, lowering his gaze.
I don't intend to force you, nor do I want to pressure you, but Killian, I hope you understand the weight of your own choices. I understand what Edith explained. This world is a story written by someone. There's a certain power that made everything unfold exactly as the person called the author had written. That was probably the voice I heard. That viper of a woman, if one trusts her, they will surely regret it. Reza is as lovely as a solitary violet. Even in this dark night, she still shines. Perhaps only I realize that, while everyone else around is influenced by that voice.
Their actions were predetermined by the story, so there's no need to be heartbroken over the discriminatory actions they've shown so far. As Edith said, even someone as forgiving as I am would not hesitate to forgive and accept this apology this time. But I cannot. Is it really just because of that voice? If I didn't have that voice, would I also be loved like my brother? I cannot erase that doubt. The Duke added that he knew the position of Duke was not one to be enjoyed. It was not power to rule or possess, but a responsibility to protect and care for. Your brother always did everything with ease, from politics to battle, bearing the heavy responsibilities of the family.
So I thought it was reasonable for him to bear all the burdens, and you, who were always easily content with simple things, could enjoy a light-hearted life under your brother's protection. At the time, I believed that was the best path for both of you to be happy. But now that I think about it, Cliff has shown for a long time that he is not the right person. I don't understand why I didn't realize that sooner. Your mother said the same thing. Perhaps entrusting this position to you and retiring is truly the correct choice. Killian averted his gaze, but, Father, you know I still have too many shortcomings to do that. No, you too, Killian interrupted. That's why I'll need a lot of help. If from the beginning it wasn't about loving someone more, but simply wanting to protect the family, then perhaps we are more alike than we think. Edith, I seem to understand your feelings a little better now, Killian said sternly. Please teach me what I've missed all this time. Father, of course, Killian. On the other side, Edith asked in surprise, Is this the monastery Reza went to? It's this far? Rhinan said the Duchess was very angry. Edith secretly worried. What should I do now? If Cliff suddenly runs away, it's highly likely because of Reza. If things continue like this, the original Reza, who was sent to the monastery, will have to face Cliff unprepared. Oh no, they are lovers after all, so maybe it's a good thing. She hugged her head in confusion. I don't know anymore. Finally, I arrived at Reza's monastery with Rhinan. Killian, due to urgent matters arising after becoming the Grand Duke, had sent him night order ahead and promised to arrive as soon as he finished handling them. Thanks to this, I was able to enjoy some relaxed time with Anna after a long while. That was both a plan and a hope. Madam, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. I never expected to get motion sickness, having never experienced it my whole life, but now suddenly I have it. Killian was promoted from young master to Grand Duke this time, and I also became the Grand Duchess. We've arrived, madam. Look at the monastery ahead. Rhinan said from here, we have to walk the rest of the way. It would be better if I carried you. Please, I said I'm fine, she insisted. Michael replied worriedly.
But the young Duke has given me very strict instructions. Anna looked at Edith's expression doubtfully. She turned to Michael and said, Send someone to find an obstetrician nearby, immediately, and absolutely don't let anyone know. Yes. The truth behind that sudden motion sickness was revealed a little later. Edith and Michael slowly made their way inside. Rhinan had gone to meet the director to discuss. Excuse me, but could we speak privately for a moment? Oh, of course. At this moment, Edith exclaimed in surprise. She saw a nun kneeling in front of her. Actually, on the way here, I was a little worried. Because I remembered the author, I was afraid to see Reza's face. It was truly a needless worry. Reza turned around and spoke. Ah, I knew you would come, Edith. After that, they sat down at the table. Reza poured tea, a welcoming gesture to her guest. Edith picked up the teacup and said, Thank you. It's the scent of violets. Is there sugar? No, it's fine. Outside, Michael observed carefully. At this moment, Reza put her teacup down. You must have heard Edith recount the general situation. You are indeed curious about my story, aren't you? It's been so long, to the point I can't remember clearly. There was a person named Reza Sinclair, bright, innocent, and beautiful like the goddess of spring.
The illegitimate daughter of Count Reza Sinclair. She had an unhappy childhood and was oppressed by her family due to her birth. She caught the eye of Duke and Duchess Rudwick, so she moved into the Duke's household and received affection from everyone. She met her, who was... Just then, Cliff came over and asked, What's wrong, Rhys? No, nothing. Killian wants me to wear this to the wedding? Yes, Lady Rhys, but this is almost white. Perhaps because the bride's sisters or close relatives often wear white dresses together, because nobles usually do that. Oh, is that so? Because the bride will become like a sister to you anyway. I see, thank you for letting me know, as I haven't been properly taught noble culture. Sisters?
It didn't take long for me to realize that was a misunderstanding. What do you intend to do by wearing a white dress to someone else's wedding? Get out. Reza went out sullenly, then quickly ran to find Killian. Why did you tell me to wear a white dress today? On her first day of marriage, Edith was so sad. Sad? Really? Just think about the dress she was wearing. How could she make such a fuss just because of my dress? Her dress was so extravagant, gaudy. Yes, truly cheap. Cheap? How can you call your own wife cheap?
How could you say such a thing? Reza, you're so cruel. Do you know what kind of mood I was in today? Reza Sinclair realized at that very moment that something was terribly wrong. Despite her efforts to mend the relationship in every way, it was all in vain. Wait, doesn't this suit Edith perfectly? Oh, so now you're saying that suits me. Is your taste so poor that everyone has to help you choose clothes? You're not being sarcastic, are you? No, it's not. I just... Take everything displayed here, except for that one. Who gave you permission to decide? The problem lay with the Rudwick family. The gentle people at the ducal mansion, who had once protected her, became merciless and unforgiving when Edith was involved. All the documents Reinhard had personally prepared for her were false information. Her father had pre-purchased the items listed in the documents, and this was the clearest proof that he had been deceived by the misinformation.
I don't know anymore, Duchess, because of what I said, Edith. Don't worry too much, Reza. Thanks to your decisive evidence, we prevented the leak of important ducal documents. In another situation, Edith was standing by the window, looking pensive, when Reza entered and called out, "Edith, can we talk for a moment?" Talk? Huh, I have nothing to say to you. If you want me to apologize, it's not like that, just for a moment. Just how foolish are you, really? You knew what would happen, yet you still came here alone? Even after all you've endured, you still want to meet me? Sophia and I have done so many things to you. That's right, you were poisoned by the needle and thread I gave you. As soon as you woke up, you came to find the person who tried to kill you, just to talk? Edith, I wanted to meet Edith, even before I came here. Before the story began, at Count Sinclair's mansion, Reza was relentlessly tormented by the Sinclair brothers. They smashed furniture, scattering it everywhere. You insolent brat, clean this up all night. Oh, what's this? You're back? Oh my, what a mess. What's my lovely little sister angry about today? Don't mention it again, Reza. Reza brought a hand to her mouth. It hurts so much. Damien called out again. Hey, you idiot. I saw something very interesting at the party today.
No matter where you go, stepchildren are always treated the same, aren't they? Edith Ragahop, the flower of high society. You know that too, don't you? Meanwhile, Edith was being scolded by the Count. You imbecile. I was wrong, Father. This time, I absolutely won't make another mistake. If you can't extract accurate information about the bridge construction contract from young Count Everton, then consider yourself starving for a week. That's right. Who would have imagined that her situation was actually no different from mine? Edith Ragahop, a flower of high society? She truly is like me. Since then, I've always thought of her to keep trying, because I want to become as strong and beautiful as she is. I believe that one day when we meet, we will both find someone who can truly understand us. We will heal each other's wounds and become true friends. Heal wounds? You and I, true friends? You're too naive and foolish, Reza. Listen, ever since I was little, all I've known is to hate and be hated. I can't receive love, nor can I give it to anyone. Enough. Go, please, don't be like this. Edith, please save me. Edith, Edith. Everything has been broken too much already. In the end, I have no strength at all. Everything that once made my life shine now wants to kill you. This cannot happen.
Hosen, no, anyone will do, please. If any deity exists, even if you take anything from me, just please save Edith. At that moment, a system panel appeared, leaving Reza bewildered. Oh, specific developments can only occur after the world is freed through the author's intervention. Developments? A freed world? The author? Who is that? Having transmigrated, Edith listened intently as Reza recounted the story. At this point, Reza dejectedly said, "Then I realized this place was that person's story. Using this body as a medium, I summoned the only person who could change fate here, deliberately taking all the blame upon myself. I thought if that person directly witnessed and experienced the misfortunes of the people in this story, they would change it for the better. But no, that person was not benevolent. I couldn't communicate with that person. No. With each loop, Edith, on the contrary, became more distressed than before. Please, don't be like this. It's my fault. It's all my fault. That's right. Can I enter Edith's body instead of her?
Take Edith's soul out. Edith can act as a medium for an outside soul to transmigrate, just like the original author can synchronize with this world. And so Edith's first transmigration process took place. As for the real Edith, she was transferred to where I used to be. Yes, it's truly unbelievable.
Even after understanding the full truth about this world, Reza's choice still surprised me. I never expected that upright Reza would be willing to do anything just to save me, pushing innocent souls into my predicament when the Transmigrators failed time and again. Leave what's happening here to me. You don't need to worry about anything. Edith, you must cross this boundary and find a new life. Clearly, one of the Transmigrators here tried to pull me out of this world. A character can only leave after the world is free. Then Reza asked, why? The 9th time, the 10th time, the 11th time, the 12th time. No, it can't be. You can't. Don't give up. No. Why would you? No, that's my fault. I'm sorry. The Transmigrators died off before they could complete the second condition. Tsk, how pitiful. Reza, you tried your best to help me, only to end up regretting how everything turned out. No, even though everything has collapsed like this, at least I have no regrets. Hey, do you still remember the ruby necklace I once helped you choose? The one Edith refused, thinking it was too small and ordinary? Unlike me, Edith suits larger, more splendid gemstones, but somehow I found that splendor too heavy for Edith's slender neck. That's why I only wanted to give you a small yet beautiful stone, one that wouldn't make you feel burdened when wearing it. Edith, I will definitely help you leave this place, so you can learn to love and accept love. Returning to reality, Edith, your appearance was truly a great blessing for all of us. I'm not just talking about freeing this world. You used your compassion and wisdom to protect everyone.
Help them rediscover their inherent strength in ways I had never imagined, and always bring warmth even to those at the very fringes of society. Thanks to you, I can leave with peace of mind. Edith asked, Rise, do you want to come back with me? Your coming here is not your fault. I have a debt to repay in this place. The truth is, many people have suffered because of my choices, and that cannot be changed. A kind and righteous girl, a protagonist in some story, a lovely spring goddess, radiant like a violet. Thanks to you, I have been happier than I deserve. Thank you, Edith. In this dark old kitchen, in her tattered habit, she still shines brightly. After that, Edith went outside, and Anna asked, Are you feeling all right? Oh, I'm fine. That's a relief. Have you two talked things out? Where's Reinan? Just then, Reinan appeared with Killian, raising his hand and calling out, Edith! Edith whispered to herself, This is truly the final stop of this story. All of us will eventually love in a simple way. She ran over, happily calling out, Killian! Sometimes sorrowful, sometimes joyful, each person finds the freedom to pursue their own happiness, no longer bound by the original work, nor by conditions to be met. A perfect freedom. This series concludes. Thank you all for following it to the end. May you all always be happy and full of energy. Goodbye, and see you again.